happens from your mind. So your mind is in a poor condition. You're still busy trying to come up with a fight plan against the white man when the white man represents your own degraded psyche, and you really can't fight yourself. You can only evolve yourself. So you're really trying to fight a lower aspect of yourself. White people is just the worst case scenario of niggas, but niggas got that shit all in them, clearly. Because niggas is the worst enemies of niggas. White people is just a side effect. And so trying to fight them and come up with a plan is really coming up with an own plan of fighting your own self in a low about way, it's all humanity. You can't fight humanity. You have to overcome humanity. So therefore, you have to get beyond this white man, beyond even your own niggery ways, your own niggery ideas of your own niggery self. You know what I'm saying? We need to do this, and we as the people and our people need to do that. You need to get over that fucking egomaniac shit. Shit ain't working. It ain't been working, and it ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? There's a mentality that you need to adapt, and that mentality is personal. It's not a mentality that I have or I co-sign that you're supposed to be doing. You have to. I give you the tools to find it within yourself for your own definition, because you came here by yourself to find your own configuration of shit. There's just certain key facts of a mentality that you need for any form of success. You're a basketball player, all the basketball players would agree. There's many different mentalities to dribble and lay up a basketball, but there's a certain base hard work mentality, a dedication mentality, a love mentality for the game. You know what I'm saying? A obsessive mentality. You know what I'm saying? And not to mention the physical workout that you have to do, and just a certain way of being. You know what I mean? That puts you in the game, not winning the game necessarily, but set up best to win the game. You know what I'm saying? So that all of those little baby things for, let's say, basketball, or you had to do it for football, or to get on a skateboard, whatever it took to be successful at that, it takes that to be successful in this shit as well. Mm-hmm. So if someone is coming to you telling you they have a specific formula, you know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10, that formula will only get you but so far. You get what I'm saying? Because you're using their formula after all. You get what I'm saying? So there may be some universal principles in something one guy's saying or doing that may go a long, long way. But ultimately, if you can't make those principles yours, no matter what, then you're ultimately going to hit a brick wall, because you're very different from this person or that person. So, you know, that's some of the stuff we're going to just chop it up about today. You know, but it really fits into a big picture of this is shit that's been said to you already. And especially me, I have been saying it, others have too, saying this type of thing all the time. And if a person works in one area, that's not really a big deal or a big failure. Just fuck with that person for that area. Maybe that's what that person came to do and came to teach. But don't get ahead of yourself with this mentality because you found something that may be special to you, that is the only way. So just because you found the glory of vegetables doesn't mean that's how that other person is deemed to find light. There's many ways to find light, and even if there's someone who's found light doing nothing about what I've been talking about, or just got finished saying it, so what if they're finding light? I'm not here to judge that. Knock yourself out. If it's working for you, then it's working. But certain shit is obvious. You're sitting there complaining about what every other Black person complains about, that you can't even for yourself, before you can give advice to others, change your condition, then you're not worthy of saying it in front of folks. You're not worthy of trying to be that person for folks. You get what I'm saying? unless you are someone who can show folks how to personally get out of their own condition. Because before you can even get to a whole bunch of Black people that you're willing to save, if you can't save yourself or show individuals how to save themselves, then you're not even starting yet. Then you haven't even tested your theories yet. Because how this shit works is everyone's reading books, everyone's studying Google. So for me to sit on YouTube, I'm gonna make this big. Let me just say this again, then we're gonna make this bigger. So me and Khadijah will be in New Orleans. We'll come back with this flyer. 555 Canal Street, New Orleans, LA, 70130, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Friday, February 15th, 2020, The Science of the Soulmate in New Orleans. 35 as always at the door, just 35 for the webinar. For those who cannot make it, contact VCWESI, VISEWESI at gmail.com. February 15th, New Orleans. Bring your ass. It's going to be show shot. Khadijah's going to kill it. We're going to do the whole lecture together. And it's going to be fire. We got a lot of information by way of just being together for 10 years as known soulmates. We knew exactly who we was immediately. So we were able to really study this shit moment to moment. And now we have enough to relay it. So we there. All right. So as I was saying, if you're not in a position based upon being able to prove that you have methods, tips, tricks, what you teach can actually have Black people raise themselves up to a whole new state of consciousness, then exactly what is it you're doing? You get what I'm saying? Now I get the idea you may know a few karate moves, a few breathing techniques, and it may help some niggas, make it through, get rid of some things, and all of that is great and gravy. But in the end, if you down here breathing and down here holding crystals and down here doing all of this, you have a problem. I'm down here. I have a problem, and I recognize that problem. I recognize all the beef that you have as a Black person couldn't happen if you're a scientist. You're saying, well, we need to get to the one problem that sets up all of these fucking problems. You get what I'm saying? So in your study, to give you a shortcut, you eventually find out, well, goddamn, it's just being a human being that sets up everything else. But then you find out that human beings just die and come back here. The regular human thinks death is a finality. You're either gonna go to heaven or hell, or the sweet, or the fifth dimension, whatever these niggas think. But ultimately, the real master understands that you have a problem of reincarnation, recycling. And because you're under the illusion of time, within that recycling, you're gonna think that everything is happening now. It's new. When you got to planet Earth, that when you just got here, all of the shit that's in the world somehow synchronized with you and your ego.
Yes.
Well, I mean, talking to B.O.B., who's 20 years younger than me, like when we discuss rap music, which he's submerged in and spent his whole life, but I'm from an era where I could see a before and an after. So most of the stuff that are institutionalized in rap in terms of samples and sounds, when I said, oh no, that came from there, he did it here, and that's how that came about. He's the one who made that famous. That DJ did it there and made that famous. When I'm able to give him the origin, it's a whole different form of enlightenment. Because what I'm actually doing is taking him outside of the circle of time. And when you take that mentality outside the circle of time, then that was the idea of talking to OGs and respecting elders. You understand what I'm saying? Because the elders had the ability to take you out the circle of time. Your small, limited bubble of what it is you feel you know based upon your own fucking ridiculous ego can actually be expanded by someone who can tell you origin stories. That's why they spend all that time in Marvel when they're about to tell this great mythology of origin stories, because origin stories put shit in context.
Hence why it's important that you want that information from your grandparents. You want to talk to them and how they learn certain things.
Well, nowadays, them niggas are stupid. But once you have someone who has some sense that's older, that's the lead, especially someone who's conscious who's older, because they can put shit in a perspective that you should be interested in as another conscious person. Just to throw that away, you're either very, very stupid or you're doing something purposefully to sabotage, because there's no reason you wouldn't want valuable information from someone who comes from a different era that who sees an expanded version of your world. So B.O.B., who is smart, understood I represented an expanded version of his world based upon me being older and conscious like him. So I can put it in a language which he's very familiar with as another conscious person. Put it in a meaningful context, which therefore his world and his consciousness just expands a bit more. You know what I'm saying? And anyone who doesn't want or doesn't understand that, you know what I mean, is of great folly to himself and others, especially if you got some fools following him around or her around. You understand what I'm saying? It's great folly. And that's what you have with most preachers and pastors, this whole blind leading the blind. So the true enlightened man understands that this is about, in all things, no matter what context, whether you see earth as a great thing for you being here or the worst thing in existence, which some of the ancients have called it, this reality, the worst thing in existence. Whether you see it either way, what you do know is the one thing you do have control in what empowers you is knowledge and the transformation of that knowledge into wisdom and understanding. So when you talk to an elder, and that's truly a wise elder, not just an old person. But some of these motherfuckers, know what I'm saying, don't know the difference between grape soda and grape drink. You know what I'm saying? But when you talk to that person, it gives you the ability to take knowledge, turn it into wisdom and understanding. You know what I'm saying? Which is the real crucial part of knowledge. Just having knowledge doesn't do anything. Because right now you've seen a bunch of knowledgeable people repeating shit from Google. Right? A bunch of knowledgeable people repeating shit from not really books anymore, but at one point they were quoting books. Now it's just repeating other lecturers on YouTube that niggas won't watch. Right. And because you have the stomach to watch it and the ability to repeat it, they do and pretend to masquerade as knowledge and wisdom, but it's just pretty much at the level of information. So when that's what Bobby Hemmett was able to do to me. Or it wasn't like I read a book and said, I don't get it, Bobby, what does this book mean? Explain it. That's never the case. Read the book, understood it to my ability. But when you have someone who's older, who's been through some shit with expansive thing, they can add wisdom and understanding to help formulate your own wisdom and understanding of the scenario. You get what I'm saying? Well, when I went through it, this is what happened to me. Same way you talk to your older cousin about getting pussy before you got pussy. What's gonna be? What do you mean smell? So you gotta do this and take off the bra first. And you're sitting there like all this information, but you don't have an understanding until you suck in your own titties. You don't have a wisdom of it until after somebody busts you upside your head. You know what I'm saying? Smack one of these hoes upside your head. You ain't gonna have, you know what I'm saying? It expands your thought. So these elders who are dropping wisdom, you get what I'm saying? And like I said, I know that's a thinly used word. Or even if they're not older than you, but been through some shit of experience,
right?
It can't be thrown away or shouldn't be thrown away so easy. Like I said, if it is, you just either hustling backwards out of ignorance and your ego, or you paid to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no other logical reason just to shit on wisdom and understanding. Information is designed to be challenged all day. That's the law of polarity. One side of a coin is just exactly that, just one side. There's always two sides to a coin. You get what I'm saying? That's the law of polarity. So therefore, the scientist understands anything could be argued.
Right.
So if anything could be argued, you could spend an endless amount of time just going back and forth. That's not true knowledge. That's just information debating, information bickering. You know what I'm saying? Weak men do that, as far as I'm concerned. Or I'll do you one better. Very strong men do that. But in the end, you're fucking men. This here work is about transformation back into the Godhead.
To get outside your own opinion.
Yeah, to get outside of opinions, which you know are going to exist. Everyone is going to have their opinion as long as they're having this thing, but your opinions are worthless. Your progress is the game. See, so what is the game? Being able to say the most knowledge that is correct only by Google's standards? Well, I said that more correct than you. Is that what it is? Because that's what you're fighting for. You get what I'm saying? With an argument.
To be right.
To be right. That's what you're fighting for, to be right. So you the rightest nigga on the slave plantation? Nigga, this is folly. This is foolishness. Even when I was a young kid, I wasn't this fucking naive and this into myself. This narcissistic about shit that's happening to me. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about it. If I say the wrong thing, he's gonna care about me tomorrow. I'm not that foolish enough. It's the message that had me around for over 10 years. The message. And the message has to ring true with something in someone's heart. And it has to be basic enough that they can mold it into their own story,
right.
Mold it into their own tool, own weapon. See, because if I tell them as a preacher what to do and what I expect and what they should be doing, you know what I'm saying? You'll catch some people because there's a great amount of people who want to be told what to do. There's a great amount of our people who want to be led. So if you step up and pretend to lead them, you'll have more followers. I have an incredible amount of followers and people who follow my work, and not even near as much as I would if I was giving them someone to follow.
Oh, easily. You can piecemeal that package together so nice and sweet.
Oh, if I wanted to be that guy, I'd eat this shit. You need to understand that. What I'm sticking to is honor and integrity in my teaching. So much so where I'm telling you straight out and never have lied to you, this shit is on you. It's about you. I cannot save you. You must do it yourself. It's only people don't want to hear that shit because they really know in their heart, they don't know what the fuck to do next.
Did you know, I thought it was, not that I felt that you was wrong, But I thought it was bullshit when you used to say, there is nothing that's in me that is not in you and greater. I just couldn't understand what that meant.
Yeah, because people don't feel like, see, I'm not confused. I know that's happening. And I know how you felt. And I know how many felt when I tell them. Because I can look in people's eyes and see they ain't got shit in them that they believe. What's in them is sleeping and gone. So when they sitting around front and saying Hotep and doing all of this shit, I'm looking through that old bullshit. You don't know shit. And I know you don't. Because I know what it is to know. I know what it is to have the realization. And I see when it happens to folks. And I see how little it happens to folks. True realization. You get what I'm saying? Fuck you think Bobby Hemmett was saying my name for? Because he thought I was a good guy? Right. If he thought I was a good guy and we were personal friends, we'd be talking now. I haven't talked to him for what now? We talk coming up on 5-something years. Because when he stopped for real. It wasn't about friendship, but what he seen was my work ethic. What he seen was the integrity and me understanding what this shit was about. And what this shit was about, not leading folks and getting glory. Because if it's about that, every state I go in, people come from other states to see me at whatever state. And it will be packed all the time. If I let that kind of shit go to my head, forget about it.
You be having conventions.
Oh, nigga. Oh, they all panicked, you did this, and you saved that. But I understand. They saved themselves. You saved yourselves. And the day you realize the shit that I am telling you, this shit is in you. Your happiness is in you. Your soulmate or your ability to attract your other half is in you. Your prosperity is in you. All this information is in you. I'm here to remind you. You go to lectures or should be going to lectures to get reminded. Some niggas there just for the emotion, the up jump,
inspiration,
the giggles. That's never going to change. There's always and only been a select few that really could dig into this shit. And that's really what the calling is. So when I'm doing tapes, it's not to get a bigger audience. That's the least thing on my mind. Like, my audience is already big and long term. You know what I'm saying? And let's say it was get about a bigger audience. After 10 years, it ain't getting no bigger than what I got already.
Right.
Known around the world. What else do you need? You know what I'm saying? What else do you need? I'm known around. I don't need more. What I would love is for this message to ring true, because more of what I am is actually the transformation of this goddamn debaucherous world. This world can't exist outside of the ignorance that it is. So me doing my part is adding less to the ignorance in the world. Niggas arguing with each other, arguing about white people. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna do nothing. You have to find power within yourself.
That's the key.
It's power within yourself. So like you said, when I'm telling you, yo, this shit is in you, it's not like you think I'm outwardly lying. You just can't see how it applies.
Exactly.
Just can't see how it applies to you. And then you have you start using logic and reasoning to try to figure out what does that even fucking mean. Because when it was said to me, you could do it better than that. Like, nigga, what to tell me? Like, you just saying some old shit. See, when it said it to me, it sounded like some old nice shit to say. It make me feel good about myself. You know what I'm saying? But in the end, when you see, like, no one's the facilitator of nothing, that, like, they're only doing what you could possibly do with your imagination and how you convince yourself. Think of all the times in your life where you didn't know you was going to get on that skateboard and you did it, and the only thing you look back and say, what made you do it? I just said, fuck it. I just said, fuck it. Right. Like, what made you jump in the water and start to swim? I just said, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing you can say, well, yeah, it was some shit Patty was saying. And I got in the water. But in the end, you got in the water and you had to move your arms.
So how do you relay that to people? What that fuck it comes from?
You don't have to. See, that's just the thing.
Okay.
That's just the thing. I want you to hear what I'm saying. It's not up to me to relay it to people in a way where they're supposed to fucking get it. I said it. And if you are worthy, if you are the true initiated, you'll get it. That means your spirit has led you to do the right thing, which means you were deemed for this work. Not because I said you were more worthy than the next, not because Bobby Hemming said I was more worthy than the next, because I stepped up and said, fuck it, and made useful the facilities that were already there. So Bobby Hemming was already talking this shit 10 years before Panic showed up. But I walked through the door saying, fuck it, let's go. And he recognized, oh, somebody's aggressive. Somebody already wants to get in the water and swim. So now let me be a support system now that he done jumped in. But it's not up to me to say, how do I get more? I don't give a fuck about these niggas. Let me say that clear. I don't give a fuck about saving Black people. I don't give a fuck about Black people. I give a fuck about what's in Black people. I give a fuck about being honest to how to craft that particular sleeping beast into the monster that it is. But it's really you who have to step up and swing the sword. In other words, Morpheus said it. I can show you all the doors. You have to walk through it. So Morpheus is, oh, please, please walk through the door. So that's what you're really saying. Oh, Black people, I got the message. I'm going to save you. I'm going to save the Black. Who the fuck are you?
He hasn't even walked through the door.
Yeah, you ain't even did shit. You still sitting on YouTube yelling. Anyone. You know what I'm saying? All these niggas. There ain't no chicks too. And you have to, and out here, and what we need to do, and beloved. You may have tapped into something, and, you know, goody. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? But ultimately, this is a non-stop, full reality shift. So you're not going to get it just with chakras, just with diet. You're not going to get it just saying dark side. You're not going to get it just saying Baphomet. You're not going to get it just saying Allah. You're not going to get it just saying Yahweh. Like the one area, Kabbalah, is not going to get it. You have to understand it is the total shedding of all of this shit that binds you to this. And so then the next question, well, why don't you just kill yourself? Because that's not the game. That's not the idea. That's not transformation. Just dying is not enlightenment. Because you're the same stupid dude with no place to go after you died, but back here. You got to understand you're transforming out of this into something new. So to do the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is the work until you die. And then with that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, you want to have enough alchemy, enough change in you, enough transformation in you to move on to the next level, to graduate from here. So look at it in terms of graduation. Just dying isn't graduation. Right. Just dying isn't graduation. Dying is just another way of just saying, I'm coming back.
Right, because you can finish the school year and fail.
Right. You fail. Well, if you didn't learn anything, then what are you gonna think? What do you think you're gonna learn when you die? That you ain't learning now. It's your mind. See, once you understand this at the core, your mind dictates all things. So if your mind is at a certain area now, when you die, it doesn't get wiser. It's still in that area if it doesn't know what it's supposed to know, because through your human experience, what you are is beat out of you. What you are is humanized out of you. You don't gain it back when you die.
So that when
You
you
gain
die,
it back through knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
So that all-knowing thing when you die, that's not true.
No.
Okay.
Well, you could talk to the dead and find that out right now.
Mm-hmm.
You talk to the dead and find that out right now. They're wise in their area. I've talked to ancestors. I've talked to all the ancients, to the gods. They know what they know. And because of even of your human thought, you can't, let's say they all knew this shit, but just couldn't tell you because you're human. The same way you know all of this shit, but you can't tell it to your cat because it's a cat. It just doesn't understand it's a cat.
Right.
If you die and you haven't transformed yourself and you still see yourself as that ultimate human, that ultimate black man who's just calling themselves gods, but you still do all the behaviors. See, that's like a cat saying, I'm a human, but still shitting in the litter box.
Right.
Get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm a god, but we need an economic plan down here. I'm a god, but we have to save the babies. I'm a god. Look at all these beautiful babies you have on the planet. You're fruitful with your seed.
Right.
So if you're still shitting in the litter box, you understand what I'm saying? Then you're a fucking cat. So if you're still a human and have a human especially an egotistical mentality, like a maniac, oh, you getting, this is a first class round, this is a round trip ticket, you know what I'm saying? Kill yourself or not. So the idea is you're trying to elevate through knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
So it's not all about just contentment.
What's contentment?
Contentment, like when I was reading all these mythological stories about the process of us getting here, the millions and millions of years, it seems like it was like a level of, as if we just wasn't satisfied with the reality was in. So we just kept falling. So
they're not talking about a person, they're talking about the human ego. Okay. They're trying to describe what the ego is in terms of not contentment. And then what we realize now when we're past this, that the human ego will never be content. That's why you have this drama between these gods and these demigods, or these gods and these demons constantly going back and forth. That's the nature of this reality, ego, and polarity. It'll never stop. So again, what the scientists understand, it's not about trying to overcome this. Okay. It's not trying to be the better human and get balance and peace on earth and eradicating white men and these old fucked up niggas, straighten these fucked up niggas out who's blood sucking this and that. It ain't about none of that shit. It's about saying this is created in its perfectionist mess. Okay. And this perfect mess is the trick of the ego, is to get you to think you can fix it. The real science or the real understanding is saying, I'm over it, and look away from it. Now, since you're still here having the experience, there's still things you have to deal with. Don't say, oh, fuck you to your grandkids and tell your kids, I'm conscious now, get out. But the emotional ties, when you see shit on TV, I'm loving hip hop. When are these niggas gonna start pulling their pants up in the mall? You know what I'm saying? You start giving up shit like that. Why do I care if some nigga pull his pants up or not? I don't want to look at his ass. I don't want to look at his ass with his pants on. Right. So shit like that, you start not giving a fuck about. And you'll find you'll still be saying, "Shout, the nigga had his ass pants down in the mall." Oh fuck! And then you realize, then you'll start to see what really mind control is, where your thoughts are really at, even though you're saying a whole bunch of hot shit. Right. That's when you start to self-evaluate. What's the only thing that makes you human is your mentality. Look at the motherfuckers in New Orleans. When that shit happened and they put them in that stadium, they were eating each other, raping each other, stealing each other's rations, smacking kids up. It was Mad Max and Thunderdome in moments. But these are all civilized American constitutional ass niggas and women. But you take that away in moments, they're animals. So what is it that makes you a human? Years of evolution? Or just the fact that you think, shit, you have resources? Let someone tell you your family can't have water. What would you do? Exactly. Let someone tell you your grandchild won't have fucking diapers, whatever. You're going to be fighting, you know what I'm saying? Food, you're going to be fighting. And this is because the only thing that makes you human is what you're told is comfort. What you're told is contentment. You told constantly, this is the greatest country in the world. And everybody in the world going, what the fuck are they talking about? Canada looks great, you know what I'm saying? France looks great.
All the time.
Yeah, but a bunch of places, this has been existing thousands of years before this. But it's the greatest one in the world. If you're told that enough, let them take it away from you. You know what I'm saying? Chaos in minutes. All these decent saluting motherfuckers will be eating you in a week. So this is nothing really. It's only what you participate in that makes this humanity. So you got to find ways, if you're a conscious person and you're trying to go beyond it, to start divorcing yourself from a lot of the human ideas you have, not some standard idea of humanity. You have, you know, how you feel about Black women, how you feel about lesbians, how you feel about the church, and this and that. Of course, you're going to have your opinion. See, before my opinion, fuck Jesus, fuck that, right? Now I'm like, fuck Jesus, but I'm not that emotional. You know what I'm saying? I get it logically, but technically, when you get down to it, the Christos energy is what you become when you're conscious. It's a frequency of 13. It's really just a description in the heart chakra. While 10 years ago, fuck Jesus, it had some emotion behind it.
I was telling my boy LeBron in the movie The Matrix, Morpheus, Neo says to Morpheus, so you saying, I'm going to be able to dodge bullets? Morpheus says, I'm telling you, when you're ready, you won't have to. So what I was explaining to him is that people get so caught up into how they're going to attract wealth and this and that and the third. Well, if you get into yourself, the bullets just naturally stop. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Well, once you're in your own power, you display your own power, you just talk about magnetism. So, and really that's in a roundabout way what Morpheus is saying as well, that you won't have to, meaning it's even still a human notion to think you're getting shooting and blocking. If you go beyond that human notion, and for dramatic purpose, they showed you can shoot and the bullet stop. That's for the movie, but the metaphysical understanding, he's talking about the same laws of attraction, and which is really cause and effect. So what he's really saying is you don't have to, meaning you were in control of the person shooting you as well. And we know that from Oprah at this point, because when the laws of attraction came out first, that was the big one. Well, you trying to say the woman who gets raped was asking for it? See, I don't believe in those laws of attraction thing. And it's really their own science. It's cause and effect. And whether she's aware of it or not, whether she wants it consciously or not, something is attracting that. That's how it works. This world is magnetism. So the shit that sounds good when you say it, so you want to say that, I've been magnetizing this broccoli and my unk, and that shit sounds good. But when you say, some nigga hit me over the head with a goddamn stick the other day, well, how did you magnetize that? Oh, no. That was the beast, the demiurge, Satan, the white man, you know what I mean? America, whatever.
You want to hop in them water.
Yeah, you don't want to hop in that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to be responsible because it's still a hope system. You want to be responsible for the good, but not the bad. Though you understand you're living in a world of polarity. One side of the coin, other side of the coin. Mm-hmm. So if you're not extremely focused on what you're magnetizing, an ass whipping is always around that corner as well. Mm-hmm. And everything good you get, the potential ass whipping is there because it's only one side of the coin.
So is the idea just to accept it all, however it comes?
Hell no. Okay. Hell no ain't the idea to accept it all. The idea is to be conscious of how all things come before you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's work. Mm-hmm. And that's the work people don't know how to do or too lazy to fucking do. Mm-hmm. It's easy to say somebody else is responsible. Why you ain't get it? Oshun must doesn't want me to have it. The ancestors don't want me to have it. Jesus saying ain't right. God works in mysterious ways. The devil's a liar. The devil's always at work. And that ain't nothing but the devil. That's the demiurge.
Accountability.
Right. Of giving accountability to everything else. So really one of the first things as calling yourself a god or a goddess is to take responsibility for your reality.
That's a fact.
That's why the number 7 is connected with God, because it's the mastery of 7 chakras, which is the 7 seas or the 7 mighty continents or the 7 seals or the 7 frequencies that control all of your emotions here. So so when I say you're divorcing yourself from humanity, what are you doing? Starting to tame your emotional responses to the nigga in the mall with his pants down, to this state motherfucker who's doing this, to Trump and them, to white people doing this, the dumbass niggas, or whatever. So once you start saying, it doesn't mean you can't have an opinion or laugh at it, but when you're like, we gotta stop this and we need to do this, and once we do that, we'll get that, the rest of that shit, you're really starting to master those 7 C's. Starting to master your 7 emotions, not letting some situation get you emotionally invested. Damn, boy, we got to teach these little niggas about rap. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now we got to take our old rap back.
It's just another chain.
Yeah. Oh, we need to get. They took all our money away from rap and get our money back.
Another chain. They shoot us in the street.
I own the Jay-Z. We need to tell Jay-Z how to do it right. These police out here. So you still can have compassion. You still, you can call a spade a spade. Shit is fucked up. But your emotional investment in it makes you more human. So you have to say, am I really going to be so emotional about this where I suffer from transformation versus am I going to be so emotional about it that I'm diving deep forward, feet deep as a human into this? And that's the decision you make when you deal with occult work, the true decision, not just to be able to say shit, say hotep and all the rest of that shit, and be able to drop some shit about Jesus when someone asks. You know what I mean? Some anti-Jesus shit. Really to be able to make that decision, especially when you've been trained all your life. It's about us. It's about Black people. It's about the Black plight. It's about we as a people. It's about we the people. It's about power to the people. And then you start reading this occult stuff and you don't see none of that. Mm-hmm. You start seeing you and I and speak to yourself in the first person constantly. You know what I'm saying? He, the sage, must figure this, and which means they're talking about you. You must figure this, and you must do that. And you don't see this stuff. The first thing you start thinking is, I'm turning my back on Black people. You know what I'm saying? I'm turning my back on Black people. Mm-hmm. And then, like I said, ironically, the more I said, let me just get into this and learn this shit and just explain what I've learned, to speak on what I've learned, the breakthroughs. Because and remind me to get back to breakthroughs, because that's what this whole conversation is really going to be about. But ironically, more Black people started thanking me. More Black people started coming around me saying, "You've changed my life." More Black people started giving me success story after success story. So ironically, when I said, "Fuck it, this ain't about Black people," I've actually saved and helped more Black people than me trying to save and help Black people. So you try to save and help Black people, they'll like you for that cheerleading kind of thing. But in the end, they'll drop you like a hot potato when something goes wrong, or someone else you don't like. So yes, whatever. They see something you don't like, and they'll stop because you're not making them feel good. You know what I'm saying? I never could be accused of making any nigga feel good. Not on purpose. Never could be accused of that. I made niggas feel extremely bad about themselves. And that's my goal. I'm not trying to raise up your humanity. I want you to feel your humanity is the worst part of you. And each time you sit here with that goofy smile, it's disgusting to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to raise it up. Maybe if you was over on Thanksgiving, we'll have another conversation. But in this context, I'm here for you to walk away going, "God damn, there's things I can deal with within myself." Then I've done my job. Then I've done a service to you. You get what I'm saying? I do no service to you telling you how special you are.
It's a crutch.
Oh, crutch ain't the word. It's not even a crutch no more. It's an absolute rut. It's a hole that you can't dig yourself out of just constant reassuring of what a special person you are, how special you are, and how much you have to offer the world. And mommy's little baby's done good. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You'll be dead. No one remember your fucking name here. You're not fucking special as a human. You're not. You're just another eating, shitting bacteria. But what's in you is what needs to be cultivated. To cultivate that is the greatest work you can do, because what's in you is sleeping within this shell, this fucking husk that you're in, that you're fucking all proud of. Ain't nothing. It's all we. Yeah. It's all we. You could be ended in a car crash immediately. Ended, but somebody just shooting you just cause. Just cause. Like, it's not much to invest in, and in this best case scenario, it's all temporary. Then where's it going? Let's say Black people were running the world, and we were doing a hell of a job. There was a mango on every tree and an organic chicken in every pot. You still want to die, no matter what. What's the idea then? You come back here again and do it again and live another great life? To what, like, at the very least, if that was the scenario, I just want to know who the fuck is pulling the strings then, at least. I at least want to know who the fuck is pulling the strings. And why am I going through this shit constantly? In fear of death, in fear of my loved ones dying. Even if it's an illusion, it's still a powerful thing. Right. It's still a powerful thing. Something happened to my granddaughter, my kids, I don't give a fuck what hot shit you talk. You're gonna be fucked up. Yeah. That's a fact. You need to, so that's the poison here. See, what people don't also understand, there is an active enemy. That is in that active enemy's interest for you to be human. Right. So what it does, it gives you all of these tricks to hold on to your humanity. A lot of them is that fake shit y'all call family. That's the fakest shit you got going out. So that's lockdown piece. Say again? It's a great lockdown piece. It's the greatest. You got all of these lines that you don't even know where they came from. Blood thicker than water, family first. Ain't none of that family. Right. And every single nigga will tell you, conscious or non-conscious, those are the worst motherfuckers you have ever met. Your uncles, your aunts, they all fucked up. And know what's even worse? The ones who are cool. You know what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers are even worse because you even deeper in the illusion of some shit. At least when they fucked. See, we black people been here so long, most of that shit is all fucked up now. Which is a way you could get an easier way to let go for some of us. You know what I'm saying? But shit, but then you'll see, like my sister just stopped fucking with my father's side of the family. I wasn't fucking with them since the 80s. And she really just stopped fucking with me because of a need to have family. You know what I'm saying? Obligated, but more than just obligation.
Oh, she took on the idea.
You want the dream.
Yeah.
You want the dream. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. Once I was a baby, and now my babies got babies. Want the dream. Shit's going nowhere fast. Stop. You know what I'm saying? You had a dream. You all fucked up. It didn't happen. You have a kid. He's going to be African American. He's something special, isn't he? He live with you. You know what I'm saying? Wow. With a baby mom. And now, this baby, though, you know what I'm saying?
He was the nicest basketball player in the 8th grade.
Right, yeah.
He was supposed to go to the league.
Yeah. Now the nigga live in the house. And all you do is eat half a chicken. Eat your half a chicken in the fridge.
Overnight stalker at Walmart and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so breakthroughs.
So breakthroughs are the key to all of this shit. And when it's all said and done, that's where you're going. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me let people know about this shit here. Okay. In fact, that's the idea of doing this tape as well, to let people know where I'm going to be at. All right, y'all. February 15th, 2020, y'all. New Orleans, nigga. 555 Canal Street, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. On the 15th, just 35 at the door, 35 for the webinar. Contact Visa, VISEWESI @gmail. The Science of the Soulmate. This shit is going to be fire. Khadija and myself will be speaking. It's going to be on point. And as always, I'll bring all the herb packs. I don't think I'm going to have any books. But herb packs, rose water, fuck up fluid. I might have something called cherry bomb. Those who go to my lectures know what that is. I don't sell it on the website. So I'm going to have plenty of product. Khadija will have her products. They are her chakra products, her chakra books, her baths, and all the rest of that jazz. So show up February 15th, New Orleans Marriott, 555 Canal Street, New Orleans, from 2 to 10 on February 15th, 35 at the door, 35 for the webinar. I'll show you this flyer again, The Science of the Soulmate. Show you again before it's over. All right. So at the end of the day, all of this study, all of this chakra work, all of this Kundalini, melanin, pineal, all of that shit comes down to one word: breakthrough. Breakthrough. You're trying to do this to have a realization while you're stuck in this ignorant shell. The idea is your prison is actually the human brain. The brain is a matrix or a labyrinth which you are trapped in. So that's why you always have these clues and these feelings. I always felt that way. I always this and that. Because you went and you've learned some of these things and you have been initiated in these things in past lives. But through the brain is what you're struggling with. Some of the older ones, like myself, most of the conscious people, they've been through it enough where they're having recall. So that's why they find themselves around this information. But within that, after it blew up on the web, after MySpace and Facebook and all that shit and networks came about, what started happening was, especially after YouTube, people started seeing this as lucrative as opposed to really a calling. So now it's a way to network and sell your fucking honks and your waist beads and your oil and your shea butter mixes, you know what I'm saying, or your cocoa mango flavors. It's a way of doing that. And I guess there's nothing wrong with that network as well, but for that, sincerity suffers.
Sincerity is the key. Sincerity
is the key. Mm-hmm. And if someone is a sincere teacher, understanding that it's about raising others up as you raise up, mm-hmm. then it could be a wonderful thing. Mm-hmm. If people understand that they're trying to get followers and get people to say, "You the man, Panic." If you're trying to get them to do that, then that's where the sincerity will suffer. You know what I'm saying? And
you also see how the leaders suffer once they don't get the light anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Get the love, you see they be
because then it reveals what it was really about, what it was really driving. You get what I'm saying? And you know, if they would have a sincere message, mm-hmm. they would find it would last longer because the message would evolve with the person. Mm-hmm. That's the deal with having sincere. And I don't even want to call it a message, because if you have a message, it seems like once that message is played out, you're played out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But if you have if we're not going to call it message, I probably would call it a calling. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. If you have a calling for this, your message is going to change over the years. Like, Khadija say, you said something here and you said something. I'm like, good. That's exactly what I want. Fuck trying to have a message that can be debated. I want to be able to contradict myself. I want to be able to say something here, then go into another place and be who the fuck was that guy? Totally different and totally wrong. I want to be that because that means I'm evolving. If I'm still talking the same shit, now mind you, that's what I talked about earlier, there's certain just core things you ain't gonna get around. But certain things, once you get past the core things, which is the foundation, the basis, a lot of shit should be changing on top. You know what I'm saying? You should be talking one thing when Obama's in office and another thing when Trump's in office. Right? You get what I'm saying? Even though you're still talking about the one thing, presidents. You understand? So once you see that speaker with the one message, when the one message fails, or somebody outs that one message for its fake, for its falsehood, mm-hmm. then you see that person can't go anywhere else. Because he just had the message that was hot at the time.
And you can't neutralize it, especially if you're putting yourself out there as the best this, I'm the best that, I'm the number one this, whatever. And then if you're not number one, you can't live under that.
Well, no one really says that, they just act like that.
Right.
And like they have the pristine message, right. Their message is better than everyone else's.
Right.
When consciousness shouldn't even work that way, because you can have a totally different message than I have. It could be, if we intellectualize it, we would debate all day. But if people are finding light, fucking with what you teach, your message or your calling, and finding light with what I teach in my calling, then that's that. And that's all that needs to be, because you're dealing in a higher place, or should be dealing in a higher place than intellect.
That neutralizes the ego, right? By just being sincere about your message and not worried about
nothing neutralizes the ego. Okay. Nothing. Okay. As long as you have a human body, the ego can't be neutralized. You can only try to keep it in its proper place. Right. So for me to give my message is panic. You know me as a personality. That's an ego. When has that been neutralized? You see me yelling, doing this, what I wear, how I act. That's an ego. What you know in my personality all these years is what you apparently seen all these years. But ultimately, is the message more valuable than my personal ego? So does my ego outweigh the message?
Right.
Or does the message outweigh the ego? Does my calling outweigh my ego? My ego is the vehicle for which you're going to see it. But when it gets in the way of the cause, because I'm sure people start out sincere. I want to open up this. I want to do that for Black people. I want to do that for Black girls. I want to do this, that, the other. But then when people start arguing, nigga, you can't do it, you can't do it. Your ego gets in it. So for me, nigga, you can't do it. Oh, I'll show you the trick tomorrow and do it. That would be my answer. But somebody keeps saying you can't do it, then you find yourself arguing, yes, I can. Then now you're taking it personal. What was your calling? Your calling was to bring forth whatever for Black girls, or Black boys, or cats, whatever. That was your calling. But when it becomes personal, where your argument is personal to you, and you find yourself defending yourself as opposed to making it happen, then your ego's gotten in the way. So you're not really neutralizing it. And I guess you could say that's a form of neutralizing it. But ultimately, you shouldn't even be worried about neutralizing it. You should be worried about, as always, understanding what the ego is and how it works and how it can sneak up any time. And then really the litmus test, is it getting in the way of your message, your calling, the reason that you're sitting there? Is progress being made, or are they talking about your ass and what you said, and I'm glad you told such and such off?
So if you go to a lecture and someone opens, and then you come up, and just say they get a certain amount of reaction, and then you go up there and people standing up, people welcoming you in, clapping them in. If the person, what are the person that being all extra jealous? What's the difference between a person being extra jealous and a person who has the sincerity on the inside to just accept the fact that somebody is good or great or whatever?
What does it matter? I don't get what the question is, really. You know what I'm saying? What does that matter? Like, what's the difference? The difference is how they handle it. That same difference is, what if I get more pussy than you? You know what I'm saying? Either you just happy with the pussy you getting, or you worried about my dick.
Right.
So I mean, that's just, that's bitch ass shit, no matter where you slice it. You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming that in talking from a place that whoever is in this scenario thinking is at least beyond that. You understand what I'm saying? At least beyond that. Because in that scenario wouldn't hold true, because if they're opening up for me, then they already made the understanding that they're opening up for me. If not, they wouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm opening up for Bobby, I don't expect for more people to clap for me.
Right.
And if I'm doing it for claps, I'm there for the wrong reason. You know what I'm saying? So anyone who has a true calling like me, that's never once into my mind until you said that. Because that's too beneath me to even start chewing on that bubble gum. You understand what I'm saying? And anyone who you're dealing with, if they're on that level, you fucked up for even having that scenario around your circle. That's weakness. That's a weak nigga, no matter how you slice it. Weak. So the strength is, if you have a calling, you're gonna do what your mind is closed to anything damn near. You can speak on it, but Bobby Hennett had a calling, no doubt. Because you couldn't tell him shit about shit, and he knew what he knew about what he knew. And it doesn't mean he was closed-minded. He could listen to almost everything I had to say at any time I would say it. But he had in his mind what he came to do. And nothing was stopping that. And when he was done, he stopped. And it's just as simple as that.
And that's irregardless of what anybody else is doing, a word. You're saying words like Kundalini and ego, but no one knows what the shit means. People can't even calm their own personal selves down in regular scenarios. They don't even know how to deal with their own personal insecurities. You understand what I'm saying? Before you can start dealing with Black people and all the rest of the shit that they claiming they're here to save, they can't even deal with themselves. So that's what this shit is about. Yourself. And again, knowledge, wisdom, understanding that brings you to a breakthrough, an aha moment. And each individual aha moment will differ by its own nature. Shit that's common sense to you, I may not never heard of. Just because you went through it with your parents, let's just say. Just because you had parents, let's just say. So the person whose moms died, let's say at an early age, will have breakthroughs about women that you may have just, what you take for granted. Because they never had a mom. You get what I'm saying? But since your mom was always there and still here, let's just say, you will say, what's the big deal? Does it all the time. So that means one speech may not work for the next person. And that's supposed to be expected. So somebody may say something about the divine feminine that person without a mother may say, oh, and now I know how to tie them all together. And now I know the element that my mother was supposed to give me that I didn't get. That's a universal concept. No longer just restricted to what I didn't get from her, but a universal concept that I can now tap in because all women bear that template. You know what I'm saying? And that may be nothing to you, but a big deal to the next man, or a breakthrough. That's why it took, at one point, many speakers from many different avenues who had this calling to speak. And that's at the height of when Black people were having more and more breakthroughs. It was a brief moment of no one trying to argue with each other, understanding that an argument can ensue at any point. What they knew to do was stifle it. So Muslims and Nuwabians and Moors and many more dark side niggas, hold on, let me get these things. And metaphysical niggas and all the rest of that shit could exist in the same space. And soon as it looked like there was going to be an argument, people would kind of stop themselves because they knew it always could be an argument. And they knew they weren't there for that. So what they would do is kind of just stick to the common ground of how we all can benefit from whatever that teacher was talking about, or whatever they could share. Or did you check out him or where he's talked about that? And that's how this thing was actually getting along.
Because people had a vision of a bigger picture.
No, because they wasn't going nowhere. See, what's a bigger picture? They had a vision of understanding that as individuals, this wasn't working. They had not a bigger picture, but a common goal. And the common goal was to get all this collective information together and start making a master understanding. And you can almost say, if you was to say a bigger picture, you're kind of looking as a future and a way for Black people to get along on planet Earth. You know, you got to see a bigger picture because we're really coming towards an economic plan, and that wasn't what it was about. It was about, if you doing all of this knowledge, and this you doing all this ancient knowledge, and there was one time we were all communicating, what if we did that again and start seeing what's the best of this and the best of that and the best of this for breakthrough, not for a economic decision. And of course, there was always somebody there saying those we could get an economic plan, this and this and this. No, because not everybody was on it on all kinds of levels. Mm-hmm. Now, but ultimately, I think the ultimate goal, if you will, was for breakthrough, for people to have aha moments. So without joining the Moors, you are now able to get the best wisdom of the Moors. Without joining the Nubians and going through the whole Nubian regiment, you are able to get something from them, something from the occult, something from the metaphysical side of it, something from the Black Power side of it, something from something, and take all of those wise teachers who didn't have an agenda to argue or be right. Not all of them, some of them did, but had the agenda of just making knowledge be known and would say, this is just knowledge. I'm not trying to tell you to do this, do that, or the other thing. Take it for what it's worth to you. Simple as that. Just take it for what it's worth to you. And that's what they would do. You know what I'm saying? That's what they would do. So
we make a lot of mistakes. I know I can say for myself, trying to conceptualize shit. And I can see I can miss the picture by trying to be
well, because you're inundated with all of these ideas now. And you come from a time where you've been inundated with everybody just pretty much running their mouth. But there was a goal. You get what I'm saying? There was a goal. And I get shit gets old too. You know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is not to bring old times back. My thing is, well, let's just try to keep with the integrity of that time. You know what I'm saying? Because the integrity is what actually, and like I said, it's not my definition of integrity. There's a generalized disposition that we had that was honored within its own essence. It was just honorable. Now the honor is a sliding scale. The honor is to get more people to say, you're the best, man. Jam girl, you sure can do your thing with the way your dreads go. You're pretty. You must be a goddess. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can go all day on what could be. And like I said, not to say nobody's not sincere, just me. But what I've noticed with that particular integrity, you can go further in your study. And I think that's the goal. You can go further in your results as an individual. That's the goal. And I'm interested in talking to those who want that. If you're on the fence or you think I'm bullshitting, then I'll make it easy. I am bullshitting you, and you shouldn't be here. You should leave. You shouldn't fuck with me. But those who can hear what I'm saying on the frequency, this is for a reason. This is for a reason. Because those are people who were even called to be conscious. You know what I'm saying? Not fucking around and just having love and hip hop entertainment. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying, on YouTube. And I get that's a part of it too. You know, do what you need to do. But it always starts like that. This is a government program. Mm-hmm. Look at Jerry Springer and them. People Are Talking with Richard Day, Jenny Jones, Ricky Lake. All of those people started out as serious commentators. Mm-hmm. Remember that? Yep. Now what? Jerry. Beat that bitch in the head. You know what I'm saying?
About ratings.
Yeah, that's ratings.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, it started first. The first motherfucker was Phil Donahue. Mm-hmm. And he was dealing with serious, very serious topic. Khalid Muhammad and all of them was on it. You know what I'm saying?
Talking Phil Valentine I seen Dr. Phil Valentine in the audience a few times.
Oh, I ain't never seen
young.
But let me say, I wouldn't put that past that. And then they said, whatever it was, CBS or whatever he was on, or whatever, ABC said, oh, no, he was on NBC, I think. Then ABC said, oh, no. And their answer was Oprah. And Oprah started doing serious shows in the beginning. Right. And then all the black people that was watching Phil went right to Oprah. And Oprah started doing cooking shows, the rest of that. So she she was the first one to take what people were starting to build this appetite for, serious shit, and dumb it down. Then after the success of her show, everybody had a show. You know what I'm saying? Jerry Springer, Montel, Maury Povich had a serious show. Remember that? Yeah, now it's just You Are the Baby Daddy.
That's it.
No, not that ain't my baby. Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake became makeover show. Jimmy Jones Makeover. Remember that? Yep. Richard Bray, all them fat girls eating pie and shit.
You date me now.
Yeah. When you date right. And all the rest of that shit. When you date me now. So they took a serious. So that's a government program. That's a system. And now you have it here.
So when Phil Donahue was first coming out, are they just like, well, just see how the public consumes it? And then the event, he's too powerful. Then
they knew these type of issues were bubbling over. Okay. And actually, a little bit before Phil Donahue, they tried it with a guy what's the dude that used to smoke? Morton Downey.
Never heard of him. Okay.
Morton Downey Jr. Okay. Roy Ennis smacked the shit out of Al Sharpton on that show. Al Sharpton. I
seen that clip. Yeah.
That was on the Morton Downey Jr. show. Okay. Morton Downey Jr. They did a documentary. At one point, he was on the news coming out of the airport. Somebody beat him up in the bathroom. Later found out it was all set up. He set that up. So he started one of the pioneers of getting on TV with the drama. You get what I'm saying? Okay. I think he's dead now. He is dead for smoking now. Morton Downey Jr. Then Phil Donahue came and kind of was like, we're going to be better than that. You know what I'm saying? And it was more intellectual debate. Morton Downey Jr. went right to it. He was those people with Jerry Springer ass attitude. So before any of that shit, he was doing that shit. So you could tell this is something in their arsenal. This is something in their arsenal. Trash TV. You understand what I'm saying? So now you have conscious people doing the same intellectual debate. Well, not debate, intellectual back and forth. And then it's been now taken down to the Jerry Springer level. You've seen that happen in real life, and you've seen it happen now. So if you know and you wise to what's just going on, most people are emotionally wrapped in it, so they can't take themselves out of it and just say, and just observe what's happening there. You know what I'm saying? Just observe. You want to have a feeling. You know what I'm saying? So you want to, you learned all your life to save Black people and Black babies. I don't talk that shit, never have, never will. So it's easy to say, I don't like him, fuck him. I see people complaining the fact that I say no tell. I don't know what that's all about, no tell. Like, what? Nigga, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even make, it's not even logical. They're looking for a reason to pick a side. That's what you have in America as Democrats and Republicans. Sports. It's Crips and Bloods. It's the same shit. Y'all need to understand this is the same programs being run on y'all in different contexts, and you can't even see that. You just this ghoul going back, learning to pick a side. American politics is not about anything but argument. Know it's so crazy? Because I watch this shit now, CNN for entertainment. It's the most entertaining shit. I'm watching this impeachment, and they impeached in the 70s Nixon, right? In the 90s Clinton, and this cracker now. All the Democrats, when they were trying to impeach Clinton, had their little speech and said what they said. All the Republicans had their speech and said what they said. Now that they're impeaching Trump, which is a Republican guy, all the Democrats are saying what the Republicans said in the 90s, and all the Republicans are saying what the Democrats said in the 90s. These guys are given talking points. So somebody says, y'all say all of this, and y'all say all of that. And then when the shoe's on the other foot, you just say all of that, and you just say all of this. And what we get as a result of just this back and forth and us picking a side.
Right.
And I said it, I was talking to B.O.B. I said, I want you to think about something psychological. No matter how much we say, fuck Democrats, fuck Republicans, fuck this, fuck that. I said, don't psychologically you feel more comfortable with Democrats?
Yep.
He's like, yeah. He said, I definitely would feel more comfortable in a room full of Democrats than I would Republicans. And I said, but we know none of them are your friends. They are both your enemies. They both work together. But when you hear and watch it, even as I'm trying to be dispassionate, if I'm being absolutely honest, I still feel more comfortable when Democrats talk. I feel like I'm on their side. You know what I'm saying? When I know them motherfuckers will kill me even faster because they're the ones who smiling and do it. But you have this natural affinity to pick sides. And that's the type of shit you're working on in consciousness. Why do I feel I need to pick sides when I know the law of polarity? You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Let's pull that up. Law of polarity. Let me see. I know I have it in my book. Let me see if I can make this real easy. Let's do it this way. See if I can get through this without y'all seeing none of my porno. I used to have it on this laptop for class, so it should be here. All right, here we go. The Kabbalion. Instead of going online, we'll do it this way.
So does this polarity in Democrats, Republicans, is it a result of polarity, or is it them just trying to?
No, they're working polarity.
Okay.
Everything's polarity. It's not like they're doing polarity. Everything, well, this is polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. So if they don't have to do polarity, all they have to say is politics. And then they create polarity. Polarity is going to be created within politics. All they have to do is control the poles and give it a name. Democrat, Republican.
Even call it
voting
poles.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, everything has a pair of opposites. Everything. So if they say this is an American political system, they know the law is it has a pair of opposites. That's the law. So they know all they have to do is be able to exploit those opposites. And they call it Democrat, Republican. And they give you this laughable shit called independent. Like and unlike are the same. So they also know that these dudes are the same. That's why when one shoe is on one foot, the Democrats are saying this and the Republicans are saying that. You impeaching their president now, they're saying the same exact shit. And the lawyers were playing each other's statements back to back. Well, why don't we go back to 1974? Motherfucking Dershowitz, which is a lawyer, he's been around for years. Respected professor, this, that, the other. This nigga had one argument in 19 whatever and said the total different side of the argument. Some chick said he's arguing against his younger self. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning they'll say and do anything because it ain't about right or wrong or going in any direction. It's about the argument, right? It's about the argument. They're agents of the argument. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what you have that's infiltrated consciousness, the argument. Agents of argument, not agents of getting anywhere or saving any black people or straightening out any black people to what end. This is agents of argument. So white folks understanding our science, like and unlike are the same, opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet, all truths are but half-truths, all paradoxes may be reconciled. So anything anyone says, there's always an opposite side of the coin that someone can argue.
Right.
So you have to say, am I trying to really make progress by arguing? Or am I just trying to argue because I can?
Okay.
Because there's always an argument to have. So if I get attention or find that I can get attention by just taking the other side of the coin of anybody's, no matter what it is, then I'll always have something to say. I'll always have a point of view that people will go, yeah, motherfucker, that someone will agree with. And I'll always make myself seem relevant, because no matter what someone says and how deep they went, you have no information, just the opposite.
That's it.
Just the opposite argument. So it's not like you're very informative, very deep, or this is the calling. And even if it was, if what you're doing is the opposite of what the next person is doing, if you both are leading people to light, so what? Because though they're opposites of each poles, it doesn't mean they're bad for you. You know what I'm saying? Because in a better case scenario, Republicans are good for somebody and a Democrat is good for somebody.
They have to.
You get what I'm saying? But half truth, they're all politicians. So this is all speaking in front of you two, but it's all not consciousness. So if I could say hot water is the best and that's how you clean your ass, there's always somebody who's going to say cold water.
Guaranteed.
Right, that's the nature of polarity. That's the nature of polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has a pair of opposites. Everything. Like and unlike are the same. They're telling you it's the same. So even in a bigger picture, when someone's arguing with you, it's actually the same thing.
Even if I'm explaining this.
Well, actually, let me hit you with this too, so we can actually bring it all the way down to something that's a little bit more. When you go down a little bit more in the Kabbalion, is this portion. The Kabbalion states that the art of polarization, because now that's the science. Once you understand the law, some of these laws are made to be broken. So how do you break or go beyond the illusion of polarity? Boom, 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 boom. Understand? No. The Kabbalion states that the art of polarization becomes a phase of mental alchemy known and practiced by the ancient modern Hermetic masters. So what they're talking about when they say mental alchemy, they're telling you exactly what I told you earlier, ways to make up and advance your mind into beating the illusion of polarity, which is called the art of polarization. How to polarize yourself in a position without feeling one way or another about it. Right? So in other words, if I say, I'm all about this drum machine in front of me, and that's my calling. So Kenny's argument and Bobby's argument is not going to matter to me, because I'm not going to be emotional happy or I'm not going to be emotional sad. I'm about this drum machine. So that's the art of polarization. I polarize myself here. That's when you say you don't want to be emotional about shit. You don't want to get too much into humanity, because I'm teaching you, or I'm trying to teach the art of polarization, how to put yourself in this position. And it's not unbendable, because you want to evolve with this drum machine. Right? This drum machine is the Akai MPX. There's about 14 to 15 different versions of this shit, starting from the early 90s of it. So what if I would have got the one from the 90s, I'd have been stuck in this. No, I got the newest shit. But it's still that one cause of making music that ain't never changed. So the art of polarization becomes a phase of mental alchemy, meaning you have to make, it's It's how do you change polarization? You're not going to do it physically. Mental alchemy, mental change, mental transformation is what mental alchemy is. So in all these years, that's what I'm trying to teach. Mental alchemy. That's what this science is. How do you go to the next level in your mind? Not to be stuck as some kids still arguing about shit. You know what I'm saying? Those are my blocks. A phase of mental alchemy known and practiced by the ancient and modern Hermetic masters. An understanding of this principle might enable one to change its own polarity. So you can change how you move and flow, or actually, let me put this back up. How you move and flow through this planet by changing your own polarization. That's the shit. That's how you change yourself. Your opinions of left, right, up, down, Democrat, black, white, were really given to you. Martin Luther King told you you should feel this way. Malcolm X told you you should feel a certain way. Marcus Garvey told you to feel a way. Farrakhan told you to feel a certain way. Elijah Muhammad told you to feel a certain way. Jesse Jackson told you to feel a certain way. Cornel West, Elijah Muhammad, Eric Mike Dyson, Bobby Hemmett, Brother Pat. And you don't want any of them to tell you shit, ultimately. You want to find out why you are here. Those, if you just want to join an organization or a movement, those are the guys. But if you want someone to guide you into finding your own, that's when you start dealing with occultists. Because that's the nature of the work. The nature of the work isn't to save masses. Like I said, I had a problem when I see it. Like, oh man, this is kind of, I thought we were supposed to each one teach one and all the rest of that shit. But it ain't about that. It's really about, yo, I did this and I realized that. You do it and let's see what, if you realize this, that, or whatever you do. But I know by doing this exercise in the pineal, this exercise helps with Kundalini. This tool helps in that. So it's really an information share on people who are interested in doing the work. You understand what I'm saying? And if you're not interested in doing the work, you just want someone to cheerlead to you and get you emotionally stimulated. And nothing does that more than the argument. You know what I'm saying? Nothing does that more than the argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it, because, you know, you'll find yourself, I catch myself arguing, I'll stop, you know what I'm saying? The average guy, I'm not arguing with, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about people who you're close with, that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But the average guy, you're not going to argue with, you know what I'm saying? And if I do, you know, because you're so natural doing it, if I do find myself going down that road, oh, I'll catch myself. Oh, you know something? Yeah, you're right. You got it. That, I'll try to tell you once, maybe twice. By the third time, then I realize, oh, this motherfucker's just going to debate all fucking day. You know, he or she is not trying to learn anything new, and it's not up to me to convince them. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, quite frankly, you have to care. And I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about educating someone. I care if someone seeks to educate themselves. Then I'll bend over backwards saying, well, this, that, the other thing. But I don't look, black girl, let me explain this to you. Look, Uber driver, let me explain this to you. Because once you do that, you bring yourself in the realm of what? Argument. You bring yourself in the realm of debate. When someone is looking to answer something, if you can't lead them to an area, you know what I'm saying, where they could then satisfy themselves, right. You get what I'm saying, then you're not really doing anything. Because again, you're not bringing us in the realm of argument and debate. And again, anything can be argued and debate. So I am clear on what it is I feel I know and how I can make it work for me. the end. So you'll see no room for me like, and well, and I'm saying what I'm saying, absolute. I do not ask for you to ride with me. In fact, I require for you not to. I require for you to check on your own. And if it works for you, cool. If I was dead wrong, so what? You know what I'm saying? So what? Like, I mean, I can go in deeper how that doesn't matter, but I don't think people are even ready to hear the basics. I need to record on from out here. I don't think people are really ready to know even the damn basics of how you could get into certain levels of, I don't want to use the word, but I'm going to, tricking your own mind into recreating your own reality. This is a whole, I'm not even going into levels and techniques of how this shit is done, but primarily your subconscious mind learns just a very limited way, but it will learn, and it will learn and accept whatever because it has no rationale. Right. So if it will learn and accept whatever, the question becomes, there's really no limit there what you can program into your Rolodex, really, of reality. Either through repetition, symbols, and lastly, trauma, which you probably ain't gonna really do. But trauma needs to be understood on a more broader definition. Kobe Bryant running laps is trauma. Right. You know what I'm saying? Endless hours of dribbling is trauma. That would be absolute utter torture for me because I don't know anything about basketball, nor do I care. Right. So someone who could just have to dribble the ball as not just Kobe or any other dude. Let's talk a little bit about Kobe too. About any other dude running laps, swimmer. Just imagine the endless hours in that pool, getting wet and just water in your ear and just whatever it is that you don't even fucking know. It's torture and it's also trauma. It's how the body learns. So they become that expert swimmer or that expert football player and basketball player based upon trauma and repetition and the symbols of the game. You know what I'm saying? If I came and gave you Kobe's jersey right now, this is what he won in game 3 or some kind of shit. It's just a jersey, isn't it? Yeah. Or is it a symbol? That means more. So symbols mean more. You're not gonna, let's say I gave you that jersey. That's just a jersey. You just throw it in the washing machine. As soon as you got home, I'm gonna throw this in the washing machine. Right. Have it for you're gonna get it signed and mounted and this, that, and the other thing. Why? It's just a jersey. Or is it a symbol? You know what I'm saying? So it changes the reality of the house. Everybody comes in your house. This is my Kobe picture. I got this when I did this and I worked for this, that, the other, this. When I helped all those real retarded kids, Kobe gave this to me. It's gonna be a centerpiece of your life. I forgot I did something like that in my book too. I wrote something like that. It's gonna be the new one. It'll be the centerpiece of your life, this particular thing. It will change how you even define your worth on the planet.
Is that based on my idea of Kobe?
That's all it needs to be. I just told you, this is all about your mind. So hell yeah, it's based upon your idea of Kobe. Hell yeah, it's based. Whose else idea would it be? That's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. It's all you. It's not no one you're arguing with. It's not about me. It's not about Bobby. It's all you. I'm telling you the standard ways this shit works. See, the detail is in the fucking symbol you choose. But the symbol itself, that's how it works. That's how you know it works. It could be dumb shit. If somebody, you don't even eat McDonald's, I'm sure. But somebody gave you the first golden arches. Would you say, fuck that, I don't eat McDonald's? you're gonna somehow figure out how to get rich off of that shit. Somehow to be like, yo, he's the nigga with the first golden arches. Get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This is what they wrote. The first recipe to Big Mac: 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. I have the first recipe here. You're gonna frame me, do all that shit, right? So, is it how you feel about Big Macs then, or how you understand symbol plays a role, and it changes motherfuckers. Motherfuckers move. That's what a museum is all about. All the symbols that are in there. Why you go to see it and visit it, look on this shit with, and that's what they use to mash up potatoes. So if it's a part of your belief and your understanding, because I could say Kobe blew his nose on this, and some motherfuckers would want that. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So symbol, repetition, trauma, you know what I'm saying? Rites of passage, all of that shit changes the mind. So how could you use and incorporate these things to not just change your mind, to build a new mind, or even better yet, to rebuild your divine mind? Here's the things you do know. It won't happen while you're arguing. It ain't gonna happen by argument. It ain't gonna happen by debate. That's facts. It's gonna happen by you making up and understanding how your own mind works. Your own mind. You need to understand your limits in your thoughts and what you call power in your thoughts. And then you need to make a regimen of repetition. Mm-hmm. And if there's something you need to physically practice, trauma, initiation and deprivation is also trauma. You know what I'm saying? So you could abstain from something or whatever. And symbols, deal with symbols. Symbols are all like, in fact, pass me that pen up there. It's a perfect idea of a symbol. The god Pan. In my studio, master of music. So here I have the Pan with his flute in my studio, because it's a symbol of what? Pan, Panic, the Lord of music. So what I am as Panic making music will be symbolized right here. This makes it easy. So now I'm able to take whatever that symbol, whatever it is that makes me make music and make me fond of it. Let me see if my man can stay up here. We can get him in the flick. We'll get him on this side of the factory. We'll put him right here. Yeah, he's a little bit far back, but let's see if we can put him on. I'm supposed to be trying to hide all the rest of the junk that's back there. So, for years, I made music. For years, I stood in front of drum machines and did what I did, and you know, all during 90s rap. But there's nothing tangible you can touch that says I make music. Right. There's nothing tangible that you turn on or turn off. So if there's nothing tangible, that means it's what? Spiritual. And if it's spiritual, how do I harness that spirit? You get a symbol. If I gave you Kobe's jersey when you was little, or his basketball, and you wanted to be a basketball player, you will always hold it back in your mind. Kobe's jersey, but that would be while you're running up and down. And some of the things that there's some kid now supposed to be in the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes. And he, as a kid, his pop played baseball and had him around all the niggas. And he was saying, like, once they told me that and I seen all the hard work they had to do, I knew all the hard work I had to do. You know what I'm saying? And I did it. So he said, I seen it with Derek Jeter and this one and that one worked really, really hard. He said, that stuck out. So what that says is, it was able, from what he's seen, he was able to see a symbol of the vehicle that was going to get him where he needed to be. So he was destined to go there. He was trying to go there. He just needed a way to get there. You get what I'm saying? So we understand as occultists, the way you get there is not with your will, it's not with, or just your will, it's not with your ego, it's not with your argument, it's not with your opinion, or it's not with your debate. It's in your subconscious program. Simple as that. So when he seen the symbol of these guys working hard, he said, I know what I need to do to get where they need to be. So that became a symbol for him to follow. You know what I'm saying? So I know what I made as beats. I know what the feeling I felt, but there's no way to touch that. So how do you touch that? You create a symbol to touch it. Then you manipulate the symbol, you're manipulating the energy. So if I already connected that energy to that symbol of the thing that makes me get up and say, today's a day, this shit's gonna be fire, as opposed to, I'm just down here. But today is some shit I'm feeling. I feel the audacity of what I'm gonna make is gonna be sick. I can look at that and now have a way to manipulate it. Now I can pour liquor next to it and feed that energy that gives me that. You know what I'm saying? I can put it in certain positions. I can feed that energy so it can feed me back. I now created a system of give and take with an energy which you formerly didn't know how to get. I guess I'm in the mood. Then most people get motivated, the symbol becomes money.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, nigga, of course I'm gonna make these beats. There's money out here. There's money out here. But ultimately, if it ain't about money, especially now, but before I was doing it, it was the potential of what money I could get.
Right.
Now that that's not a big deal, it's really about the mood that I'm trying to stay in, harness. I understand that symbol to be, and it's logical. Pan, the god of music, panic, boom, it ain't too much of a leap. You get what I'm saying? And that's how you would use a symbol. So we need to know how to start working our tools. And what are these, the thing I'm saying sounds simple and not really complex, but remember, the only place you learn complexity from was public school. That's what they taught you. This is how you learn. Not what, see, we're so busy and caught up on what they've been teaching us, but we never really stopped and said how they teach us to learn. Because if they teach us at a floor, no matter what you then move on to learn, i.e. consciousness, it becomes a failure.
Right.
You learn it through a system that you're really not able to transform yourself. You learn it where you're able to intellectualize and opinionate yourself. You're not able to say, I learned this drum machine and I am this drum machine. You know what I'm saying? I learned this whatever and I am this. Not I am prosperity and I'm going to make it manifest because it's inside of me. You know how to, if you know yourself without arguing, because you argue with yourself, really. If you know yourself, you're really able to reflect on how to configure yourself to be the most effective motherfucker in this Holocaust that you're going through. Because that's really the key here. It's really about, and I guess it's up to you if you feel it's about getting up here, but it's really more about not suffering. You know what I'm saying? Not suffering while you go through this. And while you go through this, if you're not learning and you're from a universe that the only law is constant change. And though you're going through this goddamn sleeping period, doesn't mean you still shouldn't be interested in that change. You understand what I'm saying? So if the true victim became institutionalized down here, you're just a prison. So the motherfucker that talked that jail shit, nigga, we get 3 hots in the cot. You know what I'm saying? I get my phone time. Niggas ain't cutting me. You know what I'm saying? I got all my honey buns and Twinkies in my, in the yard and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't fucking. I'm on the Gorilla Gang family.
It's so
ridiculous. In a bigger picture, it sounds ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? The game should be like, yo, we're incarcerated. Right. Either if you say we did it and we supposed to be here, right, or against our will, at the end, we got to get the fuck out of prison. You know what I'm saying? Or the other side of it, you in jail, but you're trying to balance out your chakras. I'm in jail. What is that you're doing? She gone in jail. Okay, I guess you got to do what you need to relieve whatever's in these bars. Right. But you haven't found the answer. You're still in jail. So the entire purpose is, that's what the Egyptians or the Canaanites were doing. They were trying, when you read their mythology, they're pretty much saying how to get out and not come back. So if you're all Egyptian and you all got your arms on, well, what mystery were they talking about? I know because we're so emotional, because we love the history of it. Oh, their noses look like our noses. They were dark-skinned people, but we're not really dealing with the mystery. But what were they saying? And they were saying, yo, this shit is about the blessed dead leaving and not coming the fuck back. You know what I'm saying? Not coming back. How to get out. Detail in the Book of the Dead, instructions on how to get the fuck out and not come back. Pyramid text, all that shit. All them texts trying to show you how to get the fuck out, not to come fuck back. So that's what they were about. And then, of course, the Gnostics, which were the later day Egyptians, just spelled it out plain. You know what I'm saying? Yo, no, there's an evil creator of this place that seeks nothing but to keep you locked here as a human. Everything you do as a human is in favor of your prison captors because they own and create the copyright or the patent pending on humanity. They own this body that you are trapped in. You are in a trap like a deer or a rabbit, getting eaten off of. That's they saying this just straight out. You can't get past that understanding. You can't debate your way out of that. You can't say, well, I just want a little bit of this, but not a little bit of that. You either real motherfucker, you either all in or you're not. So if you understand it and you come to this understanding, which you can easily study in Gnosticism, that this is a evil place. Shit, common sense tells you that. Like, if there was a all-knowing creator, that's what niggas like to say now. They don't say God, the creator that made this place, just because of the evil or the potential for evil to exist here, but just the potential for it is wicked within itself, evil in itself, or at the very least, incompetent because he couldn't make a world without evil. So he's either incompetent or very cruel. Right? And then the philosophy of some of us go to hell, some of us, we know that's bullshit, but let's pretend. Right? Some of us go to hell, some of us go to heaven. If you go to hell, I'm just gonna be sitting there going, well, all right, my nigga. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you suffer, and I'm just comfortable with my feet up on the clap. Yeah, I know it's gonna be high right now. For eternally, hell is hot, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hell is hot. I then, nigga, you know what I'm saying? That shit don't even make sense. Now, it don't make sense for what it is, but even what conscious people have come to accept as these end concepts don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't really make sense neither. Like, quite simply, these answers are in you. You know what I'm saying? But they're being blocked purposefully by human thought.
Yes.
Human thought is actually the worst punishment in all existence.
Oh, it's number one.
In all existence.
Oh, without a doubt.
Human thought. Let me we'll get into that. Let me put up this flyer again real quick. Make sure these people show up to the function. The niggas showing up to the function. All right, y'all. So here we go. New Orleans Marriott. That's where we at. That's on February 15th. That's 555 Canal Street. 555 Canal Street. New Orleans 70130. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. February 15th, 2020, y'all. So that's in a couple of weeks. At the New Orleans Marriott, as always, just $35 at the door. Just $35 for the webinar. Contact Weiss. Weiss VISEWESI @gmail or culturallyspeaking.com. Spelling this shit out. OCCULTURALLYSPEAKING.com. Go there to find out more information or email her VISEWESI @gmail for all information on the webinar or any questions you may have about getting there. 35 at the door. Try to leave your kids at home if you can. Yeah, I mean, because I'm going to curse in front of them and do a lot of air humping. So, you know, try to if you can. Sometimes I know you can't. I'd rather you show up if you can't get a babysitter. But if you got little kids, you're going to just be taking them in and out. So Brother Panic in Khadijah, New Orleans, 555 Canal Street, New Orleans, LA, 70130, 2 p.m. to 10. The Science of the Soulmate. It's going to be fire. Both Khadijah and myself. All right, let's get back to it. Stop share. What was I just talking about?
Human thought. The lockdown, the greatest evil is human thought.
The greatest evil is human thought. It is absolutely the lockdown. It is designed, that's why you are suffering from polarity, because it's designed to argue with yourself. And that's the real shit. So whatever side you're picking is just a debate you picked in your own head. You know what I'm saying? You're finding the other side of your debate. That's why you think you're finding a person to get at. You know what I'm saying? But you're really arguing with yourself. So you really exploit yourself in your own level of consciousness and what you're arguing with. You know what I'm saying? Where you're stuck at. So when you see somebody forward thinking or trying to go another way besides humanity, you want to reel them back into the shit that is logical for you or logical for the masses. Whereas that's why the masses will be behind you saying, yeah, that's right. Save them black babies. You're the only one who can do it. Because they want to believe that. That's an argument they're having that's really been laid out for them by all of these so-called leaders. Dyson, Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad, you name it. We got to save the black babies, their most precious resource. But see, they're a precious resource if you're trying to invest in humanity. So, and that, remember, I grew up learning all of that shit too. Right? You know what I'm saying? So when you read a cult shit and no one's talking about saving any babies, it contradicts repetition, trauma, and symbols that you've been programmed with. Think about that for a second. You have people in bow ties or people in fezzes or people with arms on constantly telling you, you gotta save our youth, the youth, the youth. I'm here to save you, little dumb nigga. You know what I'm saying? And so you immediately grow up going, as a responsible grown-up, I must be out here, I guess I gotta save the youth too. Right? So the symbol of people that you've seen that come out this way says a lot. The repetition of how many times you hear it, and then always the dire circumstances. Another kid got shot, we gotta save the youth. Kids are dying, we gotta save the youth. Chicago, we gotta save the youth. They call Philadelphia, Philadelphia, we gotta save the youth. Trauma. All of this is programming. So to go against your programming is actually honorable here. You get what I'm saying? While we think it's the white man in white circumstances, there's a cosmic enemy. There's a cosmic entity that runs all of this, and they're the ones who's doing this shit to you. White people are just a distraction that you target all your fucking angst to. You target all your fucking animosity to. You know what I'm saying? And they deserve it, perhaps. You know what I'm saying? Why not? You know what I'm saying? But there's a greater enemy that's pulling all the strings. And what they're doing is giving you chore after chore after chore to be humanly occupied with. So you don't disdain from humanity and say, wait a minute, right? Maybe I'm something else. Exactly. And maybe I can probe and should probe that something else, which they tell you in the very Bible these niggas is praying and holding on to. He is a jealous God. Jealous because what's in you, which they tell you in Gnosticism, is older than him. Your soul is older than him. And once you realize the fruits of your soul and you're able to conceptualize its unending bounty of what you are and what you're connected to, right, then that becomes a problem. It becomes a problem for your humanity, i.e., a food source. Nothing's better than a slave who knows he's a slave. You get what I'm saying? Okay. A slave who doesn't want to be a slave is not a good slave. If I go to sleep,
because they're gonna pick cotton wrong.
And no.
Yeah,
definitely that. Yeah. Pick cotton wrong, but you can't go to sleep though.
Mm-mm.
You can't keep them untrained at night. Mm-hmm. You can't close your eye for a second. He can't cook your food. It's more than just picking wrong cotton.
Right.
He can't cook your food. Mm-hmm. If he feels and knows that's his role in the world, and that's all he's supposed to do, that's the slave you want. That's, what is he on that top of that nag for? Stephen. And that's an extreme version, you know what I'm saying? But you can, that's what they was trying to show when he shot Candy and Django Unchained talking about it. And he no, and jumped in front of him. Right. Because they're trying to show you that this is the greatest mind that they're trying to create. A slave that is not only content with being a slave, he's aggressive in his role as a slave. Mm-hmm. So on a cosmic level, when you're an aggressive good human, you're Steven. Mm-hmm. You're Steven. The more human you are, the more you fight for humanity, the more you fight for the kids. You're fighting for your slavery, Steven. It's the same shit. So the true occultist who's come a certain amount of way sees this, and it's really disgusting. The same way y'all look at Steven and they're like, this Candyland, nigga, you'll never stop. Like this sell out, suck ass, even on his deathbed, screaming for this shit. So when someone's screaming on their deathbed when they have the potential for being free, just another day with my grandbabies. You Steven, Candyland, nigga, Candyland. But no one could draw that because you have been programmed into a new reality like Steven, then you all must fight for humanity. Every fucking movie you've ever seen is about saving humans. It's about saving humans. And it's about Black people dying for a greater cause. Look, man, I'll do it. I'll jump off the roof, but you make sure you get those diamonds. I'll do it. Right. I'll take the bullet, but you better save your girl. You know what I'm saying? because what they're programming with you through repetition, symbol, and the trauma that you're seeing is that no matter what comes in your mind, no matter what thought that says, well, maybe I'm a god, maybe I'm more valuable, maybe I built the pyramids. I better do this for the Democrats. You better win the presidency next time. Killed it. Right. I'm better do this for the Republicans. I'll dance for you, but you know it's for a greater cause. So now when it works into the real world, you don't care about your cause. You just work for their cause, which is a greater America. Obama's my president. They're pimping the shit out your ass, and there's a Cosby pimp tearing your ass up.
My real first lady.
Exactly. Real first lady.
That's all I
The
see.
real POTUS. Real POTUS tearing that ass up. I didn't realize what that meant until later. President of the United States. Yeah, the real POTUS. The real POTUS tearing your ass up. So to the true occultist or the true even metaphysician, not really metaphysician, metaphysics man, but not even really that. The true, because I don't want to even bring it down to like occult people got it, because them are just as religious, fucked up. So it's no real word you can say. It's either those who know and those who don't know, to be quite honest. So to say I'm a cultist and the cultist got it going on, far from facts. You know what I'm saying? Most of them motherfuckers are still yelling the dark side. I'm the dark side of it. You know what I'm saying? That's just a phase of polarity as well.
It probably kind of brings back to the point you mentioned. I heard Alan Watts say, you got people who just don't know, you got people who have knowledge, and you have the person that's right there in the middle, or the one that observes both. I guess that's the understanding of knowing.
Well, that's what I just said about polarity and the art of polarization. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing. These sayings, you know what I'm saying? When people say sayings in these statements, they're trying to encapsulate in the whole big idea into a sentence. And most people get carried away with the sentence in the statement and not really dissect the whole idea. Because what you just said is what I already said about the art of polarization. So what I gave in a lecture form becomes this one statement. So I don't really give those one-offs because nobody really gets them. They front like they get them, and intellectually they do, but they don't dissect them. Because what you're supposed to be doing is digging into those statements. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If each one teach one, does that really mean I'm gonna show you how to, you know, like eat spaghetti, you know, like I did? Or does it mean what I'm actually doing? Really teaching you. If I become one, if I become the one, let's say the Neo one, so each one teaches one. So that means I can only teach gods. Oh, let's go back. So if I say each God teach God, what does that mean? See, we just say, we're so dumb in our public school training, each one teach one. That means I know how to use a hammer, you shall use a hammer. And we all shall do it, you know what I'm saying? Now, I get it too, it does mean more than one teacher. Each one can teach, everyone can teach each other. That's what also that means as well. But that's one way of looking at it. You know what I'm saying? There's many, once your consciousness expands, you can see these things. That's why most of these wisdom statements, before everyone started making them, had wisdom that can be decoded and kept and continuously be unboxed. You get what I'm saying? As your consciousness unfolded. And most of them was designed for that. So each one teach one, meaning only like minds can teach each other. So if I said each cat teach cat, you wouldn't have any, you say, oh, they learning cat shit. You wouldn't even say, well, each cat teach dog. You get what I'm saying? Each cat teach dog. You would say, nah, that don't seem right. Each cat teach cat, each dog teach dog. It seemed like what I'm really saying is only a dog can learn from another dog this particular dog shit. So each God teach God. Meaning, I can't take what I'm teaching and just put it on some Jehovah's Witness, and they go, "God damn, motherfucker, I quit today." They'll never do that. So you can't really teach a Jehovah's Witness. So that may mean like minds teach like mine. So all of this, in other words, these things could be unboxed many ways, but you don't want to do that. You want to have a wisdom. You don't want to rely on that. Let's just say you want to start having a wisdom, or be responsible for your own moments. You understand what I'm saying? And sayings that only may be valuable to you, which are called mantras.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And this because it's truly just really your own mind you're trying to shape. We are obsessed with thinking we need to teach everyone else. We are obsessed with thinking. Now, if you have something that can help, but give it so someone can help themselves off of you. You know what I'm saying? Not with the idea that we are under some obligation to help Black people. You know what I'm saying? With sayings and like this one said and that one said, that shit may not mean nothing to you or to the next person. That's why that doesn't make sense. Because if I said that same saying to a bunch of Christians, they're like, what? When did Jesus say that? He didn't. Oh, okay, then what the fuck you bringing it up for? You know what I'm saying? So what's wise to you may not mean shit, and when I'm studying, it may have a whole different meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like in a place where everyone goes for themselves, and Black people are calling themselves brothers and sisters. When you say things like each one teaches one, or takes a village to raise a child, it goes with the philosophy of what Black people have been trying to do. So they're not going to argue against that. And I don't know enough of them, but I guarantee I could post some fucking African wisdom out, and niggas would go, huh? What? Who said that? You know what I'm saying? If it doesn't co-sign with the climate and the social climate that's been created, quite frankly, for us. For us. And like I said, all of this, once you wipe away the dynamics in the social disposition, the social climate, if you will, there's a cosmic force that's at play here. When is anyone going to deal with that? There is a creator God that created this place, and he seeks to keep this place popping
by any means.
It's not really hard, you know what I'm saying? It's not really hard, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You put the pressure on motherfuckers, all you gotta do is say coronavirus, or help inspire the man who does it. So if it's not something from the ethers, it's the white man, Chinese man who dropped this, or that, or the other, you just inspire the one who's done it. But you are in control of your food supply. Just like the farmer's in control of every cow on his plantation, on his farm. Every nigga on the plantation. The conscious nigga is just the nigga that run off to the north. You know, run OFT off. And if you try to bring up, let's say a cow gets out and brings all the other cows.
Right.
The farmer's gonna go, oh, hell no. Get your shit. Let's go get these son of a bitches.
Right.
It's always one cow. You running from the block. I got away. Help. And even if he die on that road, he ain't a fucking cow no more. Right. You know what I'm saying? He's out. So there's always one that can escape versus the masses. So it never was about the masses. Never. That's a trick. That's a trick. There's motherfuckers who know what the tricks are and help make it a fact on planet Earth. But they're doing the bidding of a cosmic. It's always to keep you occupied. You get tired of America and the bullshit. They done put W. Bush in that office. You know they did fucked up. It wasn't real. I hate this shit. Obama, we're back, my president. Wow. And then they said, don't worry. You're going to give all these racist niggas, remember them saying, racism is over. We have a black president. Trump said, no, let me show you how this shit turned up, nigga. And all them old racist motherfuckers in America turned out just for anti-Obama. But this is a game. This is polarity playing with. Get you back in, you're emotional about either one way or the other way. We gotta stop them, Bernie, and all the rest of that crap. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All this shit is a game. And they're playing a game for a greater motherfucker. You are a food source. You have been trapped like a bunny in a trap. That trap brought you into this reality. Your first consciousness in that trap is called a baby, a human body. Mm-hmm. That's when you were trapped. You sit around, you ever see, especially now we have a granddaughter, just looking at her hands like, how the fuck did this happen? Right. Trying to figure out how to move. And then you can see her slowly and surely, but getting more dependent on her body. Learning how to walk, learning how to use her fingers intricately, hold her bottle, knowing that food is important. Trying to play all day to keep back with some of the happiness. Hate going to sleep. No, because just know it's grown-up time. So that's why they hate going to sleep. Not because sleep is relaxing, but they know they know you. They can feel in their parents. It's time for the routine to start. This is going to be the routine. This is the beginning of the routine. Sleeping and getting up, sleeping and getting up. Oh, you can see it. It's almost you remember it, and that's because there's an entity at play. Y'all need to study that shit. You need to study that shit. That entity eats off of you. Everything you do, every effort, trying to get a job, your diploma, the girl, the new clothes, trying to get rich, trying to eat better food, trying to save Black people, arguing about, just emotional about police, economics, politics, being conscious, schools, rap music. Every single thing you do takes an effort or some sort of energy. And there's plenty of entities, archons, that eat off of that. Just your very being, that's how you're a food source. The mechanism for eating off of you is the human body. They said, how do we eat this light? How do we eat these light beings? We need to put them on a plate. That's the human body. So within your organs that are trapped, you create all of these different elixirs based upon different emotions, adrenaline, from your pancreas is insulin, the cerebellum fluid, brain fluid, your kundalini, melatonin, serotonin, melatonin, melanin, that spinal fluid, which is kundalini, the energy from breathing in the lungs, your heart is a constant pump, your blood. All of these elixirs and things that come in your endocrine system or whatever that is a food. So if you're in constant fear, you spit off constant adrenaline. Right. That's a delicacy. That's like fried chicken. Then you got happy nigga that gets off another elixir, like perhaps let's just say endorphins. Right. That's another food source. You understand what I'm saying? Then you got mad nigga, jail nigga, you know what I'm saying? Muslim nigga, conscious nigga, church nigga. All of those are different delicacies of nigga, like hot wings, lemon pepper, garlic, barbecue, honey barbecue, barbecue with lemon pepper sprinkles, fried salt, fried salt. And It feeds off of that. So it also has archons and injects scenarios so you can become different types of flavors. So it does that and raise up police videos. While you think it's the white man and his mighty prowess, it'll be them doing that shit because it creates a certain amount of panic in all Black people. Black people are terrified to drive while Black. That's a food source. Each time you get in the car, then what does that mean? Dinner time. Something's feeding off of that, so something keeps that party going.
When I'm in the car and I see a cop light,
you get shook.
I get shook.
Think about that. Something saying every time, delicious. That whole car rides all around the city, and from 8 hours, let's just say, is shaking niggas and white people too.
Oh,
because honest. Each time you see a cop, something's going. Ooh, I'm gonna eat this shift. All them YouTube videos, all the rest of that shit. That's what that is. That's what that does. There's you rendering up to the big boss. And this whole planet is nothing but let's even think before consciousness. Right? When this entity, this creator, created this place with just nature. Nature itself is very vicious and a food source for that entity as well. It's one big circle. They call it the circle of nature. And they call it the food chain. So let's say the lion's at the top and the deer is at the bottom. Let's just say, even though it's not. But let's just say in that scenario, the deer is in constant fear of this predator. And the predator is on a constant adrenaline high about this prey. So they both rendering up, and the circle never stops. This season, that season, this season, that season. It would go on forever.
And the illusion that they're different.
Well, it's not even that. It's all the same thing. It's all nature. It's the same polarity thing. He's using the same system of polarity to create predator and prey, but they're the same thing. They're both nature and they're both animals, and they both have life in them. One is just a predator, one is prey. So they just took two different sides of this goddamn of a coin. So he's putting these things together. That's why cats just naturally don't like dogs. So that means nature or mice just naturally know not to like cats. So predators know their prey. Why? Because that was endowed in these beasts, you understand? So they can have a system that would never end. If there was no man's interference, this would go on forever. And that entity would be eaten. Then you have some older archons that came and said, let me show you how to really eat. You understand what I'm saying? See that one animal right there called man? They said, you can give him consciousness, right? You give him consciousness and have his evolution be the true feeding source. But make him the king of make him the true king of the jungle. You get what I'm saying? So that's where you get this Adam story. Let us make a man and let him start naming the animals. And give him now, according to this, when Adam ate the apple, this represented him getting a soul. So there was a pre-Adam with no soul in the story who had consciousness or knowledge, but not true knowledge. He had information. And they said he had all the information about this place. So he was like, you can eat from the tree of life. Go hard. Don't eat from the tree of knowledge because you'll become like me. You know what I'm saying? So the idea is he just ate off this tree, but they tell you in Gnostic mythology, Sophia gave man a soul, and man was upright and man became conscious. There's the soul's nature subconsciously wants to move back to its source. So that means how it manifests is we do everything in terms of consciousness. Build pyramids, societies, we want to go back home, we start looking towards the stars. We're no longer trying to survive in caves and on planets and in villages and whatever. We're trying to go home now. And there's a certain amount of us, not everyone got that soul. That's why there's a certain amount of us conscious, and a certain amount of us is just ghouls. You know what I'm saying? So now this puts a sock in that demiurge game.
Okay.
Now that people understand how to, or the goal is to get past this place, they said in the astral world, that nigga started locking down shit. That walk towards the light and seeing your ancestors on the side of you. Come on, Kenny. He said that's how niggas get enticed to come back here. But if you walk towards the darkness, you're gonna see a little golden light, which is your light, and then that will expand. But if you walk towards that white light, you're coming back here. You need to know that. And they tell you straight up, watch the YouTube videos of Gnosticism. Just keep looking around. There's a lot of them, and there's a lot of confusion in it. But watch some of them because they will, you know, you'll catch these fine when they get right to it. And when man became upright and conscious, they had to turn up. So the war has always been against pro-humanity versus pro-conscious people. And they would also take consciousness and repackage it. Now it's repackaged as New Age, which is nothing. Dummies like Deepak Chopra, just telling you dumb shit. Just love everybody. That's how we get out. But no, you shouldn't love injustice. You shouldn't love genocide. You shouldn't love just the blind, unending murder of your people. You should hate that and hate whoever represents that, but not just hate.
Exactly.
It should be the fuel or the emotion that leads you to do something greater. Right? You know what I'm saying? And at one point, you could have said, stand and fight, but that doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think a little bit broader. So you'll hear like this story that the reptilians came down here to get all the gold. Right. So after you get all the gold, then what? Like they supposed to have, think about this, they said, well, they used to breed gold in their atmosphere. They fucked that up. So they're trying to get gold to reestablish the atmosphere, which they used to breed gold on their planet. My thing is this, if they have the science to travel to another planet and sustain themselves down here, don't they have the science to figure out how to create gold? Yeah. When they're telling you even white alchemists were trying to change lead to gold, so they couldn't figure that out if they have interstellar space travel. So they had to come here to get our gold to do it. And then people who are so advanced that they have interstellar travel, why are they even fucking with you in terms of changing themselves into reptiles and hiding as the Merovingians or the Windsors and all the rest of this shit? Why are they even wasting their time? Why don't they just kill you, create machines or robots, which they clearly could do now, and take the gold because they just that advanced. So their reasoning and how they're doing it doesn't make no sense for that explanation. You know what I'm saying? Why am I entertaining you? Same thing with clones. And people say, they clone B.O.B., they clone B.O.B., they clone B.O.B. I'm like, well, if they could easily just walk up to B.O.B., snatch him and clone him, right? Which means they pretty much could walk up to any regular guy, snatch him and clone him. At what point, who are they trying to hide it from at this point? Like, who are they trying to hide it from? Like, if every person that gives me a problem, I can just clone them, why not just kill everybody and clone them quick? Yeah, well, I'll just make a whole world of clones because who am I trying to fool? Like, let me say it another way first. If I make a clone of B.O.B., that assumes that I'm going to take that clone and put him in front of people so he can fool people, right? So if I can clone anybody, at what point, who am I fooling? Like, if there's a bunch of bitches and I take an important person, so-called important person, to put him in front of the bitches, if I don't respect this important person, what means I respect the bitches? Why don't I just take all 11 of them 10 of them and one of him and clone everybody and said they all my bitches. Now they all gonna pick cotton and whatever I want them to do, right? So all of these secrets clones doesn't make any sense neither, because you gotta follow it all the way through.
Right.
So now first of all, Bobby told us to drop that Zacharias station, which is where this reptilian shit came from. Period. One source. In his books, he wrote about the Anunnaki as the reptilians and so on and so forth, right? Now the Anunnaki is reptilian, so on and such. So, and Bobby said that the Jews paid him to write this shit. So after that, you got all these philosophies, David Icke on the reptilians and reptilian agenda, but based upon some made up bullshit. But like I said, all you gotta do is use your common sense. If there are these reptilian race that have interstellar travel, why do they need to do any of these things down here? Like, what's the advantage of stealth?
Right.
What's the advantage of coming here to steal our gold? And like, what are they waiting for? Make a team of robots or some fly interstellar mechanism that sucks this whole shit up.
Like, if I want an ant farm, I just go pick the shit
Yeah,
I don't have to warn the ants.
Yeah, or I don't have to put on an ant suit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I have to put on an ant suit. Shit, you can do that with a bunch of gorillas. Yeah. You take elephant tusks at will.
Right.
You don't dress up as an elephant and try to do all of that, especially when you have superior technology. I have superior technology. I'm going to gas this whole field, and every elephant will be asleep. I will take their tusks before they wake up.
Not sweat.
Yeah, you put you all to sleep and take whatever. But let's even say they take all this gold or all the riches that they have, the Illuminati doing, they're amassing all this riches. They have more riches than this, that, whatever. To what end? When you invent money. That's like, I live in this Stone Mountain in Atlanta, and I'm the one who created money. How rich, what would I do for riches, and what would it mean? If I'm the one that dictates the worth of the dollar that you're trying. So if everyone in Stone Mountain is trying to get dollars, called panic dollars, and today I say it's worth 30 cents, today I say it's worth 40 cents. And maybe I even create a system where it seems fair as it turned to 40 and 30 cents. But in the end, why would I try to amass something that I print up, something that I define as an economy? What if I mass all of it, then I get to say, now it's worth zero.
That's what Bobby was talking about when he was saying that the richest of them don't even live on money.
No. If he was saying as a system, okay. I'm trying to tell you in a bigger way, it doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean nothing to them. So if he was saying it, what he's saying is it doesn't mean nothing because they define what it means. So let me say it again. If I say this money is worth $20, what if I'm the one that defines this? If I'm the one that printed it up and said this is value, what the fuck would I need to gain more of it when I could say I have 1 billion of these? Now I'm going to say they're worth nothing. I have 1 billion of these. Now I'm going to say it's worth 1 trillion. Now it may be a harder way and a more roundabout way, but in the end, that's what it is. So in other words, why he's saying they don't live off money, because they define money and they define economies. So a massive amount of wealth and gold that can only be spent here doesn't make any sense if they're cosmic beings. Look, gold doesn't mean nothing to you until someone said that's valuable. Diamonds don't mean shit because you can't eat a diamond. You can't do nothing with it but wear it as jewelry. That's it. To cleanse the blood and this and that. And it had a symbolic meaning of gold versus diamond body and all the rest of that shit. But that was internal work. So it means nothing. So what would be of meaning? What would be of value? It's energy. Energy. Your effort of walking around here just worried about fucking Kobe and the rest of that crap and the day-to-day Trump shit is what's being fed off of. Ain't about money. You the one who have no money following this. We need an economic plan and a political plan. They define economies. So the day you say we have an economic plan and the economics are going right, the dollar doesn't mean nothing anymore. Now you got a bunch of dollars that they said mean nothing. They're playing the game with you, having you following and chasing you're chasing waterfalls. So to them, what's the true value? They said it in the movie Jupiter Rising. She said, after all the years of going throughout the cosmos, amassing all the wealth, we found out the most valuable thing in the universe is time, which is what they're really saying. They had to do that for movie drama. What they're really saying is the most valuable thing in the universe is everlasting life. Now, and that's connected to the soul. You understand? In the movie Dark City, you have these entities on a floating, flat plateau or plane in the universe. And they were recreating and creating and recreating this one city over and over, putting people in different places and scenarios. And they would wake up each time not knowing there was a cop, then a bellhop, and then whatever. And these aliens said, we're trying to find out the secret to the human soul, i.e., everlasting life. That's the most valuable thing in the universe. That's the universal economy. And that demiurge creator that created this place does not have it. He sustains himself. Watch the movie Stargate. Again, when they show Rise being really, really old, he kept renewing himself with that Stargate shit. You understand what I'm saying? This demiurge renews himself off of your black energy. Your humanity. You running around here with all this effort, all this crying, all this fucking hair weave, all this Chris Rock shit, all this Tiffany Haddish, Kim Kardashian crap. All of that interest in this goddamn shit goes up, and that feeds that entity. They said it in class of the Titans, why are we dying? The gods. Because the humans aren't praying to us. The gods are the demiurge. The Titans are you. They showed that they threw their father in the underworld. He's chained in the underworld. He's pure fire. He's the soul, Chronos. That's you. They're telling you this story all the time. You trapped here. You locked down here. They're evil ass kids, which is your thoughts. Your thought, these gods and these pans and all that shit from your thoughts, which means they're your children. They locked you here. There's a creator God that got you locked here in Tartarus. Your body's Tartarus. Your body's the jail. Your fire is Chronos, ancient Saturn. Saturn. Oh, so the most valuable, and the only thing of value is everlasting life, which we have. We don't realize it because we're in the illusion of time. We're trapped in thinking, well, panic's in the fall of this life. Fucking up. I'll be here in springtime again, nigga. Looking at my hands going, how did this shit happen? Unless you break the cycle. You break the cycle through understanding where and what you are. And that where your real enemy is. You won't break the cycle walking around trying to get at this white man, trying to get at this economy. You won't, because you won't realize who's really fucking. When you go up there, they have no cosmic being, no cosmic place. You'll be mad at some shit that don't even exist. That's like you dying than being mad at your mortgage. Like, you know you don't live in that house no more. That's crazy. But you so wrapped up. It got me on that mortgage though. God damn, like, wait a minute, you know you don't live there no more. But that mortgage though. But we build up this everyday white man hate. So when you get there and there's no white man, you like, that motherfucking white man, and then you don't even see no white man. But I know he's doing it. I know it's them, the Anunnaki, the reptilians. But what's really happening is your mind is still bonded to human thought. And that's what pulls you back. That's the magnets that pull you back. That's what makes your heart heavier than a feather. The symbolic nature of your heart being lighter than the feather is you no longer have an emotional connection. They say, it's with a heavy heart I come to you. What does that mean? It's with an emotional heart I come to you. So if your heart is heavier than the feather, what does that mean? With an emotional heart I come to you. If you are no longer emotional about this realm,
right,
about getting some get back, if you are no longer emotional about it, your heart starts to become light as a feather. That's what you're constantly working on. That's what I told you from the beginning. You're working on disdaining, getting away, digressing from this shit as much as you can in this every instant that comes into your life. Oh, no, I'm gonna let that go. Okay, then. Let them just be mad. If that's how they feel, let them. We'll see how that works out.
No longer concerned, but trying to convince them with your emotions, subjective ideas.
Say again?
You're no longer concerned about getting emotionally involved, trying to control whoever you're arguing with.
Well, and not just an argument, because again, listen to what I'm saying. The first person you're in an argument with is yourself. So you're no longer debating in your own head. What if you start to stand behind some of the things that you know or you feel you know? How do you start to know? When you start getting away from the arguments of humanity. So how do you get away from the arguments? Not pick a side, get rid of it. I'm done with it. I don't want it. I don't want to even, maybe you're right, maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong, maybe you're wrong. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? How many times have you argued recently about the fundamentals of the dangers of smoking cigarettes?
None.
Because you don't smoke. Exactly. So if I'm not deeply into humanity, it's not even about winning an argument. I'm not arguing it. I don't care about it. Yeah, see, you've been told, listen to this. I want you to think about this shit on a very fundamental level. You've been told it's about saving the babies. It's about the babies. How many babies have you saved? How many babies have any of these niggas saved? Fucking exactly. None. But it's a theory that you're so used to arguing and holding on to, even if you're not saying it, it's here. It's about the kids.
So they judge themselves based on
believe the children are our future. That's what you lead them with. Let them lead the way. You get what I'm saying? Show them all the beauty of songs inside. Is there a sense of pride to make it easier? Let the children laugh. Like, you know this shit, Tur. Dumb shit. Remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk. Like, look how much you know that song. And each time somebody's singing, you go, oh God. In fact, in Coming to America, when Randy Watson sang it, everyone said, you know what I'm saying?
And the song wasn't even that old.
Right.
It wasn't even that old.
Oh shit, I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? I know there was George Benson singing.
That was Whitney Houston's version. I remember most.
You know, that's the version you remember.
Oh, no. Okay. I didn't even know.
No, that was a remake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. George Benson, I think, was the first one. Okay. Yeah. Never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I have my dignity. Because the greatest, terrible. You know it because you're programmed so thoroughly with it. So it's the argument that's up here. What if the children ain't our future? What if shit, nigga, there is no, like, so you'll learn metaphysically, there's no such thing as the future. There's only now, right? And your ass is here just as dumb now. Fuck, Bobby used to say, fuck teaching the kids, you need to teach the adults. You know what I'm saying? There's so many ways you can go, but those slick things and that slick thing he was saying was another way of saying what I'm trying to tell you right now. In his mind, he gave up that little hustle of trying to save kids. It's a way of taking hope and moving it. Because that's demiurge is one of the ways it manipulates you is through hope. So when you little, everyone is telling you how bright you're going to be, all the things you can possibly do, all this hope about you. And then you don't be too much of nothing. And then you have a kid, and then your mom's is sitting there going, well, we're in a better world. And, you know, now we have more opportunities, computers, and all sorts of shit. Your kid, you know, Kenny's a good father. Giving up on the fucking actual kid. No diploma. No nothing. So we giving up on him. So it's all on the kid. And then that kid really grows up to be just as fucked up.
And then you got to deal with the fact that you live up to the hope and desires that your people have. You know, your own expectations.
Hold on a second. I'm going to talk to you. He came up, comma, I didn't go deep. I'm downstairs doing the tape with Kenny. I'll be done soon. So, like, say, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I was just talking about also dealing with the idea that you didn't live up to the hype of your own parents had for you.
Oh, no, that's that. Well, let's assume that's already it.
Oh,
that never happened. But then your parents start to look at the grandkid because you've given up on the kid. And then even after that, so you first had the hope in you, then you put the hope in your kid, then that motherfucker's living in your basement won't leave. You put the hope in your grandkids, and then eventually you die. So you just transferred hope. That's what you really did, and that's the hustle. That's the hustle of this place. Just to keep, because humans without hope don't exist. Humanity and hope are one-on-one. You gotta have hope. Hope one day that it'll be a better economy. Hope that Black boys will have a school. Hope that, and not to say none of this shouldn't happen, if that's what people came here to do, because some people are at that level where that's needed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You just have to make the choice. Are you fucking with this shit and you made the decision to move past it, or you sitting around playing with it? You really don't need to be fucking with me if you're still playing with it, because it's going to contradict, and really you will never get out of me what you really need. You'll get a nice speech because I know how to deliver a speech and know how to make it entertaining. So that's exactly what most people would get. But if they're really trying to hear the word, and we're going to talk about some of the things that happen to you, that's exactly why you're here. The before and after, so people can hear that. That's how we'll end this. But if you're really not trying to make that commitment, then what I'm doing is just a form of entertainment. You know what I'm saying? And when I become not entertaining, you just won't fuck with me no more. But if you're really trying to transfer yourself, I've been sharing a lot of breakthroughs. I've been getting down to it. And if you could, it's hard to understand because and you'll attest to that, you're not going to hear me straight out because I'm not speaking to your argument. I'm not speaking to your opinion. I'm speaking to what you have to do in your programming. And until you do that in your programming, I'm a no-go. I'm just going to be a guy that you like here, so that you think is here for Black people. No matter how many times I tell you, I'm not here to save Black people. I'm not here for the Black race. I'm here for the gods. And I'm here to raise up individuals that hears the calling through the frequency. The end. There's no in between. You may be able to listen to what I'm saying and intellectualize with it, but you won't be able to internalize it and transform through it. And if you are, and you feel you are, well then fucking good. But I haven't noticed any of this shit until somebody said, when I did this, and they'll find one thing that they'll catch, and then all the shit I've said, or most of the shit I said, will come into a context for them. They can't find the context. And you can't find the context because in public school is how they taught you to learn. And that's really, see, we got more caught up on what they were teaching you to learn in public school, not how they taught the Black kid to learn. So if you take Africa, for example, if they were going to teach you about a tree, you would learn the science, the math, the history of that tree while you stood in front of that tree, while you gave it water, while you investigated the seeds and planted them, while you ate off the fruit, climbed the tree, and touched the tree. So you will have a full experience, and then you will hear the story of that tree and where that story fits into the consciousness of the people. But now when you subjugate, you got math, Bell, Aaron, science, Aaron, reading, Aaron,
English.
Right, and none of them are related to each other. Social studies, they're just these subjugated ways of learning. Subjugated ways of learning. White people learn like that. They did this based upon, or they did computers at one time based upon those two differences. One processor was called a CISC, C-I-S something K, I think. And it was an acronym. Okay. Don't ask me. And one was called RISC, R-I-C-K maybe, or R-I-S-K. No, R-I-C-K, I think. Either way, another acronym. But the differences was the way one processor worked was it took a chunk of information, process it, spit it out, another chunk, process it, spit it out, another chunk, process it, spit it out. And then to even make it faster, they put a co-processor next to it, whereas it started processing before it got to the processor for speed. Okay. That was either CISC or RISC, whichever one. The other one, CISC or RISC, was it would take a stream of information and just process it in a serial stream, which means I would take the tree and process all that information all the way through. Okay. As opposed to taking little bits of it and dealing with it like subjugated teaching. So white people they can only deal with little parts. They can't deal with the whole. They can't deal with the bigger picture. That was a way the demiurge were making them was able to lock them down thoroughly to this place. Because they can't see a bigger picture. They can't go beyond what's in front of them. You know what I'm saying? So they have no danger of going anywhere, of becoming another entity that becomes a rival of getting off this place like us. See, with a soul, all of those, in melanin, all of those things change for us. See, like a tiger can only really much deal with what's in front of him. So can a lamb. Water's in front of me, I'm dealing with that right now. All my attention is there. And ultimately, you can say there's something in them subconsciously that moves during seasons and acts accordingly towards the season, but their consciousness is in that moment. Food today, you know what I'm saying? Food for baby, you know what I'm saying? Just to keep the shit going. Procreate and keep flowing, you know what I'm saying? Now, people would be the same way too. White people are. It's just a weaker, more animalistic way of thinking. CISC or RISC, but just a small fragmented or subjugated way. So they set their schools up with subjects. And that's for their thinking. Subjugated thinking is not even for you. Before you even get to what you're learning, the fact that you pause, we didn't learn about that chair. You gotta sit in that chair. You know, niggas, you gotta sit in it, feeling it, smell it, lay back in it. They can just read about the chair and then go on to math. We need to know the mathematics of it, where it fits in geometry. Why are we talking about this in the village? Its importance in the village, the story of when the king first got it, and the king first sat in it, and the king did this, and the mythology or the story of how he got it to be that chair in the village. Like, for instance, the Iron Throne. If you watched Game of Thrones, there's all this story in that one throne. Even though they never gave you the whole thing, but because they really can't in a bigger picture, because the way the throne was set up, fire, just the look of it. But you know that there's more backstory to all of those swords in that throne. You just know, and that's enough. You understand what I'm saying? To know that there's backstories, and that's as far as they can go. Know that there's more. You understand what I'm saying? But it'll take them forever just to decode their backstories, i.e. look at Star Wars. This is about the 8th or 9th movie just trying to get to the backstory off of one story.
Right.
And not to mention, he set up backstories, no doubt. But they don't know how to tell that complete story in one sitting. That's how you know they stole from a nigga on The Matrix. Because technically that first story was complete. It was a full story. You felt satisfied everywhere.
When he flew, I was satisfied.
Yeah, that was it.
I was literally satisfied.
That was it. You didn't need to see any more of The Matrix. Yeah. Everything else was because of the popularity. You know what I'm saying? Back to the Future, you could tell us a nigga story. You didn't really need to see any more. Right. They just made more because it was popular. But Star Wars, actually, you didn't need to see any more in the first one. They just made more. But when they try to tell an expanded story, they got to keep going on the side. But you got to remember, these are from nigga mythologies. So they're retelling nigga stories. These are not their stories. So you didn't really need to see more. But when they decide to try to tell more, you see they down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 movies there. And then there's probably going to be more. But they completed the next 3. That's complete. The one with Luke Skywalker with the original cast. But they're doing backstories, Solo, and they did one more backstory, the one where Princess Leia got the information. You know, because Star Wars starts with, she's helped me, Obi-Wan. I need your help. She puts it in the droid. But what she put in the droid was the plans to destroy the Death Star. So one of those movies was how they got the plans, who created the plans, and the movie ends with they're giving her the plans and she's telling the droid. So they backstory, Solo's backstory, but they got to tell all these stories, but that doesn't mean they're not trying. Harry Potter was not a complete story. Now that was created from that white woman's head. It was designed to tell a bigger story. You know what I'm saying? But they can't do it in one sitting because they don't know how to give you completion because they're not from the end. So they can't, we naturally know how to give you a happily ever after because that's our destination. That's where we're from. So we know the story of a happily ever after. They only know, they're born in polarity. So they only know the story of conflict. So in the end, Harry Potter goes to war with what's his name? With he whose name you shouldn't say. Star Wars, it's a fucking war. You know what I'm saying? Matrix, the machines against that. Because all they know is polarity and war. So all of their great stories is based upon war. Not just a good fire-ass story. It was, see, the aspect that we connected was Neo waking up. Right. And Neo becoming enlightened and coming into his power. Niggas was jerking off to that. Of course, you need the bad guy. The bad guy is what they were trying to show you in Egypt with Set, why he's in all the artwork. See, like, unlike the devil here, it's like you don't see the devil in the Bible, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? There's a couple of passages about him, and he's the worst of the worst. Why are you smoking? The devil. So, but they try to hide and make him this embarrassing bad guy. Right. But Set, the template of where this devil comes from, they don't do that in Egypt. He's in everything. Because they're trying to show you what he symbolizes or what he represents. You know what I'm saying? What he symbolizes and what he represents is something that will never go away here. It's the protagonist, that you need something to antagonize. Right. Otherwise, you'll find comfort here. So we're trying to show you there's always got to be someone to say, nah, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Something bad for you to have the opportunity to be the hero. The thing is, the true hero was doing the work and recognizing that something bad was humanity. Set represents humanity. Stubborn. You get what I'm saying? That's why he's an ass. The pig, swine. They're trying to tell you this animal, this beast, and it never goes away as long as you exist. It's a part of you. As long as you're standing here to say anything, you can't overcome it. So you can't go to a mountain and meditate your way out. You can't broccoli your way out of it. You can't fucking own your way out of it. You can't qigong your way out of it. You can't fez your way out of it. You can't nuwapa your way out of it. You can't candle magic your way out of it. You can't dark side your way out of it. You're not getting out of it until you die. That's when you release yourself from that person. And then that's when you have the opportunity to raise up the true king, Osiris. That's the redemption. You get what I'm saying? The consciousness in you that wants this is the Haru, or the hero, or the hero, right? The hero. That's the part of you that's here, that wants to do this, that's fighting your humanity. So the fight between Set and Horus is everything I've been laying out. The consciousness versus that swine in you called humanity, all for the redemption of your father or your brother, the subconscious mind. Mm-hmm. So when you die, you have the ability to raise up. That's the key. The Osirian world, or the realm of Osiris. You know what I'm saying? To raise up God, to resurrect Lazarus, or resurrect Osiris. What does it? Christ, doesn't he? Doesn't Christ resurrect Lazarus? Yep. Well, Horus resurrects Osiris. Mm-hmm. Your consciousness resurrects your subconscious, which is your true divine mind that is connected to that great divine mind, that great titan. You understand what I'm saying? And once you're thinking with your shit in order, the only thing that gives you an opposition is your own humanity, is you arguing with you. And if there's somebody else you're arguing with, you're just using them as a mechanism to argue with yourself. You only prove what you don't believe. That's why you're sitting out there cheerleading it. I believe I could tie my shoe. In fact, I know it. So if you ever question that I can't tie my shoe, I wouldn't even waste my time answering that. It's just too dumb.
I heard you give a similar analogy to Kamani about you just saying like, man, if I told you let's go outside and play basketball, you'd be like, stop. You know what I'm saying? You go out.
Right.
You know, like you can't even see me on this court. I don't even gotta show you.
Right. Yeah. Or like even better yet, I look at Michael Jackson, go in his face as Michael Jordan. I will bust your ass on the court, nigga. If he says, what? Y'all would look at him like he's crazy. Stupid. Like, what? Let's do this right now. Look, I got my shoes on right now. What you trying to do? What, nigga? I'll kill you with this. I'm ill with it. Nigga, I've been on them courts of Queensbridge for real, though. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You would just look and go, nigga, what? Yeah, certain shit ain't worth arguing once you know something. See, this shit I strive to know, not strive to argue or debate or convince other Black people. So once I'm just doing it for the sake of just knowing for myself, certain shit just is stupid to argue now. Certain shit is stupid to argue for me. Just like Jordan, who's arguing. He said, well, Jordan proved himself. Nigga, I tell people things that you can prove this shit to yourself. Not prove me right, but prove that you can do it and find it out. That's all I've been ever done. Try this, do that, try this, here's that, do that, did that, smoke that, take that, don't do that, fuck with that. And watch what happens to you. If you sincere, if you true to heart, and if you truly understand and can hear the frequency of being honest in the heart chakra, you're going to hear the calling. Not only hear the calling, you're going to hear the frequency. And it's going to work for you. You know what I'm saying? But me sitting around yelling about that shit, y'all niggas need to do this and y'all don't do this shit. Nah. Y'all need to play basketball for real. But you could be just like me. I was in a Bugs Bunny movie. let me tell you, I also think shit is looking kind of shady with shaky flaky with Kobe. I don't think that was natural. Number one, there was a hold. Let me see if I get the name of it, because I think Red Pill might have sent me the name. Okay. Because my son noticed it. 1 second. Oh shit! Oh shit! Aline gave me props on the Soulmate. On the Soulmate, he said, "What was she talking about?" He said, "That's gonna be fire." There was a 2000. Oh, okay. I see what happened here. There was a 2017 cartoon of Kobe Bryant getting in the helicopter, in a helicopter crash.
Comedy Central.
Comedy Central video. Oh, good. And what's the name said? Something called Meme Magic. See, it's called Meme Magic by the Chaos Magicians. They do it through cartoons and memes in other mediums. So Red Pill is telling me, I guess, there's a group of motherfuckers, and that is a very true thing. I don't have that book down here. I've said it before. The book Mind Control 101, how to influence the actions of others without them knowing or caring. They have a whole chapter on memes and how it's a form of mind control. So they did 2017, a helicopter crash with Kobe. My son said, "Yo, I seen some shit like that." Keenan said it and sent it to me, and you know, when he sent it to me, I was like, "Wow, shit!" So he remembered it. So apparently, people have seen this already. So when shit like that, nigga, they got some shit planned for your ass. But just the timing of it, like I said, there's nothing solid. There's people, I don't even do this shit no more when I'm doing this type of research. But there's email. When he gave that, what do you call it? Those props, or that yielding or the passing of the torch to LeBron.
Yeah.
Like a couple of days before this crash. First, you have to say, well, what rituals are they running in these sports? That's first and foremost. They're doing Roman gladiator Coliseum sports, hands down. Did you go to the new stadium, the Ben Stadium out here? Ooh, did you go on the tour? Oh, we went on the tour. And you know, I don't like sports. I don't give a fuck. We were taking people from out of town. This shit is off the fucking chain the way they got it set up for an energy drain. All them niggas in there yelling in that fucking dome. And you can see their seats up at the top. Oh yeah, niggas is feeding. You know what I'm saying? This shit is just a feed fest. And so those are Coliseum sports. In the Coliseum, motherfuckers' heads would come off and motherfuckers would die. Now they can't do that outright. But it's done. Football players, them concussions, that's what that is. Them broken arms, broken legs, the ability that can get broken, the knees and all that shit. All of that shit is the Warriors get maimed, and that's their version of it. So every once in a while, somebody got to go. So when he passed the guard to LeBron, you know what I'm saying? And I think that was a part of it. Like I said, if I was studying this more, like I used to, I'd come up with harder. It just, only thing I can say, it looks fishy at this time, just the timing of it and the way they're doing it. And of course, then there's the ritual outpour. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody around the planet is going to go crazy. What I seen was, though, Christians was fucked up because it takes them a minute. You know, they need to believe that God is doing something with purpose. Right. You know, there's some sort of science or purpose. So when you see somebody like Kobe, who has had such a successful thing, they're going to say, well, God's blessed him. He's always known for being a nice guy, except when he fucked that one girl. And he came back. He's got all these beautiful daughters, and he's helping the kids, and everyone loves him. He's got all this smile. That's hard. That's the nigga to kill.
And he plays very heroic.
Very heroic. He's always been help Ron Artest. And all this. He's Kobe. He's an American thing.
Yeah.
And icon. And so to kill him, you can create for the next year a fucking energy outpour.
Yeah.
See, if I'm on the other side of it, you got, all right, let's say I'm here at my house and I kill a lamb for my mother. Though all the other lambs may have liked that lamb, and all the other lambs may cry for that one lamb I killed, I'm still the boss because I took the one lamb that they're all mourning about, that they're all going crazy about, and they're thinking about this one lamb. All that energy focused towards that one lamb is now for my cause, which I directed towards sacrifice for my mom. So if I sacrifice Kobe, and all the lambs on the planet are going, oh, Kobe, all of that energy is being pushed towards my ritual. If I was a betting man, they did that shit so Trump could get impeached. Could beat his impeachment. And see, I ain't ready. All these deep niggas ain't even ready. And I'm not even trying this no more. I want to explain to you about research too. Don't let me forget that. Remember research. But if I was a betting man, this was a ritual for Trump. And all we have to do is the numbers. What's 8, 23? What day was Trump impeached? I didn't study none of this. What day was Trump impeached? What happens on the 8th? We need to watch what happens on the 8th. What was this number, 24? The 6th? Right. We need to watch what happens on this. What's today? The 3rd is Monday. Tuesday's the 4th. The 5th is Wednesday. That's when they're supposed to clear them. Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay. I don't know. Thursday's the 6th. So I would pay attention to Thursday. You know what I'm saying? Okay. To see what, those who are interested in this shit, look up numbers.
I thought it was interesting that the year, you add the numbers the year he was born, when he died, and add the numbers of his daughter when she died, it's exactly 41, the age he died at.
All right, so they're getting there. So 41 is a certain number.
I have no idea. I just know he died at 41. To the year he was born, and the year he died, and the year his daughter was born, and the year she died.
Yeah, so niggas is trying to make the number. But see, they're not connecting this shit to shit like Trump. Right? I need to understand when Kanye West had that breakdown, Trump showed up. So don't think he's invisible to feed off a nigga energy. If they know who and what they are, see Trump, ironically, I think it's more enlightened than the average white man. Because he's sitting around going, I'm white and I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm gonna let y'all pretend to be holier than, to be like in a real system. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want and I'm saying fuck you. Because I know none of this shit matters in the end. That kind of, well, at least he has that attitude. He just may be a stupid white man too. You know what I'm saying? But then again, show me the smart one. You know what I'm saying? Now, but either way, I would look towards Kobe and Trump. Trump knows better. You know what I'm saying? He knows because still right next to Kanye said, we about to feed off of this. You know what I'm saying? Kanye wore that fucking hat and all that good shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to talk a little bit about, so we have a clear understanding. Usually when you get into this shit, one of the biggest things you hear is like the word research. You researching everything. And I mean, it came a time when the internet just came into place, so research was at a very good place. Now, it's everywhere. Like, there's nothing you can't research. But years later, after Bobby was talking, he was just doing an election. I'm like, to be quite honest, I'm like, man, just get to the meat. You know what I'm saying? I called him and said, yo, man, you should just get right to the meat, man. You know, you talking about the news and he said, some people just come to my lectures just for the news. They're used to that. So but you should get to the meat. So then I seen some old lectures where Bobby was doing lectures with an assistant named Bert. She used to bring him in. All right. And he's like, this book, if you look here, and I'm like, because I was in research mode, so this shit was like, nigga, what? So I called him, yo, man, you need to do that shit. He said, oh, you confused. He said, you were listening to Bobby, the researcher. He said, I've now become those things that I research. Whatever, nigga, you never stop. Until I've now become those things that I was researching. Okay? And it doesn't mean researching or studying stops, but that aggressive 5 plus 4 minus 7 equal 2, then you go back and you look at 1974, then you got to correspond 1974 with the 1934. 3 plus 4 is 7, and 7 plus 4 is 2. When you get this movement, that's the same number of Baphomet, which connects you to the Holy Goat, the Holy Goat amended. And you be like, yeah, nigga. And you sound professionally deep, but really it's an out loud study of your own research. Because if you're doing the right thing, you study so much and you've read so much, right? And you start to see, man, you read 10 different things about this goddamn Baphomet, all are true and all are fake. It's almost like whatever you want to pick. And then you start to realize, you know something? It is whatever I want to pick. Because what means I'm picking wrong? Yeah. Other people? Or is there somebody up in the heavens going, uh-oh, he chose wrong? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. None of that's happening. You know what I'm saying? All that's quite simply happening is you make a choice and you derive power from it. There's no right or wrong in the context of good and bad. Mm-hmm. In other words, if you say Pac-Man is the greatest video game ever, mm-hmm. and if you enjoy the game Pac-Man that much, who gives a fuck? Mm-hmm. It's the greatest video game ever to you. If you say Pac-Man is the worst video game ever, and Baphomet ain't for Black people, then if you act and react like that, then that's reality. That's true for you. That's your truth. That's your reality. And none is right or wrong. If you're a Pac-Man, nigga, I just don't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gotta dislike you or care about your philosophy. The only question is, are you satisfied and do you feel you are going to the next level by not playing it? Do you feel you're going to the next level by playing it? You know what I'm saying? That's really your thing. It has nothing to do with whatever. So that research is really just most necessary because you need that foundation. But if you don't start, you don't have to stand on it no mm-hmm. more. Mm-hmm. And I find myself not excited about it because you just know it to be true. So that same concept of you don't have to argue, Michael Jordan doesn't have to argue about how good he is. Mm-hmm. You become that. I ain't got to really sit there and drop all of this shit. You'll say all the books that you remember when get it from that book, get it from that book. But you should be able to stand, like Bobby was able to stand, on thousands of hours of your research that already exists in the world. So I don't have to sit here and drop all this research, even though I don't mind doing it. Mind pointing people to directions where they can search it and research themselves, because that's the key. But I can stand on, when they say, do you have any books you can recommend? Yes. I got 4 hours, 3 different videos of just book lists with their synopsis. So I don't have to tell you the book to read unless it's something that's like right there. Or I can say you could just Google my book list and you could go on for longer than you will have time in the day just to write down books that I've given. So I'm able to stand on shit that I've done, not just come out of nowhere telling you all this good shit and I can't give you credentials to research it for yourself. Mm-hmm. So you'll get past, a real nigga will get past the research lecture phase or the research phase of his lecturing, because eventually something's got to give, something's got to happen. If you just keep quoting shit that's on Google that someone could look, you may be great at collecting a whole bunch of information and presenting it, but in the end, you're only searching on Google like this nigga or that nigga could do himself. They're just too lazy to do it and want you to do it and want your interpretation of it.
Right.
But ultimately, want your interpretation of it. But ultimately, it's you who have to interpret it for yourself. And you have to walk through the doors. And very few people want to do that. Very few people know how to do it and won't admit that they know how to do it. Like you said, they'll say, it seems like I'm bullshit, before they'll say, maybe I'm full of shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's the real thing. Because I'm telling you this, that, I'm telling you, not only am I telling you, especially in class, which you were in, I'm telling you the same subject about this drum machine in 4, 5, 7 different ways to explain the one point in this drum machine. If you don't get it one of those 7 ways, at what point do you say, maybe it's fucking you and not this guy who keeps explaining this shit over and over? And then I've said it 7 different ways in lecture form. I've showed it and manifested, especially niggas who's in my house. You see, I'm manifesting this shit. You know what I'm saying? Manifesting this shit. So no one wants to say, well, maybe I just don't get it. Because it's not the intellect that we're trying to develop. It's really a spiritual knowing, which is where it becomes hard to do this shit. That part of you that's confident and knows. It's hard for niggas to be confident in high school. It's hard to be niggas to be confident around women. It's hard for niggas to be confident around their job. You know what I'm saying? So what makes this spiritual confidence even easier when it's even more abstract to obtain? You can take a course on how to operate at your job and how to do a job interview. Right? You can take a course on how to talk to women and how to date.
Oh, it's plenty of information.
Right. You can't take a course on spirituality that takes you past doing it yourself. Because even those other things, as much point as you get, at the end of the day, you're the one that still got to stand in front of the chick and talk. You're the one that still have to go to the interview and sell yourself. And you're the one who needs to walk through that door spiritually. No one can do it for you. You know what I'm saying? It can't be done for you. And that's really, at the end of the day, what people want. That's why they hold you to a standard that doesn't even make any sense. Okay, you said this, and so what? You don't like it, and then you question it, then move on. I don't care. I'm not here to qualify. You know, if I didn't qualify it enough for you in that moment, then it ain't for you. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. I try to say what I say and qualify it through either story or point you to some sort of way. And certain shit just makes common sense. If it doesn't add up to you, it's not for you. My feelings are not hurt. And I'm not going to be like Jordan sitting outside going, nigga, what? This is a layup. This is a proper layup. But Panic, no, I'm not going to say, but no, I'm telling you this is a layup. No, I laid it up. You don't like the way it went in the basket, go watch another game. Simple as that. Go watch another game. Find somebody else to be a cheerleader for, because I'm not doing it for cheers. I'm not doing it for likes. Truth to power. Because of the truth that I speak, and this truth is the reality which I reflect, it's brought me in power. And you have to find your truth to power, not my truth to power.
Right.
So I'm not going to argue my truth to power with you.
I remember when I was first trying to get money, I was trying to get into IT. And I remember I had a Hindu coworker. He told me quite simply, he said, if you try to do IT for money, it ain't gonna work. I remember thinking like, well, money is the motive. Why does it matter? And I started to realize how hard it was just to study.
Oh, no doubt. To keep studying. I did IT. I did networking.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start with something called A+. And that gives you a basic understanding of the PC.
Yeah.
First of all, if you could get through that shit, you magical. You have a software test and a hardware test. So you learn about all the physical connections, the history, of serial versus parallel versus USB serial port, how it delivers information, 8-band parallel port, which they don't have anymore. The old serial ports, which they used to have video, they don't have anymore. Each pin, what each pin was for, the processor, the RAM, DDR RAM, SSR RAM, RISC, processor function, processor speeds, motherboards, how to handle them, how to touch them, how to build them, how to this, how to that, how to the other, and then the software, which is another beast. Once you learn that, now you have to learn how to make two computers talk to each other. You get something called a network plus. This is basic. And then that's really plugging two computers together and how to communicate and how to all the possible standard troubleshooting things, how to network printers, wireless networks, the concepts behind them, where they start Tesla, learn all of that shit, the legacy technologies all the way up to CD-ROM at the time, blah, blah, blah. And then that's just the ground floor.
Yeah.
After you do all of that shit, you may be able to do a phone support job. Start, yeah. Then you go into the the Microsoft shit. You could get one certification is a Microsoft certified MCE, Microsoft certified something. And you pretty much just said, I'm certified in one area of Microsoft. It could be in security, it could be in networking, database,
encryption.
Encryption, the router communication, because there's router, it could communication goes under email delivery, multicast, all that shit. Program, and then there's a whole program is a whole different thing.
Yeah.
So now, MCS, the next certification is 5 tests, which is MCSA. So the one test you took for Microsoft, 4 more. That's Microsoft Certified System Administrator. And then got there. Then you take 2 more tests, you become Microsoft Certified System Engineer. Went there. After that was said, son, you didn't even touch the fucking Cisco shit yet, which is the real shit. You know what I'm saying? Where money is. I looked at that shit and said, I'm done, man. Right. Each book is this fucking big. You know what I'm saying? Like, so doing it for money? No, I ain't talking straight up, man. You gotta, like, these were the geeks that were doing this shit and they turned them shits into jobs. Yeah. And the ones that went the furthest, the ones that's still in it, was doing this shit, playing with their little computers, and their little Mac computers before anything.
That's what Chris told me. He was doing some high school.
Yeah. Playing around. Yeah. And now, all the geeks that we hired at the record label, them niggas were straight geeks. Came, built the what you call it, intranet, which is the internal network. And other geeks came and maintained it after they fired this nigga, Sasha. They fired him, Andrew King. All geek niggas. Maintained. They love that shit. There's a problem every fucking day. So, like with anything, though, you gotta love the shit. You know what I'm saying? This shit, you gotta fall in love with breakthroughs. Yes. You gotta fall in love with breakthroughs, because then you'll start cutting out. Once you have that moment where you realize some shit, nigga, it not only amazing, when you can see that before and after and all the rest of that shit, you know what I'm saying? You kind of become a junkie for it. Yeah. And that's really what's driving the boat. Before driving the boat was being able to drop signs, fuck niggas up, feel like you know something better than the next person. You know, be able to get in the Uber and say, well, let me really explain to you, bitch. You know what I'm saying? But that shit should leave after a while, because it's an exercise in the ego. And you really just want to know just to know. You know what I'm saying? Really, that should always have been the goal. Just to want to know, just to know. Pants up. Ooh. Just want to know, just to know. And you used to measure success by how many books you read or completed. Okay. But then you start to measure success about when you start to understand what that inner alchemy is, what that transformation feels like, what them aha moments feel like when you're getting something and you know, oh, it's big and it's going to change your perspective on this reality for good. You get what I'm saying? That's what you're here for. That's when you know you made true success. So what I had to realize and understand what true success was just straight breakthrough. You know what I'm saying? It was just straight breakthrough. I bet you there's a button to make this shit brighter somewhere on here. You know what I'm saying? It's about this way. Yeah, probably. I mean, without looking for it, I mean, I'm sure it's probably here. There's a no, that ain't it. Hold on. That look like the options. No. There's options. Where did I find that shit at before? Because you already own. No. There we go. Here it is. Info. I want to say single hardware. You son of a bitch. Sync other might be hardware. Pad threshold, pad sensitivity, pad curve, velocity. Oh, that's fly. Screen dimming. I could make it dimmer. Come on, motherfucker. Screen dimming, motherfucker. Screen dimming. That shit ain't. Let me see. No, hold on. Bring this down more. This motherfucker is just. Some hard-headed shit. There we go. Screen dimming. Yeah, I'm reading this. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Now I'm wanting on for 5 minutes, but brightness. Let's see what this is. We only got 2 seconds. That's whack. Well, at least you got the date right. Time zone. Oh, what's the time zone? Motherfucker, it should be Eastern Standard Time, nigga. Let's get that right. Come on, motherfucking thing. Oh, I forgot. You got to do double clicks. I think that's what it is. Let's see. It's a lot of Pacific. God damn, motherfucker. Hold on. Europe. Oh, no, they got some bullshit. I guess this is what it is. Yeah. All right. I actually had a break. Four taps. Never looked through all of this crap. Project defaults. Yeah, whatever, son. Send it again. All right, so back to business. So let's talk about this, and then talk about some of the stuff that happened to you. I'm gonna get this thing back in the game. Strain in the game. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if Kobe was a motherfucking some sort of ritual for that goddamn president, yo. They fighting for this motherfucker's dignity. All right, so New Orleans, the Marriott, this is gonna be a big one. 555 Canal Street, New Orleans, LA, 70130. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., February 15, 2020. This is going to be a legend, sir. That's what Lean was saying. I don't know if I got that out, that when he seen the flyer, it was like, this shit is going to be, I'm like, oh shit, you know, it's a good lecture. This is a good subject. The science of the soulmate, baby.
Just 35 at the door, 35 for the webinar. If you can't make it, contact Visa, VISEWESI @gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? That's on the 15th in New Orleans, New Orleans. They're going to be out in New Orleans. 555 Canal Street, CANAL Street, New Orleans. 70130 on February 15th. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Let's get it on. The science of this soulmate. The blood clot soulmate. The science of the soulmate. All right, New Orleans, let's go. We're gonna have all of our goodies in the building. So it's gonna be a smashing event.
Seems like everyone wants one. That's interesting. Everyone feels like they want one. We need one. So
well, we're gonna see about that shit. February 15th. Now let me say Kenny's just someone who took my class before. One cast that kind of hung around for a while, throw parties and certain events. Nigga did the ayahuasca trip. He was picking up the pieces. But Kenny was, and we talked about it the last time he was on this tape with me. He was incredibly, that's interesting. He was incredibly intellectual, very intellectual. I go back on this. Oh,
damn, that's from Star Trek.
Yeah, this shit. He's incredibly intellectual. Like, this nigga was like a walking Google. And though it's very impressive and very informative, very intelligent, I also know and have known spiritually, it becomes a certain block at a certain level when you rely on your intellect as opposed to knowing. You're relying on the ego and what the ego thinks it knows. My only way of just reading it at one point. So great, you're able to retain it. That's what you're really just saying, right? Because everybody reads a bunch of shit, but most people, you'll find them saying, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, because they're not used to retaining it. So usually what seems smarter when someone's able to retain and recall information at will. Oh yeah, 1972, you know, obviously ill like that. Well, they made that in 1972, it started out, it evolved, it came back in 94. Emu was making another drum machine that rivaled it, so they knew they had to create an onboard sampler. And in 1996 is when they created the first disk drive, but it was able to do, it sounded like I'm dropping shit, but really, all I did was read an article somewhere perhaps, or even lived through it, but I'm just able to retain it where it sounds, my presentation, maybe, yeah. And then I may be Timberland, the producer, right, that's dumb as a fucking rock, let's just say with consciousness. I don't know if he is or not, but dumb as a rock in consciousness, but knows the shit out that drum machine, though. So what's more intellectual? Not being able to explain this drum machine and suck at making beats, or master this drum machine and don't know where the fuck it came from. Just glad I got it. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on how you look at intellect. Depends on how you take it. Depends on how you choose intellect to see. So someone who's in this society, because white people can't play a drum machine, they made your ability to explain the drum machine more valuable than actually playing the drum machine. So in public school, in your training, you're taught to repeat shit and say shit, and you somehow come off as smarter. Well, did Roberta Flack do it first, or was it Peabo Bryson? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Certain way it matters in terms of a conversation moving forward, but if you're holding all your conscious stock in that, right, then it's a problem. You're in the barbershop, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Nah, nigga, ain't no cookies upstairs. Yeah, nigga, there's cookies upstairs. But you're in the barbershop. That's a meaningless nothing. You know what I'm saying? And even then, you still don't want to be too emotionally involved in that.
if you could, you wouldn't want to be. Not because I don't say so, you just wouldn't want to be. We're talking about a bunch of barbershop niggas about how sad Kobe Bryant's death really is. When you could conceptualize motherfuckers may have killed him for Trump's goddamn impeachment to be fair. You know what I'm saying? When you could even fathom that, I at least want to discuss that to see if somebody has any more. Well, you know something? Well, what about, and yo, let me tell you this. These old niggas, yo, what you said. Like, they, see, again, as I started to talk about, they're used to God having a plan. Mm-hmm. So they can't figure. Kobe's smiling ass, all the happiness. Why would God do that?
Not to mention, in the NBA is unique in the sense of the sport is not that violent. So the athletes are very well reserved. All the great legends are still around. Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So they look at it as like, they ain't never seen one of the living legends go like that.
Right, that's true too. That's true too.
Because they all, everyone, all of them still live.
Right, and none of them over any, and no, not what Larry Bird, all of them.
He's still living.
Yeah, all of them motherfuckers still alive.
Yeah.
And if they die of some old shit. Did Will Chamberlain still alive?
No, Will Chamberlain died in 99.
But he was like, this is like old timer in the bed.
He's 70
after
feet,
a book of 100,000 pieces of pussy.
Right.
You're like, yeah, you deserve, good job. Yeah. But nobody just got their life taken away from them like that.
It's kind of like when Michael Jordan died in 94.
Right. You'll be like,
motherfucking shook.
Right. See, well, yeah, I mean, that makes the ritual.
It was a delectable setup.
Yeah.
I heard it went down.
Yeah, and his daughter.
And the daughter.
Yeah, that's a feeding. They eating off that shit. Them niggas is doing shit with black mamas and everything right now.
Dude, I was taking a nap and woke. It seemed as if I was looking at another reality when I seen the news.
Yo, let me tell you, Keenan, he's my son who's in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Said he walked out the studio. He said before he knew what happened that day, there was a fog all around LA. These niggas are setting up shop, nigga. Y'all sitting around playing and arguing on YouTube. Are you kidding me? Not even in the game. That shit is distraction. Them niggas know this shit is about energy. This shit ain't about no money, no economy, and controlling black slaves. Are you crazy? It's about keeping you here arguing and bickering, fighting for this shit. You're fighting for your own slavery. You're fighting for, that's like you getting caught in a rabbit trap by a hunter, and then you and the other rabbits are debating about how to make this trap that you're caught into more cozy. Mm-hmm. Nah, nigga, we got one goal. We can debate about this shit later. Get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck up out of here.
The last tragedy that was like tragic, I think it was JFK. That had the nation
people,
united in that way. Because when Michael died, Prince died.
Well, they was united under hope. Okay. See, Kobe's a little bit different because he had hope coming. Okay. Kobe didn't have hope coming. Kobe had what all of these people wish they could become if they had such a charmed life as him. So with someone with such a charmed life, Jesus must like you. So these Christian niggas in the barbershop was like, you could tell they wasn't sad for Kobe, just sad for Kobe. They were sad because they don't understand why would Jesus do this. Faithful. Right, like it's clear he's a nice guy. It's clear that Jesus was blessing him since he was 18, growing up in Italy. And this red carpet laid out for basketball. Mm-hmm. His beautiful kids, and he's retired at 38. More money than a nigga could count up to. He's in a position where he's about to start life and with all the money in the universe to do whatever. And such a good, loved, nice, helpful kid. Jesus should be on fire about this nigga. Why would Jesus do that? That's what I seen in Christian faces. Like, I don't get God's plan. Why, you know what I mean? So they question their faith because he represents And he was such a nice guy, you didn't have to be jealous of what he had.
Right.
See, even Kevin Hart, you'd be like, fuck that. I hate you. If that nigga was flexing in a mansion, you'd be like, little dirty bastard, that should be my house. You would say that faster than you would say that with Kobe. You'll be like, man, he deserves that. There was a time you felt that shit for Tiger Woods. Yeah. Tiger Woods don't even make that dumb smiling face no more. Before, I'm Caucasian. I loved it.
I never heard.
Yay. After he got caught cheating, that's when he just nigga face. You Caucasian, you niggazoid, nigga-kazoid, nigga. And because there's no reason to front, because you don't feel now that he has that charmed life. See all the mug shots. So you ain't see Kobe in the mug shots and all of that. You look at Kobe as almost perfection. You know what I'm saying? As almost perfection. The only flaw was that little wife shit, and then he went back when he cheated on his wife. Then he went right back to it. He even cheated innocent. Niggas like, why'd you do that? And why'd you wear a wig? Why'd you do this? And niggas was saying you could have did that better. Meaning you even cheat like a we can forgive you. So you can't be mad at Kobe for nothing. Always in his daughter's face, I love you. You love me. I love you. Yeah, you
empowering women,
right.
Athletes.
Yeah. People ask, so Kobe, you need sons to keep the legacy going. My daughter is like, no, I don't. I'm the legacy. Every woman's going, that's right, Kobe, for the women. You don't hate this nigga for no reason. So when he dies and that happens, because they still feel death is a punishment.
Yes.
That God is doing. Why did God punish them? They question their own faith. And, you know what I'm saying? Truthfully, he got a gift.
No doubt.
He's released from this goddamn trap. For him and his daughter. It's hard to see that shit, though.
I told a homegirl of mine, I was like, no matter how tragic it is, I said he's in a position that is worthy of ending.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. So now, yeah, definitely. If you really know the score, you know what I'm saying? But if you that regular ass humanity, you know what I'm saying? You just really know, you just long, you see your circumstance. You don't even see his circumstance. I'm saying you see your circumstance. What if I do all the right things? Because you're not doing them now. But you feel you're working your way to doing all the right things and being whatever. And it just and then the reality hits you it can just be taken away in a helicopter. It's not like you got we so used to, well, how that nigga get shot? Well, he was in the Crips. How that nigga get smacked? Because he was smacking other motherfuckers. Right. So now if you die in the helicopter thing, which is an act of God, let's just say, they can't come to terms with that because they think they're doing all the right things and they're on God's buddy list. They're on Jesus' buddy list.
What an incredible lockdown.
Oh, we even the lockdown. Woo, nigga, this lockdown is so fucking incredible. It's so many avenues and it's all based upon fear and not knowing. So the core of the lockdown is not knowing, putting you in the system where you're cut off, right, from who and what you are. That's the separation of subconscious and conscious. So when they put some of your energy or some of your brain or some of your self into a brain, and the other part sleep and all that gray matter, where you would have access to it. You only have access to the 10%. So you walking around, I know that means something, and I know, but I don't know. So you spend this whole lifetime trying to chase it while you think the enemy is outside of you. White people, the economy, and all the rest of that. But the true trick is the enemy is actually the thing you're trying to perfect. That's why you got to watch that movie Revolver with Andre 3000, the Guy Ritchie movie.
Okay.
These are movies I've said 1,000 times. Revolver, where it's a movie about the ego. Okay. And they're telling them your greatest enemy is closer than you will ever know. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Your greatest enemy is closer than you ever know. One of the most arrogant things they showed in the movie is when you propose to be a teacher and do not understand that you also sit in the role of the student as well. Throughout the movie, Andre 3000 is playing chess with the guy Crank. And he's letting Crank throughout the movie bust his ass in chess. So Crank becomes this teacher. See, this is where you fucked up. This is where you went left. And damn, wow. But what Andre 3000 understands as the ultimate teacher in this movie is that right now he's playing the role of the student, letting this guy show his cards in his fucking ego. It's about the movie, it's about the ego. Then while he starts schooling him to what's really happening, he starts busting his ass. Check, and the shit look wild. Checkmate, Mr. Such and Such. He was like, oh, I was baffled. And he's like, yeah, pretty much I studied you and overcame you. You know what I'm saying? Because I was willing to sit in the role of the student, not just try to be this egomaniac to try to bust your ass. The true way to bust in your ass is to let you reveal your own cards. People reveal their own cards when they're emotional. Fuck that, what's up, nigga? You reveal what you're really scared of.
It's to show your age when you emotional.
Oh yeah, the true age shows, you know what I'm saying? The true mentality shows, you know what I'm saying? That's why most masters definitely know. You keep your emotional, and even better, if you choose not to be emotional about the subject that you're dealing with. Because you will reveal your cards. Fuck you, bitch.
I love Baphomet. You know, fuck you.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to. It's just, that's like really saying, I love this. It's just a device. It's like me looking at this here, saying, I love this. All this is a flashlight, and a flashlight is a tool. Your mind is the all. These things are nothing but tools to get your mind in a certain place.
Even the archons.
I'm talking about symbols. The archons are your outward energy that symbolize humanity. You know what they symbolize. You've been suffering from it. Everything symbolizes something. Baphomet, on the other hand, is a made-up symbol for a purpose of enlightenment. So you say, well, it means that, you say the human historical origins. Everything has a human historical origins. First of all, you can't have it on both hands. We invented white people, and even if white people invented the image of Baphomet, somehow that's theirs. Right. No, their behavior is theirs based upon animalistic behavior, but they are you. This is just they are a lower form of you. They are devolved human beings. They took a lion or a tiger, one of them, and devolved it, and it became a cat in camp. And if they kept going, it becomes this hairless cat, like Mr. Bigglesworth, until it looks like this rat, this hairless rat. So that's what it looks devolved, or a cat devolved becomes this hairless white thing. So a white thing on this planet is a devolved you. And the attitudes and the social mentality it has is just a devolved you. There's nothing a white person can do that isn't in a nigga some sort of way, without a doubt, some sort of how. So you're trying to rise above that. You understand what I'm saying? You're trying to rise above that. So white folks, Euphrates Levy is the one who made that Baphomet image. Whether he's doing it for the Moors or whoever the fuck ever, he's doing it to rise above their animal self. through your science, because there's no other way out. There's not like their science and your science. It's all yours. And maybe how they devolved it in their devolved ass nature. But in the end, if you fucking with it, you're here to redeem all of your work. All of it. So no, Baphomet is just a symbol. It's not about love. None of this shit is about love. In the end, maybe love of self and love of that which you are. But I'm not looking at Baphomet because I love him. He ain't a fucking team. I'm not on team Baphomet. I don't give a fuck if you don't fuck with that. I just got finished saying if shit worked for you, it worked for you. If it don't work for you, then who cares? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care, but just to have ignorance about something that what the symbol actually means, where it's from in the history, I'm sure all that's true. And I'm sure to me it doesn't matter. But if it matters to someone else, then it's going to matter. Me saying it shouldn't matter is not going to change what matters. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So from my perspective, if you say you love it, my answer is stop. I don't care. What does that have to do with what I'm even talking about? You know what I'm saying? What does that have to do with what I'm even talking about? Ask the person who got burnt with VD constantly how much they love pussy. Right. Ask the person with 4 babies that they can't feed if they love pussy. With HIV, AIDS, even if they made it, even if it's all made up in a lab, but they attribute it to pussy. Ask them if they love pussy. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Ask the nigga who got stabbed up by a couple of hoes that they weren't treating right.
A white bitch that got robbed by niggas.
No, I'm talking about pussy. Nigga, you got this take on the subject. As much as we like to say how much we love pussy, you understand what I'm saying? All of these disasters that can be connected to pussy as well. Ask that person. You know what I'm saying? Ask that person. He may not be excited. He might just say, man, fuck pussy. You know what I'm saying? I got fucking 4 baby mamas right now. Fuck pussy. You know what I'm saying? Pussy's why my dick is broke. Pussy's why whatever.
My pockets is broke.
Well, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Pussy's why this bitch stabbed my whatever. Pussy burned down my house. Ask that nigga who was with Left Eye.
Andre Rison.
Pussy left a big hole in your ceiling, nigga.
Huge.
Right. Yeah. So see, he might evaluate what he probably at the club. He found another bitch. She ain't working out. He probably saying, "Oh, let me get my shit together." Perhaps. So it's all about your perspective. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the champion for Baphomet or none of this shit. I'm the champion for me waking up into knowledge of myself. I'm so happy to be able to speak about it well. So that puts me in the ability to say, yo, try this, do that. But if I don't want to save Black people, and I don't, what the fuck do I care if you jump on this or not? I don't care. I'm here with the individual who's on it. This ain't about, I don't love this flashlight, but I'll damn sure use it. And I never once asked who invented the flashlight. Did you ask who invented this drum machine that you use? But I guarantee whoever invented it cannot make what I'm making on it. Who invented Pro Tools?
I have no fucking idea.
Well, guess what? I'm sure it was a white man.
You're right.
So should you not use Pro Tools? Because I know everybody's got a fucking demo that they're trying to make. Should you not use these computers? Well, the Black man invented the computer and they stole it from him. Oh, now that you want to use shit, it's the Black person's shit. But now I'm saying, yeah, that's the image of Baphomet. I was able to make use out of it. And able to drop the reasons. But the white man, oh, yeah, he's running everything. Your clothing. He's making all that shit you wearing. These bitches are selling, you buying the material from their shops, paying tax to them.
They have everything.
Everything. They rocking your ass out here. Rocking your ass out here.
Even the shit you think you run, like basketball.
So when you get to choose and say that's the white man's, we can't use That's saying I can't use it, so I'm going to justify it because it's all the white man's. So it's really about, are you putting your shit into it? All the machines that we made rap music, the entirety of rap music, is all on their shit. But we added our shit, and that's what made it ours. Simple as that. So now, to get back to your story, what I noticed was this nigga was an intellectual beast. And that's just was that. Now, I didn't notice this. You know, I just happened, he told me, I happened to say, I called him on it one day, now, you too intellectual, and I brushed it off. Then Khadijah must have had some words with him about it. Then this nigga came to the house. I'll let you tell in your own story what started to happen next.
Oh, well, you mean when I came to the house after the initial breakthrough?
Yes, I guess that's when it started.
Yeah. Well, basically, like Panic has said that my thought process was all intellectual. Anything that I was trying to take in and learn, I would try to surmise it on an intellectual level. Just leave it at that. Logically, if it didn't make sense, if it didn't coincide with my rationale, that would pretty much be the end all, the be all. And it was a blockage that I kind of put on other people by basically saying that maybe they're explaining it wrong, or I'm not getting it, so maybe they explain it because I'm a smart nigga, so perhaps they're not getting it right. So when we went to the ayahuasca trip, this and that, the third, it took for Panic and Khadijah to see from an outside view what it really was. You know what I mean? If you don't know that an anvil is on your head, because instead, if it's on your head, you can't see it. But if someone on the outside, they can see it. It's up to you to be able to be like, okay, I need to do something.
You can't see your own nose.
You can't see it. So when it was like, Panic was just like, you're just too intellectual. So I really just went home and just really analyzed that. I really began to analyze what that truly meant to me and how it was blocking me. And through that process of analysis, I began to break that down within me. And I started to see that it was a part of a construction of a whole of a body that I am responsible for, that I either allowed or something that, that impacted me subconsciously that I didn't know. All I know was that I could see that it was layers, intellect, then rationale, then logic, then rationale. I'm like, oh, it's all connected. And that's why I was able to start to see through. But before I even got to that point, the true key was I was genuinely sincere about wanting to know about myself. That was, to me, that's the driving point in anybody who is trying to really want to get to know about themselves, or get to know anything about occult knowledge or spirituality. The thing I implore anybody is just to find something about yourself and just get into it. And then you would start to break down the faculties of your mind. You start to recognize there's a separation between what is your programming and what is behind the program.
Right.
And then you'll be able to, start to create something new,
Okay, well, that's cool. So what I noticed when you came through, was you were having more experiences, or you started having experiences as opposed to just theorizing on what spirituality was. That's also a very important point you said about your because that's actually what kept you around here, was your ability to want to know, how much you wanted to know. So you truthfully wanted to know, you just didn't know how to break through that layer of humanity, because that's what intellect is, nothing but a product of humanity. Because if you come from that place, it's known, you don't have to intellectualize about it. No more than Prince Akeem from Zamunda has to intellectualize about being a prince. He is a prince. So you just know it, and that's all you do know, because that's that reality. So intellect wouldn't be needed in Zamunda if you are absolutely the prince. There's nothing to figure out. You know what I'm saying? He just was emotionally bored and needed something else to fulfill him emotionally. But intellectually, roses were thrown at his feet. people were wiping his ass and washing his dick. So what would you need intellect for? Who you need to talk to? Right. And be smart when you are the master of your own universe. You are the prince of your own Zamunda, the king of your own Zamunda. You don't need to say, well, let me tell you why 5 + 4 - 7 = 2. Right. You don't need to do that when 5 + 4 - 7 = 2, because wipers, you know what I'm saying? Right. The royal penis is clean. That's the end of that equation. So now on the other side of this, intellect comes into play because that's a product of having to defend yourself in polarity. Take your position. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? Pull your side and say, I'm on this side of the game, I'm on that side of the game, I feel that's smarter. You have to state your business and state what it is and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. So the development of intellect is actually fruitless. Yeah. On a certain level. You're gonna need it to guide you through your conscious thing. But after a while, there's very little intellect that I exercise. I exercise knowing. Right. I don't have to think about what I'm gonna do if I need something to get done. I know what to light, I know what to sprinkle, I know what to put down, I know what to pick up. I know what to move, I know what to touch, I know what to activate, without even having to look at a book, have to rationalize, look at the days of the month. Oh, we're gonna light that up, we're gonna do that. Oh, we need this, let's do that. Oh, that's what does that. I've done it so much and it's worked so much, I know, Prince Hakeem.
And I can see how intellect can lock you down, especially if you're financially successful. You got a nice family, this and that.
Well, that's usually what intellect brings you, because that's what white people cannot get past intellect. That's all they are. So they make intellect in this society function based upon it. So the smartest man has the best job, or he's the boss, or he has the most money. And that's always not necessarily always the case, but that's pretty much how it goes. Mm-hmm. If you're recognized for your intelligence, you have a better job, bigger house. A doctor seems to be the smartest. You know, and I met some dumb fucking doctors, dumbass doctors. Doctors are the smartest, lawyers are the smartest. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They couldn't survive a day in your hood, and not even just off of the violence, just off of, we about to go get a hero. What's that? You know, let's go to the store, get a 57 water juice. Huh? Okay, I guess we'll be eating that. And we'll be sitting there going, oh, goddamn, we drove like 4 hours just to go to Queensbridge to get a fucking hero for $1. One day, yo, let's stack up on these dollar heroes, go back up top, Molly Mall. And no white niggas, let's just get it one out here. You know what I'm saying? They don't get that little nuance. You know what I'm saying? So they couldn't survive on that level, how niggas roll. So long and short of it, intellect is a grand distraction in the bigger picture. It can be used to your benefit to a certain extent, because when you first start studying, it's an intellectual pursuit. But then some people can't get past that, because again, after the intellect, you're supposed to start internalizing this. Right. And that's where people have the problem. That's where they can't get over the hump. So they'll never get past the intellect. And then you'll see most people get bored with it. A lot of people who fuck with me and it's heavy and all of that shit, you know, motherfuckers go see Oprah now. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that you mentioned that. I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because my natural disposition is that I only can do things that I'm interested in. I realize I seem to be very lazy when it comes to other things. Because I was kind of questioning my spirituality about a year and a half ago.
Right, like what does it mean after a while?
Right.
You start seeing all of this dumb shit and nothing's happening to you.
Right.
There's no, you get no fruits.
No fruits.
Right, and you just keep saying, all I'm doing is just reading another book and enhancing some shit I already felt.
Let me tell you what's so ill about it. What's so ill about it was that when I analyzed, I realized, it's like, hold on, nigga. You really actually look into this shit every day. You don't look into this shit, nothing every day. You know what I'm saying? You don't even call your mother every day. But you listening to lectures, you reading books. I never thought about it. I realized I was really into this shit. And then that's where I was like, okay, perhaps, you know, there is a level of sincerity. And then I started to really getting...
Well, even that is rationalizing. Okay. Because at the end of the day, What I would say, I'm looking at this every day. Maybe my spirit is doing something that my brain can't keep up with.
Okay.
Follow what I'm saying? So that's what I would say. Like, why is my spirit trying to get fed? Something in me is calling this stuff out. Even though my brain doesn't understand it, why, I have to follow that something. And that's really people can't make either. You are used to, especially if you feel like you just got finished saying, I'm smart. You feel you're smart, you're going to rely on your smart. Your mom's been telling you since you was little, oh, you sure are smart. And you don't even have to co-sign. I know that's been happening. Oh, you smart. Ooh, Kenny's smart. Kenny knows. Ask Kenny. Kenny knows. Yeah. Kenny knows. Yeah, oh, I know. And then you have now wore that on your chest. I'm smart. I get it. I can figure this shit out. I know the skinny on it. I want to be the dude that has something to add on to whatever subject we're talking about. We're talking about French fries. Did you know in 1942? Right. Yeah. Well, oh, yeah. Come on. Yeah. You know what I mean? Right. And you fall back on that. So now you're trying to filter everything that's happening through you through smart. And that's how people never get over the hump. Now, even if they don't consider themselves smart, most people want to be smart. So they try to filter to their best ability through what they think is smart. So if nobody was always telling them they were smart and stuff like that, you don't need that because someone always told them, guaranteed, you should try to be smart. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody didn't say, wow, Kenny's smart, they will always tell you, you need to be smarter. You need to try to be smarter. So whenever you get new information or any type of information, you're going to force feed it through the best of your intellect anyway. Because someone will tell you, try to be smart. So you think you're hearing some smart shit, what are you supposed to do? Use your brain. But what you're really supposed to be doing is seeing it and seeing if you know this. Does this feel like something you know? Kind of like when you got on the skateboard, you either said, oh, hell no. Or like, yo, it feels like I could do this. It feels like I should be skating. That's when I put on skates. I worked at skating rings. But when I put on skates, pretty much the first time at the skating ring, I knew this is something I can do. Something that I know I could do. I didn't have to think or whatever. I just knew I like this and this is fun. Yeah. Same way, did you get in pussy and start writing out dialogues and maps? You just knew to go up and down. You knew to fuck. How do you know? Certain things you just know and certain things you've been trained to think about. So you have to have that same knowing approach towards your spirituality. When you start to understand candle magic, crystal magic, fairy magic, chakras, altars, and all the rest of the shit that goes along with it, that when you're doing it, that you have a certain knowing that you force yourself to come with it. I know like this candle works. If you need the intellect, you're supposed to went through the intellect. Intellectually, I know there's another, and actually while we're here, let's deal with it. There's another thing we can deal with. Where's our documents? We can deal with number 6, I believe. Where we at? Here we go. The principle of cause and effect. Listen, every cause has an effect. Every effect has its cause. Let me say it again. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. That flat fact of cause and effect, number 6 in the principle of Tahuti, means if I light a candle, that's what? A cause, which means it what? Must have an effect. If I fuck with a crystal, that's what? Cause, which means it what? Must have an effect. So that right there, what this law tells you, magic absolutely works. Ritual absolutely works. Because ritual is cause in effect. We just don't understand the effects of the rituals that we are told to do. See, the ritual and the effect of college is to lock you down into intellect and this ego about how smart you are. And all you was trained to do was sit in front of the desk with another nigga with a GED. But what's the cause and effect? I just laid it out. You get what I'm saying? There's a cause of some pussy. The cause, get some pussy, bust a nut, or have a baby. So the effect can change, right? But there's always an effect. So you light a candle, never can nothing happen based upon the law of Tahuti. The shit niggas got all these arms on saying they following any fucking way. The mystery of it. Everything happens according to this law. Everything happens according to this law. Everything happens according to this law. Chance is but a name for the law not recognized. So accidents, luck, chance, happenstance, by mistake, are all the law of cause and effect, just not recognized because you don't know what cause created this effect. So you say as a mistake, as an accident. It just happened by chance, by luck. But no, everything happens according to this law. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. So that should be a very powerful law within its own self. I think there's another part of this wisdom out there, Kick. That should be a very powerful statement within itself about how even if you study it, there's an effect. But if the effect will be a greater intellectual explosion, and you're really, remember me and Bobby used to talk about it. Bobby started talking about it. I talked about it as well. They talk about in this book by Alan Kardec, The Spirits book. And a lot of Orisha people read that book because there's so many references in it. But it's a whole book of channels. And they talk about something called ego poison. We talk about how you can learn this conscious information is either going to feed the heart or it's going to feed the intellect. And the intellect is the home of the ego. And you've been intellect or ego poisoning or intellectually poisoned if this stuff doesn't resonate in this frequency for this to actually go this way. If it doesn't resonate in that frequency, the heart frequency, for here is where it transforms you. This is the Christ energy. Here's where it transforms you. So once you start to divorce yourself from your high and mighty intellectual rendition of your own self, you start to feel it. You know what I'm saying? So when you came back after, I guess that speech must have resonated with you. You were telling about the shit that you were feeling, the shit that was happening to you. You could share some of that.
Okay. So,
before you go there.
Yeah.
But the masters rising to the plane above dominate their moods, characters, and qualities and powers. That's everything I've been telling you. The masters rising to the plane above, meaning I'm saying I no longer want to be in this plane of reality called human. You understand? So the masters rising to the plane above, we dominate our mood. And I just tell you, it's not about your emotions and letting these things emotionally react. You dominate your mood, your character. You understand? How you act and react to motherfuckers. You control your character. No motherfucker can say something and you lose your fucking mind. You understand what I'm saying? Qualities and power. You now understand that you are the master of your power and you're not feeding because you're reacting. Y'all niggas ain't ready. As well as environment and surrounding, meaning you create the reality you choose to live in, which you've been to my home. It's lovely. It's lovely. We become movers instead of pawns. Because with this intellectual lack of understanding of cause and effect, you are a pawn. You are a pawn. I am telling you and showing you and proving right now that this wisdom of Tahuti is not just about an intellectual pursuit. When you go deeper in the Kabbalion, which is just the laws of Tahuti, you'll see they're giving you perspective on how to deal with this shit as well. All this shit, I'm reading this from my book. This is all in my book. They're giving it helps to play the game of life instead of being played and moved about by others' wills and the environment. You cried when Obama got elected. You cried when Trump got elected. You did?
When Obama got elected. This is 08, 12 years ago.
Damn, nigga. I was already giving lectures. They use this principle instead of being used as tools. You understand? That's everything I've been teaching. That's everything I'm showing. So I'm not just teaching and saying shit because it's how I feel. I'm getting it from our wisdom. And really, I'm not even going hard with our wisdom. Since I am a teacher and teachers, I usually stay around the basics to really get the point across. If I went hard in the books and stuff I read, it'd be too complex. You have to go there yourself. I don't even know if I want to go down the road. You can't understand basic shit. Still arguing about a fucking picture of a goat. So fuck you. It's no harder to go. It's really, I'm staying on a certain surface level to bring people into the understanding of themselves. And that's a slow process. Just putting out information and saying a fly-ass lecture, that's old news, man. My shit 5 hours. I just dropped a 7-hour lecture. You understand what I'm saying? So talking and keeping motherfuckers entertained with this shit is not even a chore. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but you want people to actually be able to benefit from it. And certain times you got to do shit like this, just like a scolding motherfuckers. Like, yo, get on the ball. You know what I'm saying? It's too much out here and you're not accessing it because you've been conned into it. How do I do it? How do I do it? Well, how did you do it?
I did it through reflection, self-reflection.
Explain that.
Reflecting on, I started practicing leverage just on my own behavior, just by looking at the results of what I was getting. And I started to analyze my own emotional feelings of just having this weird feeling of envy of other people that I looked up to in spirituality, that I felt obtained things that I felt that I just like couldn't attain. I had to call drunk sis. I felt like she was living a reality that I just couldn't understand. I remember going to an apartment and it was just like, it just seemed like she just manufactured that shit. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even about like, it seemed so easy to her. I couldn't understand the climate she was in. I had to be around her. I had to be around her. I had to talk to her. I had to get an understanding. And the more she explained, the more I started to realize how simple it was.
Right.
You know?
And that's the crazy part. It's more simple than it is complex, but because you were brought up on this intellectual shit, you're waiting for this fucking collegiate level shit. Right. But it's really the shit you were doing when you was a kid that you knew to do. Your playfulness, your imagination.
So I started just talking to her about it. Like, how do I do this? How do I do that? And she would just break it down in such plain, factual ways. She was just like, I realized, okay, so going back to the ayahuasca trip, I'm doing the ayahuasca, I'm doing shrooms. I've never done drugs a day in my life prior to this trip. No drugs, you know. So here I am at this ayahuasca trip chasing a opportunity to get a breakthrough. I never even considered what a breakthrough was to me, but looking back at it, that's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Okay, keep talking.
So,
yeah. Was it baby?
So, Keep talking, man. Okay. So I'm going to this ayahuasca trip because I'm looking for a breakthrough. I'm thinking what the drugs is going to do for me is open up faculties in me that I didn't know that was aware in me. Unbeknownst to myself, once I finally was able to get over the quote unquote hump to even take drugs in the first place, because I identified myself. Hey.
See, little Kenny Ken.
What's up, Doc? How are you, brother? I'm doing good. You know? All right. I know. I know I'm doing. So
yeah, keep kicking it, Ken. See, you're gonna see her. Y'all gonna see her soon.
Amazing.
Yes, children, baby. She looking at Kenny Ken. You looking at Kenny Ken?
I've never seen something so handsome in my life.
How you want to meet Kenny? Come
on. Hey. Oh, I don't know Kenny.
She ain't that handsome.
I laughed. I scared her. Scared her. I laughed.
In my mind.
I scared the baby. I'm sorry, bro.
Kenny ain't that
I ain't doing.
He ain't that cute sticker. All right.
Oh, mama.
You want your pacifier, fire, baby? Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. So he ain't that cute. He ain't that cute, nigga. Come on, baby. Well, did you bring that stuff downstairs? Oh, so that stuff's in there? Yeah. All right. Put the key back on the table? Yeah. All right, man, we can figure that out later. All right, I'm going to finish this up soon after Ken finish. You could get going, man.
Oh, okay. So real quick, I came here with the intentions of taking drugs so I can get this spiritual awakening, which was my intention. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go here and I'm going to take these drugs and I'm going to get this breakthrough. I'm going to be like everybody else at the party. That was literally my goal. I want to be like my so-called peers because I don't feel like one. I'm going to go there, I'm going to take these drugs, I'm going to get better. Long story short, once I took the drugs, all I got was fucking high, okay? I got high and I enjoyed myself. But when I look back at it, after the trip was over, I didn't receive shit. I didn't get no breakthroughs, no understandings, no nothing. I felt embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? Just personally, I felt like I embarrassed myself.
Sometimes we never got high before. Sometimes about just getting high.
I know it was great, but you know, like I wanted more. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I wanted more. I wanted to know and learn more about myself. Period. Or whatever that was, the reality. I didn't know what the fuck. Just anything to get past what I was doing. Mm-hmm. And then I started to analyze why I didn't receive anything. Like, God damn it, like why didn't I get the breakthrough that I was looking for? And then I started talking to drunk sis, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna just start meditating. It was just so simple. I never meditated before to that point. Damn. I was just like, let me get into meditation. Let me just see what this meditating thing is all about. Your parents talk about it all the time. I'm taking many classes.
Right.
And I never just sat down and just start and began with the fundamentals. I just felt like shit was supposed to come to me. You know what I mean? Just like my intellect came to me, I feel like everything else was supposed to come.
Right.
So I started to meditate. And Drunk Sis gave me some pointers on which direction I should go in forms of meditation. Mm-hmm. And she was just like, just see yourself just living a reality that's comfortable, like going to work with no traffic. You know, like she was telling me little things like that. She would say, go to work and just picture yourself in the car you want with no traffic. Go into the job and it's easy. Now, so what I started to realize through this exercise, that it wasn't so much as about me manifesting that reality. It was really about just truly seeing myself in that light, seeing myself as conscious, knowing that it's me. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Like that, I had to get to that point, and not just being in the realm of imagination. but actually seeing myself in that reality.
Well, it comes through your imagination.
Yeah.
So you're imagining not you're flying through the air with a fucking unicorn horn on. That's not that form of imagination. You have to be able to see yourself. Exactly what you're describing is the imagination you need to be able to see yourself in that place. The child's imagination can see themselves with wings and unicorn horns on. And since they ain't got shit to do, they just came from a world where that's how you would function. You would navigate through your own universe. I need wings. And put on wings and go. Because that's exactly what life was. They're coming out of that, so they still have that imagination. But now you're at a point where you're using your imagination to power here. So you have to see, you're not trying to see yourself with blue Jaguar, paw prints, I'm a blue Jaguar. You're not trying to see that, right. You don't have to. What you're trying to see is, or imagine, or use your imagination to imagine scenarios that can empower you here. Right. Because that's actually images that the subconscious mind uses, the symbols the subconscious mind uses to put you to make that reality for you. So that's programming. What you're talking about is programming. When you just close your eyes and imagine yourself living a certain way, you're telling your subconscious mind, that's how I want to live.
Right. Well, what's interesting, I didn't even know the subconscious, but I've sit here and I've watched you, your class is built around that shit. And it didn't surmise to me what was going on until I read Hidden Power. When I sat there and I read the book Hidden Power, I realized for the first time in my life that there was something else to me that was outside of what I thought I knew.
I read that book when I was about 17 or 16. Hidden Power by James Van Fleet. Yeah. Must have. It'll show you that he goes very hard on the subconscious and how to raise it up, how to talk to it, but he speaks mostly about repetition. You know what I'm saying? How to do mantras, how to write shit down, backwards, all sorts of shit. But he's giving you a real detailed information on your actual mind. It changes the game.
It changed. I called nonsense immediately. I'm just fumbling at the mouth trying to explain to her this understanding that I have about myself that I didn't know was even there. Like even up to that point, I was totally driving the boat with just my intellect.
Of course, that's what everyone's doing. Your intellect is your ego. Okay. So your ego's always driving the boat, either to your demise or either where you can make it benefit you. Let's just say that. The intellect is the ego. How intellectually adept you are is a different story. That's where you get into the different brains that Joe Poker was talking about. There's the bee brain. She said there's the reptilian brain, the bee brain, and then the bird brain. Reptilian brain is the loner dude. Okay. The bee brain is those people who operate in congregation. The nigga who got to be a crypt, a blood, or in the church, or a part of the PTA. And then there's the bird brain, which is the highest a white man could go, the third circuit of the brain, which is the intellectual brain. That's the doctor, the lawyer, you know what I'm saying, the guy who's the pontificator. It's the TI ass nigga. They think he's deep about nothing, you know what I'm saying? And Joe Budden's deep about nothing, you know what I'm saying? Now, those people usually hide under the umbrella because white people who can't get past the third circuit of the brain created a whole society where intellect reigns supreme. Right. The smarter you are, the smarter you feel you are, the more you feel you're more worthy or the most worth, or have the most worth here. So you were falling on what everyone falls on when they can't fall on spirituality. Right. So you weren't doing nothing more special. It's just that you had a little bit more to say than the average bear, perhaps, on a subject. But my stupid ass cousin is falling back on her intellect as well. And I guarantee you she's not as smart as most. You get what I'm saying? But she's still doing the same thing. So the key is, it's really switching technologies.
Yeah.
That's really the key.
Mm-hmm.
And so whether you're smart or dumb and think you're smart, most people haven't switched to that knowing technology. See, because the imagination that you're using to see yourself in that moment now becomes now moments, and it becomes an act of knowing. I see myself as rich, living like I want to live, moving how I want to move. Your subconscious mind doesn't know that that's not happening. You understand? It's not like your rational thinking mind. That ain't happening. I was just meditating. I was just thinking that. But boy, it would be nice. That's your conscious mind. Your subconscious mind just says instruction. But if there's more instruction to be poor, it'll stay poor. If you keep doing what you're doing, you're giving it more instruction to become rich. And repetition is how it changes. So the more you repetitively think of this thought using those symbols, the more you're programming. So if you were told 10 times and accepted, I'm a poor man, because of the 10 times you were told, your subconscious mind is just waiting for time 11 to be told I am rich. You know what I'm saying? So you're not really even doing it to counter being poor. You're just doing it to turn all your attention on being rich. I am rich. I am prosperous. I am worthy. I am wealthy. I am healed. I am happy. I am prosperity. I am power. I am love. I am regarded. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to tell yourself, I am. And the more you tell yourself, the more the subconscious mind goes, okay. It's not sitting there saying, man, that's going to be hard. It's not sitting there saying, man, how are we going to do that? It doesn't know those boundaries. It just says, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. Trauma. Boom, a dog comes, bites you. Why are you scared of dogs? You may not even remember the attack. Why are you scared? I don't know. I'm just scared of dogs. I just don't like them. Something about them. But your subconscious mind, to protect you, is keeping you away from dogs. The conscious mind and your subconscious mind is helping you forget because the trauma is too great. So you just know you don't like dogs, but you don't quibble in fear each time you see them anymore. You just know something about them. You don't want to be around them. You don't feel comfortable. Because that's your subconscious mind is absolutely trying to protect you. It'll do whatever you ask. You say you got wings, you'll be on the top of the building trying to fly. If you convince yourself of it, get what I'm saying? Can you convince yourself of impossible laws? Absolutely. Especially if enough want, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot. Yeah. You're not going to stand on top of a building and go, I know I can levitate because I did the meditations. No matter how badass you are, let's say you start, get on 10 stories and go, watch this trick. Oh, you know what I'm saying? That takes a lot of will. Can it be done? Absolutely. Because your mind can bend this matrix to anything. That's what all the movies about Neo and doing all this wild shit is all really all about. But in the end, do we got it? No, we've been told all our life you can't. Humans don't fly. So you've been subconsciously shown that every day by just not seeing a human fly. And then even the humans that you do see fly, you're told it's just a movie. It's CGI. So you're given an explanation where the subconscious mind is not going to accept that as a possibility.
Or they ain't flying around with machines.
Machine, or you're not going to accept it without a possibility.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you've seen this image and you was accepting this for what it was, a nigga flying. You know what I'm saying? Like, but as I look at my granddaughter on the edge of the bed, she don't know she can't fly yet. We have to say, oh, she can't even stand up and trying it all the time. You know what I'm saying? So they don't know until we keep telling them, you know, just stay your ass on the ground. And she fall on her ass enough times and so on and so forth. That motherfucker damn sure thinks she's flying. She thinks she's flying when I'm holding her. So you learn these things. These are learned behaviors. So your learned behavior was to rely on your intellect. You made the choice. Like I said, no matter how many years you've heard me, you heard me for years at this point. You made the choice to take those steps. But I can't do it for you. No one can do it for you. How many times have I taught you how to meditate in class? Over and over. You sat in other classes where you heard the same spiel over and over. You heard enough of meditate, meditate, meditate. So you chose to do it. And you didn't even get the instructions from me. You got it from her. Which 9 times out of 10 got a lot of it from me.
You was in the same class.
Right. But she's been listening to me since the days in this group. Yeah. So when you started meditating, what then happened?
So when I started to meditate, like I said, I started to realize that there was another part of me that I was totally remiss of, which was my subconscious mind. And then once I realized that there was a part of me outside of this character that is built, and the character that people constantly remind me of, which is Kenneth. I'm telling you, like a floodgate of lectures that I listened to in the past and started to come to the forefront of my mind. Like I remember you was talking about like just something as simple as your Grand Theft Auto reference, as how the character is in the game, but the character is just a character, and it's been powered, right? Been ran by. And then I put myself in the position of that character. Like, well, what if I had the opportunity to connect with the player itself? And then I was like, oh, I'm the player. And then that's when the shit opened up for me. I said, I'm the player controlling the video game.
There you go. They said it in The Matrix. You remember? Why do I look like that? This is your mind's rendition of yourself. You don't remember that? He said, this is your mind's idea. And they use different wording of your not hypothetical. He said, whatever words he used, but he pretty much was saying, why do I look like the way I look, and why you look like the way you look in the Matrix? You read all of the Matrix. He said, this is your mind's idea of how you look. This is your mind expressing itself pretty much. So Kenny Panic is an expression of something that's greater. That's the whole point. That's what we started out with. There's something in you that's greater than that's walking around here calling itself Panic. Right. There's something driving the boat. So the conscious or the occultist, the word occult means hidden culture. You're trying to find that hidden culture inside of you, the hidden system inside of you. It's called Kundalini, melanin, pineal, chakras, and all the rest of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Medulla oblongata, you know what I'm saying? Pituitary gland, heart chakra. It's called all of these things because that's a culture inside of you, something that needs to be cultivated inside of you. That's the real play. That's the real you. All this shit on the outside of you is just window dressing of how you get along socially, how you present yourself, how you chose to present yourself, how you said, I'm going to represent my play in the Matrix the same way you do in Grand Theft Auto. You go to the store, I want this outfit for my player. I want his face to be this, my basketball player. You try to make him look, and then you do your best to make him look like you. Why? What do you realize?
The best version of
you. The best version as you can with the technology they have to look like you. You name them your name, and you playing Cummings, shoots again and scores. I'm sitting there going, nigga, I've never seen my son playing Cummings this and Cummings. I said, I ain't never seen your ass shoot nothing. But you the man on that video. You know what I'm saying? So why do you do that? That's what you're doing now. That's what's happening to you now. You're trapped in here, and you got in this trap, you're forced to make a rendition of yourself.
And then when you make that rendition, you realize you're in control. That's when all this shit started happening for me.
Yes, you realize once you realize you're in control, that's when the game gets real.
Yeah.
When you start to see, and that's, I guess, what may have been happening for me. I started to see more cause and effect things. How I was able to change my condition.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just my living situation. Soulmate. Start buying clothes you wanted, buying the things you want, getting whatever you want, whatever you wanted, you just got. So I started to see, oh, yeah, you are in control of this. which is a scary notion within itself. Because if shit go left, you have to now take that too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I start to realize, wait a minute, man, there's almost nothing that I can't do or accomplish. And you have to meet, and you have the means to do it.
Yeah.
Or in other words, I realize I'm God.
Yep.
You realize that you rule down here. And you realize as well, and I don't know if you're there yet, that this shit ain't nothing. Compared to what you are, you not even in Zamunda. So the way Eddie Murphy's like, yeah, we need $100 million. We need $2 million, because we are in dire straits. So the way Akeem was like, fuck that, I'm supposed to be a poor man. He was like, I'm not worried about building up this material shit down.
Right.
This is not that big.
Right.
You just want to do the shit that you ain't suffering. You know what I'm saying? Have a little fun, whatever. Wear the glasses that you like, the pants and the shit that you like, get the pussy that you want. But in the end, this is not the big payoff or the big payback. You be sitting out here for thousands of hours of arguing about the economy of something that is not meant to last forever, and definitely ain't gonna last forever for you. There is a forever part of you, and you want to at least acknowledge that shit. Because when you go back to where that part matters and you've done no work, and you're totally ignorant to that aspect of yourself, you're just gonna find yourself coming right back here to do it all over again in some other form of suffering. Or perhaps some other place that's even worse. Or shit, even worse than that, someplace that's even better. Because you get content in thinking that, because imagine niggas was running shit down here. We'd be thinking that this is it. We wouldn't look past our own ass for anything.
Interesting.
Suffering down here is what made you say, well, maybe there's something else. This can't be it.
I have to be humble with that.
Yeah.
I have to be humble with that. Because if I had grew up, that's why B.O.B. story is so incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember the first interview I ever watched of B.O.B.
Mm-hmm.
Him explaining that his first car was a Lamborghini. How does a nigga who goes from his first car being a Lamborghini to having the wherewithal to even be open to the idea that something is different? I'm driving Lambos every day.
Let me tell you.
I'm in.
Because it's a calling, as I pointed out. Consciousness is not something you do. That's why I am absolutely positively clear. I'm not talking to everybody. I'm talking to people who will be sitting in a Lamborghini like B.O.B. and say, there's something else that's more important. And pursue it. That's who I'm interested in. I'm not trying to convince nobody in a Lamborghini how a Lamborghini is wrong. Knock yourself out, because I told B.O.B. this shit. If I was in that Lamborghini, I may, you know what I'm saying, I may study on the weekends.
Right.
But still be around this motherfucker, nothing but you, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Every day, but studying on my own, not necessarily coming out and saying, look, motherfuckers. You know, that takes a lot of chutzpah. And it takes a lot of cause. So, like I said, I'm not making it up. I keep showing constantly because I've seen people who've had those breakthroughs. And then I've seen others who just playing, know all the shit, know how to repeat everything I said, but ain't nothing happening.
Truth to power. They go from 30,000. No, I was making less than 30, $27,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? My whole life never made more than that. And then I just started getting into myself and shit just quadruple. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
Without any real true effort. I put myself in a mind frame to like attract the shit. I just attracted. Motherfuckers wanted to give me the job. I can't even explain this shit. You know what I'm saying? It was just something that was meant for me. But I couldn't get there until I put myself in the right mind frame, spiritually, mentally.
You gotta explain it. Niggas don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have to explain the detail of what happened.
Okay.
In other words, tell the story.
Okay. So, like for instance, sincerity is very based on accountability. So I have a daughter. Now my daughter, daycare expenses is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Talking about $800 a month for daycare. That's like niggas rent. You know what I'm saying? So you make it $27,000 a year. It was easy for me to blame my daughter and put it on her, and I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, if I had my daughter, I'll be having this, I'll be having that, this and that, the third. I remember my higher self speaking to me clearly, said, nigga, your daughter ain't the problem. The issue is that you just don't make enough money. Something that simple sparked in my mind, like, oh, all I gotta do is put myself in a position. And then under the work that I was doing prior to that with the meditation helped me prepare for that moment to simplify it. Before that, everything was complicated. Dude, before I became even conscious, I was ambitious. I wanted to be the manager. Every job I worked at, I had this gumption to want to run the show. I wanted to be the CEO. I wanted to be this and that and the third. Once I started getting to myself.
You said gumption.
Okay. I wanted to be like, I wanted to run things. So you would think from that perspective, I was functioning high mentally.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this, you know.
Yeah,
like,
that's what you're supposed to be doing. That's how we do this thing out here in the streets.
Right. You know, I talk to a female and I tell her all these ambitions and things that I want to do. It would sound all good and great, but I wasn't achieving nothing. I wasn't getting no better jobs. I was still making the same $11, $12 an hour, whatever the case. Once I started to get into myself, which is basically, I started to truly analyze my decision making and started analyzing my results.
Right.
And then I started to make the transformation based on my own results. I started really analyzing everything, having constant conversations with myself and holding myself accountable, holding myself accountable for my situation, for my reality, and how I was affected emotionally by things. All these things was just a constant reflection of self, constantly, man, like all day, every day. And then when it was time for me to get the money, it really was just super. I didn't have to do any work. I felt like it was already done before I even got the job. I remember telling Drunk Sis, like we were talking about it all the time because she was there, when I was trying to get like a certain position. I know it's small, it's a job, but niggas like.
But it still says something about accomplishment. It becomes the symbols that show you how you a pathway to overcoming things. And these are the things that you start out with, things that you think are your problems or your biggest problems. And then the more you invest in that process, the more bigger things you'll have as breakthroughs, understanding shit that puts you in your true understanding of this cosmic universe. You'll start to remember shit from the past of why you here, what the war really is. I'm saying I dropped a little bit on it recently, with the stuff I've been saying lately, but you'll get bigger things. So it starts out with your day to day, because those things will be in the way. You don't have no money, you ain't doing nothing spiritual. So you better have some money to be able to do what you really want to do. So to have a job and be tucked away and get on the job brings you to another level.
Gotcha. But what I want to get people to understand is that it's before I got the money, I was in a place spiritually to where I no longer was concerned about it anymore. I wasn't looking at my bills and counting my money. I wasn't looking at the money coming in and coming out. I remember my child's mother was just like, well, what if you don't get this job? I remember it not even occurring to me that I wouldn't get it. This is months before it happened. I was like, oh, I got it. I never thought about it. I just knew I had it. Y'all don't understand, like this job I got.
Let's go back. Okay. You hear me saying all this time. It comes from a place of intellect. And what was the other place I said?
Rationale.
Knowing. And what did you just say?
I didn't.
You don't even understand the words I've been saying to you, much more than the shit that I've been saying before. Meaning, and I get it because I know it's hard to put the two and two together. But all I'm trying to show you is that's exactly what I'm telling you. That's exactly what I've been telling you. You have to know. That's hard. That's hard. It ain't really learning this shit on YouTube and repeating where Baphomet came from. That's worthless. How do you get a nigga to know that they God? That's the trick. And while I'm in the middle of telling you, I said, it hits you here through the intellect, a rationale, and it hits you here where you know. And you're sitting there exclaiming, I just knew. I knew. That's exactly what I'm telling you. And that's why people can't even sometimes bridge what I actually say, because I've been through it, with what's actually happening to them. That's exactly what I said. Exactly. It's hard. That's the hard part of consciousness. Not the 5 + 4 - 7 = 2.
The earth is.
The earth is 365 degrees perpendicular to a 9-degree angle of the moon at 432 miles per second and movement of speeds of, none of that shit matters. None. How much and what can you say, I know? Because if you can conventionally get yourself to say, I know, you can accomplish anything. Even flying off the goddamn roof. Just let me know how it works. But that's the point. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I always have to take the opportunity to point out, no, I've been sitting here saying to you. Once you know, that's the key.
Dude, even like little mini breakthroughs I got, I had to like be humble to the fact that I realized I heard it from you. Like it was like because it'll come through in thought.
But that's the key. That's what makes it important. Mm-hmm. That's what makes what I say important. Mm-hmm. Because I'm really going to be your guide if you're doing the work. Mm-hmm. So if you were doing the work, then as these things occur to you, then you're going to hear panic talk. Then I'm going to be really an asset to you. That's what happened a lot with Bobby and everyone who's had any breakthroughs based upon shit they've heard me or someone else say or whatever's happening, where they're in a position to share with me. Yo, that's when I started hearing when you said that. And they'll bring that old shit I said that means something to them, because you have some shit you got to go through it to really understand. I can tell you how good pussy is, but then after you get some, you're in a whole different boat than me saying, well, it's wet, it's soft, it's warm. Some bitches know how to grab your dick. Mm-hmm. When they come, they do this. Some bitches do this. You be like, yeah, that's real interesting. But until you get some pussy, you ain't gonna know that story for real. So now you get to know the panic story more or less when I'm sitting there going, remember all the times you was in class, all the times you heard me screaming and yelling and jumping up and down. I'm telling you, and I jump with such enthusiasm because I know what I'm talking about and the context I'm talking about is based upon stuff that I experienced. That's not stuff I theorize on. I don't drop no theories. I'm telling you shit that I went through that moment of knowing. That's the key. As soon as you said, you got to realize what you're saying. The difference between I feel I'm gonna get this job, I'm positive about this job, I'm working my hardest to get this job, and to the point of I'm past even worrying about that. I know there's no other choice. And it's even deeper than that. It's like you just know it. You know something you did in your mind already accomplished this role.
Yeah, I feel like the part of me that's connected to what created this reality just taking care of itself. That's kind of how I feel. You know what I mean? I feel like, you know, if I'm a part of what created this place, it's just myself taking care of myself.
Right. If you argue with it, then you get the debate. That's the idea. So if we know there's cause and effect, like we just said, right? We know there's polarity, like we just said. What we do know as well, along with the law of rhythm, the law of correspondence, the law of mentalism, the law of gender, I'm missing one, whichever. We know those are laws that govern this place. That means this place has a system. Mm-hmm. And if it has a system, that means if you work within the system, you can score. Mm-hmm. So you can't understand there's a law of polarity and then always want to have an argument all the time. You can't understand this cause and effect and say my magic or this shit ain't working. Right. So once you understand and study those, that's why I put a chapter of it in my first book. Mm-hmm. Once you understand and study those laws, you then get to say, how do I work them? You get what I'm saying? And allow, instead of arguing with those laws, which is yourself, and creating just the deficit in this debate of no money, no pussy, no friends, no job, whatever the fuck it is, no business. You know what I'm saying?
No rap career.
No rap career, right? Instead of all of that bullshit, you start to work with it, work with the energy flow, know how to get into the energy flow, and that energy flow is supersedes humanity. So when you think higher than humanity tries to keep up with you, right? And it serves you. Yeah. So truthfully, it's really about tricking your ego, because your ego constantly wants to do things to survive. It will do anything to survive. So once you dig heavy into spirituality, your humanity say, wait a minute, what about me? I need to keep up. But you're like spiritual. Then it says, okay. Yeah, I'll give you the job you needed. Yeah. I'll give you the sneakers you wanted. I'll give you the house you wanted. Just acknowledge me. So in other words, you got to make your ego your bitch. How do you make your ego your bitch? You threaten it by becoming fully spiritual and meaning it. Then it just tries to keep up. Everything in my humanity, it tries to give me grandkids, everything, to be human. We'll take care of our grandkids and make sure she has a bedazzling life. But we know if we start putting hope into her,
you setting yourself up.
Shit's creep. And you see how easy it is. The little cute faces and little smiles and all the rest of that.
Teeth showing.
Yeah, little body teeth showing. Oh, you forget little hands always.
Hit you with a quick smile.
Yeah, all the time. And know the shit. So like, all right, I'm about to leave now. All right. The Uber can wait. You know what I'm saying? And all of that shit is in the grand design to keep you occupied and invested here. Mm-hmm. First your kids, then you get tired of their asses. Man, fuck it, whatever. Sorry you didn't make it. Here they come with their little baby. We're gonna name her after you, Panika. You know what I'm saying?
I remember telling my coworker months and months ago that I was like, I told myself, I feel like puppies is the lockdown. I was giving them the understanding that the idea of
keeping cats and kittens.
Yeah. I was like, the fact that it comes packaged, I said, imagine every time we had a baby, it just comes out wrong.
Every small thing.
Everything. Just a monster.
Every small thing is a lockdown. Yeah. You have this nature to protect anything, a baby. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the worst. And it's really just another incarcerated new fish. Mm-hmm. But go ahead. You said puppies. Kittens,
no. I was just telling her. I was like, what if puppies came out looking like goddamn demons and could kill you? You just still gonna have them.
Shit, some of them do. They're called pit bulls. Ugly ass pugs. Them motherfuckers is ugly as fuck.
I like the pugs.
Exactly. Exactly. But they look like demons that can kill you. Mm-hmm. If you just stop and look at it, like, oh, that's an ugly dog.
Ugly face I like. I don't know why.
Yeah, because it's demiurge, man. It's the fucking demiurge. All that shit, you know what I'm saying? Everything in humanity is not your friend. You can know how to navigate and be friendly with certain shit. But fundamentally, if it's down here, it's locked. Your pineal, as magical as it is, it's locked down inside your fucking head down here. It has to escape. And you have the mechanisms for doing it. The one thing the demiurge couldn't do is stop who you are. Mm-hmm. They can only distract you from realizing who you are. But they cannot stop it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like, I ask you this now that you realize some things, and we can talk about a little bit more about that. Here's the real question. What was stopping you before?
What was stopping me before? My own ignorance of it.
Which is another way of saying nothing. There was no entity or no one ever stopping you. Right. So even this whole narcissism, demiurge shit you're going through, is really not stopping you. It's distracting you. Democrat, Republican, conscious debates. Should black people do this? Should black people do that? Niggas versus black people. Good and bad hair. It's this constant way to argument. You know what I'm saying? That we find ourselves in. That's what's distracting me. Humanity. But physically, somebody on your head, or you had to remove a pin. Oh, there it is. Nada. It was really nothing. But your own, and then you'll realize everything in life was always you. Yeah. You got the girl, and you made the 3-point shot, or decided to say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna cut holes in my jeans and wear those."
Right. When I decided to smoke weed.
Smoke weed. You find it was always you, and nothing ever was stopping you the whole time. It's the Wizard of Oz. You could have went home the whole time, man. All you needed was the information to get there. But I'm giving it to you because you were seeking it, right? Not just because I'm just going to decide to give it to you. And in the end, she said, "Well, why couldn't you tell me this shit in Munchkin Land?" Clicked my heels on the way home. She said, "Man, you wouldn't have believed me. You had to go through this to see it." Well, why couldn't Eddie Murphy just pick a bitch like Arsenio said? Right, like Semi said, pick a bitch and let's go home. He said, no, we going through something here. So you have to go through it, you know what I'm saying? Because it's the path, not the destination. So really your story is how you got there, not really getting there. Because you won't be the first and you won't be the last. You just a nigga who came into a certain amount of enlightenment by just chipping at that goddamn log. You know what I'm saying? Keep cutting down that log. So you got the job. That's where we was at. You got the job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the job was took about 5 interviews.
Right.
In competition with niggas who've been in the company 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, their grandma wants this job. They stressing. The guys who's interviewing for the job is coming to me asking me what's the status. I ain't heard. I don't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I haven't heard anything.
Right.
And then they're coming to me constantly. Have you heard it? I just remember getting a call from the recruiter. He was like, "This is it. We gonna get you the job." You know what I'm saying? And I just remember that, like, just that moment of validation. It wasn't about. One part I had to think about, like, did I need this in order to prove to myself? You know what I mean?
Right.
I had to really think about that. And then I realized all the journey prior to me getting it, what was sincere. You know what I'm saying? Prior to me getting what was sincere. And actually, the satisfaction of getting the job was temporary. You know what I'm saying? It was temporary. It was fleeting. Then I was like, okay, I know I'm not doing this just for fucking money. You know what I'm saying? There's more to this. It's something more that I need to get out of this, other than just getting material things. Because I realized how easy it was to get. Like, all I used to do was watch YouTube videos about cars, the Lambos, the Ferraris, the McLarens. That's all I used to do was watch those videos and then try to figure out ways I could get these things. Now it was like, I just feel I can get whatever. Like it's such a weird thing, you know, weird or interesting transformation of thought of going.
Yeah, it's weird because you're so used to what you think was such a big chore because you've been programmed into it. But what you're really coming into is your fucking natural mind. Your birthright is to have any and everything. You created any and everything. And anything that demiurge can create down here, they use as a tool to keep you, keep you involved in it. Right. But he's using your technology of creation to do even that. Mm-hmm. He just weaponized it against you with material shit. Mm-hmm. But the material shit that you need to survive, sometimes even to feel good with yourself. I'm not against that neither, personally. And some people may be, whatever. And, knock yourself out, as long as you don't lose sight of the ultimate goal, which is spiritual prosperity, spiritual transformation, spiritual wealth. Mm-hmm. That's what I think will be more important for anyone. Keep it above boards, because, you don't have to be conscious to get a Lamborghini. You don't have to be conscious to get a great job. You know what I'm saying? But if you never had a great job and never had your eyes set on a great job based upon things you've done or things you have done or that you have not done, right? Then spiritually that becomes a thing to show of yourself, showing how far you can go, right? Once applied, right? And it puts you abreast, or it puts you, I should say, in position to deal with, other things. You know what I mean? Other things. Other things. So, that's definitely a good look.
Even the whole smoking of the weed thing was based on me not necessarily attempting to, but allowing my higher self to take over. Like, I started making decisions based on my higher self converse to my lower self. Right. So I remember, you would think, like a normal person would think that no smoking, no drink. I didn't even curse like that, like period. Like I was that dude. And you would think that I made that decision based on a higher way of thinking. Like, oh, Ken doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink, he's smart, he's intellectual, and all these things. And then I come to realize that once I got to my higher self, I saw decisions I was making was based on that. But it wasn't even so much as me focusing on the decision. It was just habit, like it was just naturally happening. When I started smoking weed, it was just like spirits started to come through. You know what I'm saying? Like instantly. It was as if it was just like, it wasn't so much as about the weed as it was saying like, all right, nigga, you letting other things happen. You know what I'm saying? Like the weed itself was just the weed. You know what I'm saying? It was a gateway into me reconfiguring my mind to accept new shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it helps you to release off of what you think, your ego, what you think you are, your control. So you take something that takes you out of control, where you're excused from thinking or having to think. So if somebody says, why you giggling, why you ain't doing that, why you doing that, smoke some weed. You know what I'm saying? So you get to tell yourself, I'm on vacation. And then this allows for other things to come in your head. And I know that's happening when you can text me some weird shit. That's that weed tech.
Yeah, I text.
Oh, no doubt.
And I know
you read one of these motherfuckers.
I be high every time.
Oh, most definitely, nigga. You definitely high. One of the greatest understandings is experiencing the illusion of unbelief.
That's wonderful.
No, it's not.
That's great.
Explain what that shit is.
Well, if we are under the illusion of ignorance, then listen, man. Listen to what I'm trying to say. I'm not even high right now.
You ain't gotta be. When you was high when you wrote that shit. Let me say that one more time.
All right.
Because then you need the help. One of the greatest understanding is experiencing the illusion of unbelief.
Right. So, like, to say that I don't believe anything when I'm supposed to be all knowing, to me, that's the illusion. That's the whole part of the thing.
Okay, go back.
So, like, the illusion, if you're all knowing, then how can you ever be in a position of not believing anything? If you know it all. If you come from all knowing. If you come from a source where everything is known to you, or you come from a realm where there's all known, then now you're in a position where you're in a reality where you can not believe it. Period. Not totally not believe it.
So one of the greatest understanding, so how is that a great understanding of experiencing the illusion of unbelief? What's the illusion of unbelief?
The illusion of, like, I can put myself in a position where I can not even remember or believe anything.
Don't even look at me and say that shit. Look at them and say that shit that you just said.
Yeah, remember, I'm talking in the context of being a little blow that night.
No, that's a lot blow. Let's see what else you got. It's interesting how I can remember that you pointed this out in detail in your YouTube lesson concerning the Mandela effect a couple of years, which I now watch again. That's one of your regular things. I just couldn't understand what time you were putting it on the table. Oh, okay. The distortion of believing that we're anything greater than an ant is a part of the lockdown system.
Yeah,
I believe that. But do you need to text me that? Real talk.
I don't be having I have no avenues. So I don't respect anything. I send those texts. I don't respect nothing. I don't expect no.
That's why you get nothing.
Yeah, I don't expect shit.
I don't expect that. I don't understand.
Because I be feeling like I be having to get this shit out. I know it be making no sense, but I be having to get.
Once you realize that you, as a conscious entity, exist, it's easier to grasp the reality of a archonic energy existing in others. I don't know. I don't know what that
What's funny about that now is now I realize that shit is in everybody. It's not even about that. It's not outside. It's not an outside enemy of a force that's outside. It's really
it's a part of the makeup, which is humanity. And there are, but see, the difference is, well, they are archon because there are certain archon spirits. They're also called counterfeit spirits that have no soul. So they're not like you. They're not from the ancient. They have one purpose and one purpose only: to be human and promote humanity. Jesse Jackson, keep hope alive, and all of that. Martin Luther King niggas is archons. You understand? And the difference between, because you're a human and having a human experience, that energy's in you. That's why they can communicate with it. That's how they know how they can do it. They're just all archon, and you just have this problem of having an archon's outfit. You know what I'm saying? What's in you is more valuable. They're empty on the inside. But Jesse Jackson has been absolutely empty. You know what I'm saying? They ain't doing shit for you. Don't care about you. Cornel West, you really feel he's for you? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Louis Skip Gates, you think that's a guy on your side? You know, what's that other nigga? Rap, he saying Tupac's rap. As I go through the mind, keeps doing this to his glasses. Eric Michael Dyson. And Tupac said, and this and that. I said, Biggie also said, take the pussy. You know what I'm saying? Biggie also said, so after I shits on her, you know what I'm saying?
Busting that EYE.
Yeah. He's saying all that. But when Biggie said, you know, my mind is with her and my mind is on like a 3-eye shit, like, shut the fuck up. Oh, dumbass, goofy nigga saying Tupac rhymes. So you go, oh, I guess he's down and I like him. Come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Demiurge ass, archons ass.
Clinton playing sax.
Yeah. That. You know what I'm saying? He's just trying to be a nigga. I'm talking about I'm talking about niggas.
Oh, niggas doing, yeah.
So Eric Michael Dyson is what I'm talking about. And you know, these niggas, you don't really feel like these niggas got you in mind. See, because they are intellectual, they sound smarter than you, therefore it sounds like they're doing something for you that you don't understand. But after you wipe it all away, they're not doing nothing. There's a bunch of niggas still sitting there talking about Jesus is the king. In the end, if they're so smart, how come they still fucking believe in that? And that's really just based, not even a philosophy thing. Like I want at least a motherfucker smart enough to know ain't no Jesus in the sky. You know what I'm saying? You got niggas leading you thinking there's somebody named the Lord in the sky who's trying to help you. Oh, there is. But that motherfucker is not your enemy. They keep locking you down in that Jesus story. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody named Jesus in the sky. No more than any other entity named Oshun. And it's a vampire entity. And them niggas is leading you right to it. You're in a vampire place, you're getting fed off of it. As simple as that. And them niggas trying to get you to be all positive about being black and hopeful. What do you think they are? At least they ain't got them. At least they ain't texting me though with that shit. That shit. Wow shit. Wow.
Because I wake up like I wake up the next day like
shouldn't have said that. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just look at it and collect.
Oh, I know because it's
at least I expect it because I'd rather you sound crazy than deep. You've heard it before. Remember, you've never heard Bobby Hemmett say you've got to go crazy?
Right. That's like when I was telling you.
What do you think is happening? Okay. Like I said, I know your story is big for you, but I've seen a lot of niggas come into it. It took you a while. I see a lot of niggas come into it. You going crazy. You're supposed to go crazy. I'm just not going crazy. I already went crazy. So I'm not going crazy with you, so I'm not there. But you should be going absolute crazy. You should be saying dumb shit that sounds totally fucking rational. Because to you, it sounds rational, even the way you try to explain that shit just now. But that's why I keep saying it's not really up to a uniform understanding. It's something that's going to happen to you. That's why this shit to you sounds reasonable. And even when you try to explain it out loud, you can't. Mm-hmm. And know why you can't? Because it's not from the realm of intellect. If it was from the realm of intellect, and some of these things you can bridge, you'll be able to explain that shit well. But you can't because it's not an intellectual thing that happened to you. It's a spiritual thing that happened to you. So to you, you still, and you really feel it, and you're not lying, that means something to you. And it may, and you maybe can find an intellectual way to explain that, but the reality is, if it was that deep, you would have said that shit, that just means the... But you couldn't and you won't because it doesn't come from here. It comes from here, and it's for you. That's what I said. No one can teach you this shit. You have to realize it yourself, and you have to go crazy yourself. These answers are for you. You the nigga from Zamunda. You're not going back to my Zamunda. Mm-hmm. You're going to your Zamunda. So you need the answers you came to find. You need the rationale that's beyond the human. That shit means something. But your brain will never be able to tell me. And it doesn't have to. You understand? Mm-hmm. That's the key here. Mm-hmm. That's the key to all this shit. You gotta, Bobby used to say it all the time, you gotta go crazy. And it's only crazy in comparison to intellect, because that's what makes you sane, intellect. If I sat there and rationalized after somebody did something, well, we need justification and this and that, I'm taking you to court. Or I was like, nigga, you did what? And then proceed to the ass whipping that I'm gonna dish out. And you say, oh, he went crazy and he handled it wrong and he whatever. You know what I'm saying? But no, intellectual crazy and spiritual crazy are two different things. So spiritually crazy is what's happening.
And being patient with it takes time too. Because you want everything to come.
Well, everybody wants that, I would say, but just walk your path, you know what I'm saying? Because something will happen each time you put in the effort. So you really don't have to be patient. You just know how to consciously put in effort. Cause, effect. So you don't really have to be patient. You have to be patient with your understanding of effect. Because effect is always happening. You just still trying to fight your rationalization of it, and it's not adding up. You understand what I'm saying? So the more you understand how the effect works, the more your results become speedy. I don't have to do shit to worry about shit and wait for shit. My shit is instant because I know what to look for. It's like exercise. I'm saying, we're going to get out of this motherfucker, but I want to talk about this one more time before we up out. So in the end, you came a long way, my brother. Because now you've been talking to spirits and all the rest of that stuff too. So we'll say it, man.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Teddy Pendergrass came through and he showed me the concerts or shows he puts on in the spirit world. And when he was on stage, first of all, it was like a crystal stage. It's like some sort of glass stage to where it could be easy for everybody to see him. And then he was just on there doing this thing. He was wearing the material he wore. I can't even explain the material he was wearing. Well, as I'm watching him perform, and I'm watching him from behind him, which was interesting. That was my point of view. Was him on the stage in front of masses of people. And I asked him why he's performing. I said, Ted.
The fuck out of here. Know what I'm saying? You need to wake up to what you're being told, and you need to. That's how I know you're not doing the work of this very lecture, because you would find those answers. You would see the truth of what Martin Luther King is, and this idea of we shall overcome. See, you had towns where niggas had to have a skill to be involved in this town. There was butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers. They all came together and had a service for each other and themselves. That's how you serve, because those people learned a trade or a skill that they can contribute back. You ain't got no trade or skill. You learn job fucking preparation. What college you went to? Job preparation. What trade school? Oh yeah, that is job preparation. You don't have a skill. Most of you don't. No craft that you can offer the black. Can you build homes for niggas? You want to save babies? Build homes for orphans and make better orphanages. Orphanages. Go on, do it. Hotep ass, hotepery. Speaking out to the hotepery. Do something. You don't have no skill. What are you going to offer? But we all got to get together and be a community. It's a great idea, but we have to do a little bit of work first on who and what we are by our nature, which is the first law, not by our civil rights and what's due to us by reparation. That's human shit. Human shit. Y'all confusing and crossing the streams like in Ghostbusters. They told you, don't cross the streams. Y'all niggas is crossing the streams. Y'all niggas is crossing the stream. That's rule number one. You're going to fuck up. And Gozer is going to get away. You've crossed the streams, nigga. Humanity and spirituality are sharing the same consciousness, but are fed two different ways. So when you hear or you see most people, human, but my spirit feels that I feel in my spirit. It's true, but your spirit is feeling it at the level of light you gave it, and most give it none. So they're saying their spirit, but what they're really feeling is minute intuition. Most black people still can feel these things. Oh, that's a wrong nigga. That's you felt it fucked up about Obama. In the beginning, see, I was out before that. I was talking before that shit. And me and Bobby gave the symbol props. The man was never going to do nothing to you. There's a whole race of niggas like them. These boule ass niggas that look at you like you are garbage. If you didn't go to college, you're not in. The college, the educated ones, they look out for them. And the ghetto niggas, they want to die. They don't want to help you. Obama don't want to help you. He wants you to die, nigga, die. Because they're looking at you as the weaker part of our race and the ones who mustered it up in your family. Y'all know y'all got that one sister that went to college and wanted to go. And now she ain't doing shit neither. But she feel better and feel proud within the family. You know what I'm saying? Because she went to college. If they pledge, they get on a network of motherfuckers that, but see, at the end of the day, y'all need to understand the scheme behind this. It makes you more human. Bill Cosby is his show, The Cosby Show, was the centerpiece for the programming of behavior of the new nigga, Theo. Theo was the key. He was the new black young man. So his whole characteristics, down to his fucking invisible name. The Modern Inventor says, just panic, talk that ish. I was watching one of my favorite lines in The Hateful Eight when, what's the white boy? was sitting with the girl Daisy Domergue, and he found out the Lincoln letter was fake. That nigga said, yeah, it was fake. And fucking the white girl said, "Ooh, talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass, nigga." That was some hot shit. So I think that's going to be the line for the day. Talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass. So we're going to talk some motherfucking sass today. Talk some sass today. You know what I'm saying? I had some exquisite channels. Exquisite. That nigga on the phone with my man B.O.B. I'm trying to tell y'all niggas, this motherfucker's a monster. I would say fuck with him, but he ain't fucking with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas didn't back him up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all let them white boys in the goddamn what's his name get him. I'm only joking, y'all. And he doesn't feel that way. I feel that way. He shouldn't fuck with y'all. But he's a pop star. He ain't gonna be on here just clicking it up. But I wish he was another speaker, and I think he's getting close to that if he really wanted to do that. That's the level that he's now on. Me and him have been talking for quite a few years now. So, mind you, y'all need to know this. All me and Bobby ever did on the phone was talk. I mean, we brought up scientific shit, but he never just got on the phone and did a lecture. Never once. That wasn't what you do. You do lectures at lectures. But me and him would just have regular conversations, and my consciousness went through the roof real fast. You're walking on that path, all of you, but you're having obstacles. Those obstacles come from your humanity. That's what we're going to get into. So I think he recognized how strong I was willing to move past what we call human obstacles. None of that was chaining me down. And so he would take me out into places that's zoned out in the mind. You know what I'm saying? And I'm able to do that with B.O.B. Incredible dude. So I'm going to shout my mans out as I always do. I'm going to shout out Kenny Manza, because Kenny Manza now, he was always an assistant when I was doing lectures, but now I got him doing stuff, a few things, and Kenny Manza's coming through like a food stamp champ. Kenny Manza's the new food stamp champ. You know what I'm saying? So each time I attach something to Kenny Manza, they said they inundate his email with that shit. So what y'all need to go in his inbox and blow him the fuck up. Say to Kenny Manza, "What up, food stamp champ?" Call him Black Data and food stamp champ. I don't know why I'm calling him food stamp champ, but he'll like it. But Kenny Manza, shout out to him. He's coming through too. All right, so what I hear loosely sold now that we're past the argument and click phase, you guys, I don't know if you guys really got out of it, because if somebody else created another Jerry Springer, you have been programmed to you got to understand the nature of trash TV. Jerry Springer, first trash TV is probably the news, let's just say. You know what I mean? They would show you stories to shock you. This is where you first heard things on the news like, if there are any children in the room, you might want to get them the fuck out. I warn you that this is graphic. You would hear that on the news. And you find out later clearly through so many sources that they're nothing but a TV show and their programming. So some black kids, or many black kids like Trayvon Martin, that they chose to make you excited about, get killed if it's no story in it that they think they can sell, shock, and manipulate through that selling and shock, and they won't do it. In New York, in the newspaper and on the news, there was a story about a young white girl named Amy Fisher. It was a big deal. She was fucking with Joey Buttafuoco, and she was his side piece, a young chick. So she got tired of the bullshit. She went to marry Joe Buttafuoco, his wife. And yeah, we're going to get into Maury, Ricky Lake, Jenny. Thanks, Emma Rowan, Donahue, Geraldo, and Oprah. Don't forget Morton Downey, who started all of that. So shot her in the mouth or in the face. She survived. And, you know, she used to have this fucked up mouth. I just want the press to stop fucking with me. You know, come on, Joey. And it was so pathetic. After all of the news coverage of this back and forth, Amy goes to jail, Amy's court cases, there was a story on it damn near every day. Some of it captured, the original captioned the headlines, to the point where Joey made a music video. These bad boots. These bad boots. Yeah, my boots. And I'm like, and this is what would happen on YouTube. So in other words, he got a lot of attention. And then once he got attention, all of a sudden, all his rap songs come out. Now, I want to say this to be clear. I've made rap music since I was a boy. Real records, not just tapping on the drum machine. Didn't exist. First drum machine I tapped was, I think, a 606 or a 505. My man Hot Day said there was no 606. It was a 505. I told him there was a 707 Roland, but everyone knows the 808 Roland. That's a drum machine that had the heavy kick that everybody calls 808, but it comes from a drum machine. We tapped those machines in the 80s. And then first records was with Marley Marl from Queensbridge, nigga. Frickin' Frack, Hot Day, and the Super Kids with Trash, who later became the Intelligent Hoodlum with Trash Gaddafi. My little brother Forever. You understand what I'm saying? And I see what he's doing on the web and how he's grown. I see niggas get at him grimy, which he would have bit niggas' faces off back in the days. I see him just turn and give him hugs. Genius. A genius. Always been a genius. I love Trash. You know what I'm saying? So Trash, shout out to Trash as well. And then it went to Super Lover C. Then I started working with Clark Kent as producer, what he was doing on Atlantic with Future Sounds, and me and Will Ski, we used to call him Will Ski, but he did Jay-Z's first album. I was slated to do that with when I was working with Clark and Will, but I went back and Marley hired me as an in-house producer. So I've been doing this forever. The music I put on my shit is just for that. I don't want it to go nowhere. I don't make no records. I don't be famous off of it. It's a headache. I did that all my life. So what I see on the other hand, though, because since I have done it on my knife, I do recognize the thirst in niggas when they're trying to get on. And what I notice is damn near everybody talking to you is a rapper. So it's kind of like Amy Buttafuoco and Joey get this bad press, but the entire New York is following this cheesy ass story, and parts of the world, I'm sure out. That's right, Andre Smith. Shout out to my man Trash. In parts of the world, I'm sure. But in the end, it became about Joey's boots. He wants to be famous. And they find pathways. YouTube was fucking cake. And that's why it is what it is. This shit is government shit. So now they got the entire world telling their story. This is surveillance now. Y'all can't be that stupid that this shit is just happening. This is a whole surveillance move because everybody's fucking ego is going to show up. This is like saying 5 minutes of fame, here you go. And then the more hits you get, the more you really believe that you're really famous or you're really somebody. I don't believe I'm anybody but somebody who's come here to teach. And if you take it, I'm humble and honored that you took the tools that I gave, but I am proud if you go on your own, research it for yourself, and come up with your own idea of it, not my idea of it, your own idea. If you come up with my idea, then I'm a preacher. If you come up with your idea, then you start to empower yourself, and then you would know how to be in any fucking community. Because what you will connect that makes you commune is valuable. You have nothing to commune with. You have not been trained in nothing. What are you going to do if you was in the forest? What are you going to do if you got your wish? All white people are gone. So do we all stop paying mortgage? But what about the black people who owned your house? Do you stop paying rent to them? Or the black company maybe who's owned a few houses? You stop paying mortgage to them? What about the train system? Do we still run it? Who's going to run it? Like, or do we keep up with the bullshit that they put on the planet and we work as slaves? You can't commune as a slave. What community are you going to join in and go, well, I'm a train conductor. Been doing it for 20 years. Well, what could you offer the community? I could sweep. No, you have to do something. So we are so bad that we have to have a looking self. See, in Africa, they would identify your talent early and cultivate it. You didn't have to be what you call looking self. You immediately was in the community because this was a culture. This is how the system of a culture works. Your dumb asses hear this shit and mix it with America. Like you're going to have a fucking African culture in America. It's not going to work, nigga. It won't. The culture was conducive to the individual being in a community that was functioning and everybody had a role, nigger. They cultivated their kids in their culture. They cultivated their kids in their culture because when that kid already knew his role before or I should say the community knew the role before the actual individual. So he didn't have to do that. He was his training in spirituality was the culture and their principles of spirituality, which were occult or which would be considered occult today in Mother Africa that you love. And I need to point this out while we're here. You niggas are universal beings, and your humanity is a global being. You touch, sniff, farted on every stitch of this goddamn planet. You are not from Africa. That's what white people mind controlled you into. So you could say, well, if we're from Africa, they must be from Europe. No, they're from nowhere. They're a transient entity that was created here and cause havoc everywhere they go. Those are the facts. Show me what people like them. Well, we got other facts that dispute that, Mr. Panic. Show me the people that like you. The bees, the trees, and the fleas do not like you. You don't commune. I can stand there with you. You can't dance. Everything. This whole earth is a rhythm. Raz, him. The sun. This is the song of the sun down here. And you niggas can't take the rays, baby. You're playing with the wrong nigga. And it's not hate. I don't even have an emotion about this. This is just you. And you have to figure it out. I'm not here to figure it out to tell you damn forever. I don't know. And I really don't care. If you feel you in it, then by all means, I'll move out your way. Go crazy. Oh, talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass.
I'll move out your way. But until that special day, you niggas better put on fucking a high level of suntan, because your ass gonna burn up. Burn up, nigga. Talk that sass, nigga. You're gonna burn up. So that's on you. You ever see two white people kiss outside on the street as you're walking up, and then you stumble because their rhythm is so fucked up? Why you don't think you don't see passionate love in all of these white movies? They always throw shit, rip off clothes. Who the fuck fucks like that? Just come in and just rip off the buttons for a nut? Not this good polo. Khadijah come in, baby, you're home, and then kick everything off the goddamn dining room table and throw her ass over the table. Talk that sass, nigga. Fatal Attraction. Dumb shit. Run in the water, then run in the water on their face. They don't know what the fuck to do. Talk that sass, nigga. It's because it's a rhythm. It's a dance between the divine feminine and the divine masculine, son. It's called a dance. Kali and Shiva have a dance. Kali beat Shiva at that fucking dance, meaning she made him nut first. Nigga, this is Ra's hymn. Universe. Uni. One verse song, nigga. We are universal monsters. You need to know that, and if you don't know what that means, get your Lovecraft on. We are universal monsters. We are the chaos beings of all possibilities. Quantum resonance, nigga. And while we're here, fuck dimensions, all you fifth dimensional niggas. If you're in the fifth dimension, then you can't do sixth dimensional shit. And if you're in the sixth dimension, you can't do seven dimensional shit. There's always another step, huh? How about you take your monkey ass home? Fuck dimensions. I'm going to the fifth dimension. I'm going to be the new nigga. Look at me. Look at me. I have wings, nigga. I'm in the fifth dimension. Fuck you, nigga. Like, that ain't nothing. That's some shit they told you in them old ass books. Then they made the song, this is the coming of the hey. Oh, that must be real. Aquarius is coming by the fifth dimension. No, nigga, it don't work like that. Or it can work like that, because I know what the fifth dimension is, and it's better for you humans. But how about we do what I've been teaching, what Brother Bobby's been teaching, and a few others, about getting out of this show altogether and going back to Shangri-La. I know, oh, well, we need to deal with it here. We need to do the work here. Well, what the fuck are you waiting for? I'm telling you I'm not. So you can't count on me to knuckle up with you. And don't, oh, if you think I ain't gunned up too for physical, yeah, but I ain't shooting for you. I'm shooting for my family. And if everyone shoots for their family, guess what? We're all shooting for our family. Because we know who our enemies are. Our true enemies. So we all shooting for our family. Just think like that. Stop thinking you're going to go have a revolution with the people who invent guns and supply you with them. And fuck guns, nigga. What you need to worry about is bullets. Because all they have to do is stop selling them to you. You're going to beat people over the head with your gun? No, you need bullets. And your enemy makes bullets. Talk that sass, nigga. Message. Your enemy makes bullets. You ain't going to win that way, nigga. Why are they trying so hard to keep you out of this shit? Spirituality. Why? Because that's your true deadliest weapon. To know thyself, nigga. Just calling yourself black ain't knowing yourself.
There are many aspects and many teachings that give you a holistic. You fuck with everything, son. You don't become a slave or a member of none of that shit. But you get the information, man. You come in the self. I don't know how to tell you how to do it. I've got classes. I'll give detail. You're not going to get detail here. This is the lecture. In class, I give you, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. And that's how you talk to fairies. That's easy. That's not even the hard part. It's all in your nature. It's not even something you have to do that's hard. You'll find you've been doing this children anyway. Talking to every fucking invisible thing, making your dolls and your goddamn action figures and your Tonka trucks real to you. You had to go to bed with some. You had to take some in the bath. You had to always go outside with some. The hair had to be right on your dolls. Because as a child, you know how to take inanimate objects, inanimate symbols, and breathe power into them with your mind. Y'all act like this shit is some mystical, magical shit, and the ones who saying it are fucking stupid humans and shouldn't be in front of our spiritual class. If they're riling up humans to do better human shit, then all honors to you. But if you're gonna sit and talk humanity, then shit on your spirituality. You're not shitting on, I don't religify this. So none of this is mine. This is what I use to make me, to be stronger. And this is proof in the pudding. This ain't like what I'm going to do and speculate if this shit works. I'm not speculating, nigga. This is work done for 12 years. Everything I talked about, I've done. Not said, well, if you do that, and they did that in Egypt, and they were magical. No, nigga, I talk to them all day. I talk that sass, nigga. I'm telling you this shit is real. I've given out more rituals that save more niggas than any niggas talking about they came to save niggas. I wasn't even trying, nigga. I thought I was the occult nigga and y'all had to figure it out once I gave it to you. But then years and years of panic, you saved this, panic, you taught me this, panic once you said this, panic, this changed the course of this, panic, I was able to do this because of this, panic, I was able to do that because of what you said. And I'm like, wow, I didn't even feel that it was that deep. It was just another yelling rant. And that to me is how you commune. That to me is how you save Black people. And if it's not to you, I get it. And you find the other way to do it, no problem. I have no problem. There's no argument anyway, because we are on many levels. But I'm saying, what the fuck are you waiting for, nigga? The next fucking YouTube argument? No. So Jerry Springer and his trash TV starting with Morton Downey. Remember, first Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake, People Are Talking, which was Richard Bay, Donahue, Oprah, who am I missing? But the Jenny Jones, Sally with the red glasses, and all of them were serious. Jerry Springer was the mayor for Satan's sake, and Morton Downey did so many numbers. He came out as trash TV. There's documentaries on how it was all a fucking elaborate bullshit scheme, the shit he was doing. He beat himself up in the airport bathroom, said people beat him up for the publicity. He used to constantly have Al Sharpton, Roy Ennis on his show. He revealed when Roy Ennis smacked Al Sharpton over a chair, and those of you who are too young to notice, look for Roy Ennis smacking Al Sharpton on YouTube. Hilarious. And he said, Al came to him and said, how did it look? You think we got the numbers? So they were very aware of hits back then, son. This ain't new shit. YouTube hits is just the easy way. But Al Sharpton was pretty much asking Morton, how many hits we got? They're called ratings. Y'all need to understand mind control. The subconscious mind knows the same reality. So they could framework new shit. Yeah, Richard Bey he had a bunch of shows, The Fattest Asses. So you know he's parading out. Ignorant black women, yeah, my ass is, and they worship my head. And then they put on them, and she's dancing, that. And mind you, they were a serious show. It was called People Were Talking. And then Richard Bey, it was two hosts, and Richard Bey took over and it became exploitive. Starting there, Jenny Jones did all that ridiculousness, and then the Jenny Jones makeup. Everyone got fucked up, but Jerry Springer clearly got the worst. There's a Jerry Springer episode with Corey Holcomb and what's the nigga with the green eyes he's a comedian who's a thug, and he's not really that fucking funny. What's his name? Montel, that's a good one. Montel kind of stayed with Sylvia, the psychic, because she got a lot of ratings. She's what you call a mundane psychic. Your grandfather said the keys are under the bed. Your mother said dig in the backyard. That's human psychic shit. If you're gonna be psychic, you want to talk to motherfuckers who ain't here. D. Ray Davis, there you go. Thanks, Gas Draw. Oh, Gas Draws in the building. What's up? Killer of Vikings, Gas Draws, man. This chat is so big. I remember Gas Draws would always do that. So yeah, Sylvia Brown, thank you, Lala and AJ. That's what Montel had. But D. Ray Davis, they did, both of them niggas was together on Jerry Springer doing a whole episode, so it's acting. And some of them niggas, I don't know if they really, either way, exploitation to the fullest. So they took what was serious and took it down. The first serious guy was Donahue, and he stayed serious, but he dealt with black issues. This is where you seen Khalid Muhammad, Farrakhan, but he still put KKK on with like Khalid Muhammad and their crew. So he still was getting the exploitation. He just was pretending to do it classy, like they were bringing out their points. But of course, there was a fight on the show. Oh, Geraldo Rivera, same thing. He followed Donahue's path. Black people versus white people. Al Sharpton versus the dragon of the KKK. They eventually threw a chair, hit his nose, and broke it. That was a big story. So, and Geraldo was taken serious, and Geraldo went to be serious again now. So these talk shows are mind control shows. That's why the dude who did Politically Incorrect is the biggest mind control influencer for Democrats. So as we could easily say, this nigga's talking Republicans concepts on Fox because you were mind controlled, believing that the Democrats are somehow your friend in some sort of way. Even if you're off of it, you still have a affinity for that. I asked B.O.B., I said, if you had the choice for a Democrat or Republican to come to your house for dinner, he said it would be a Democrat because you have an affinity for that and they know that. So you have comedians. See, when they use comedians and they did it for the other comedian, the one who did that movie with Robert De Niro, I think he died, Charles something. And he was like a serious commentator, but he was a comedian. He was a stand-up comedian, and he did funny shit. Charles Grodin, and Bill Maher. They comedians, and when they talk about Republicans because they're Democrat, they can really kill them because they're jokesters. So that's why they got them. Bill Maher is nothing more than a mind control puppet for the Democrats. The same way whoever's on Fox is the same. So this, why it works in that arena, and then when it's plopped on YouTube, or it's still working through Love and Hip Hop, the little people of Atlanta, in Texas and Miami or wherever, Housewives, all those exploitive shows are nothing more than what you've seen on Dynasty. Remember when the two main bitches, Joan Collins, and when they had, this was a big ratings one, they had a drag out fight on the show. Now you have the reality of people having real drag out fights, but you were being prepped for that. Dallas and JR, all of those arguments and conflicts of what you thought you was watching on Falcon Crest as The Rich, and the other one started with an F2, Beverly 2's 9010, all of these conflicts. Now you get more and more of the real conflicts till you got people punch, Jerry Springer smacking people and Steve breaks it up, or really just going at people. Now you got Love and Hip Hop, which graduated into really smacking people, throwing drinks. They prepped you for it. Go back and watch a movie called Network, where you hear this phrase, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. Listen, I think the white girl is Faye Dunaway. Listen to him. Maury Povich just became Who is the Baby Daddy. He was a serious commentator as well. He was a newsman. His wife was Kylie Chong, nigga. Or one of them bitches, I think it's Kylie Chong. But he just became, that's exploitive. You are the baby's daddy, and then this nigga start doing the fucking Running Man because he ain't the father. You don't think that's fucking exploitive? Well, I know you think it, but you know, that's exploitive. Kylie Chong, right, there you go. Shout out to Charlie Murphy for being one of the funniest niggas on the planet, even next to a brother who's an icon. He still cut that shit. He still cut that cloth. That's a funny ass nigga. I never watched Black Jesus. I was watching it high just to see. I know it's cooning. I know it. But, you know, I could take a coon now and then. Charlie Murphy is legendary. And his brother Invasion is really legendary. Eddie Murphy, how do you cut through that? Eddie Murphy was a retired damn near before Charlie Murphy showed up. And that nigga's funny in a very different way. That nigga told Black Jesus, he said, yo, your feet look like one of them niggas in Australia. Nigga, them Aboriginal feet, nigga, talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass, nigga. I hate confined places. I had to take a CAT scan. Called on Bernie Mac. He told me, say the mantra, I ain't scared of you. Nigga, I was smiling in that shit. So that's a mantra. I ain't scared of you. Fuck, I gotta remember there was a ritual I was given. And I was gonna tell y'all, God damn it, it's gonna come back to me later. But that's who's asking me, Patty, would you kiss a man? Nigga, are you crazy? Fuck is answering that dumb shit. You see how stupid niggas are? I don't know where you get, or women. See, like, what does that have to do with any fucking thing? That kind of shit there is a dumbass who was brought up on Jerry Springer and that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Controversy. They're here for controversy. They don't know any better. They're suffering in their mind. So this is why they want to try to do something stupid, get some attention to themselves. They have nothing. So, I mean, why would you come here and even say some shit like that? You have nothing in your life. Like, I mean, that's the only thing I could be like, I'm sorry for you more than any, like, I don't feel like offended. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know you. You know me. If you went live, I guarantee you I'll be here watching Impractical Jokers. You the one that's doing this kind of shit to get attention. You understand? To get attention. So enjoy the attention you got, stupid. So now, this prepped your mind for when YouTube came and when it got as exploitative as it did, because what they did was attack the true consciousness with exploitation. Let's get this shit clear. To be conscious don't mean shit. Consciousness was a classification for someone who pretty much said, I don't believe in religion no more. I want something else. They may have absolutely nothing and could be deemed conscious. So you can say there's a conscious community, but that's not it. Notice there's a difference between being conscious and being illuminated. So you had people who's technically conscious by its definition in which it was applied to the group of people that was studying in all different levels of their study as a generalized word to describe a grouping of people who were very different in many different ways, but came together to share the best of what they had applied to the groups being conscious. So there is, you can say there's a conscious community, but that's not it. Notice there's a difference between being conscious and being illuminated. So you had people who's technically conscious by its definition in which it was applied to the group of people that was studying in all different levels of their study as a generalized word to describe a grouping of people who were very different in many different ways, but came together to share the best of what they had, and nobody was getting hung up on it. Just take what you need, and if you don't need nothing, keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? So now, consciousness, again, is just a generalization, but your classified consciousness to say you're off the beaten path. You're trying to figure out and find the mind control. You are awakened. I hate to say woke because they put it. You notice nobody in media is saying woke anymore. Didn't I tell you, monkey asses, it was going to be a fad? And now woke has a characteristic, an annoying characteristic, and with all sorts of scandals going on. So now if you say that person's woke, you're dismissed. This woke nigga's coming. I don't want to hear that shit, nigga. Woke. And then you get, when there's scandal, a whole bunch of people who ain't got nothing to do with nothing, trying to figure out ways to get more hits, gossip, ain't got nothing to do with this shit. The conscious community, oh, look at these niggas. Look at all these conscious fool ass niggas. That's why they should be staying with Jesus. No, we need to clear the record for us, for the young people who are attracted to this information and are in the middle of studying for the betterment of themselves. Consciousness and enlightenment or knowledge of self, very two different things. So a person who could be classified, I could be classified as conscious, but I don't need to say that. I don't say, hey, oh, I'm conscious. You hear when I talk who I am and what I am. If you say conscious, that's because that's the word you've been told. You feel what I'm saying? That's the word you've been told. God is too small for me now. We all gods. We gods. No, no. You're a human. The God is called the Godhead. That's a perspective. That's a level you reach on earth. That's top dog on earth. God is a creator and he created this shit. So if you're God and you have created this shit, you're supposed to be able to create anything in this shit. So anything you want or talk should come from the power of your mind, not from a community. That can happen. But mind you, if the community has to feed you, it failed you. It failed you because I told you about cultures and what communities were set up based upon culture in Africa that you like so much. You don't have that, nigga. You have Crips and Bloods in your neighborhood, nigga, on the same block. You got niggas who can't even sit in the same room, nigga. And you talk about community. It's not happening because the core of what they need to understand about themselves hasn't been taught. And how can you really? These niggas don't want to hear this shit, nigga. We'll shoot you in your face. You come in there with that fucking Hotep gumption. Come in there with that fucking I'm a whole Tepperstein, nigga. I believe in the rules of Hotepery. Niggas don't want to hear that shit, man, and you know it. So you can only reach what you're teaching who you're supposed to reach. You will never reach the entire body of black niggas. Never. Their minds and egos and madness here. They are fucking drunk with madness, nigga. Just off of what I told you with Jerry Springer and hip hop and what became of YouTube. We ain't even talking about music and what frequencies they figured out and send, what they do to the food that fucks you up. Speaking of which, let me order some GMO right now, right here, right now. Try to find the best possible crap. V said they're in the cusp. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. There's a TV show called La Brea or something, all about the cusp, nigga. So it isn't out yet, but stay tuned for it. It's on NBC. La Brea, Labrea. I think it's simple as that. Y'all probably already seen it, or the previews for it. So, you know, Hoteperu. All right, give me 1 sec. Let me get into this. Get into this program. You know what I'm saying? They now bring the food from the hub of grub. I am going to order from the hub of grub. All right, let's get this shit together. They better get this shit on the card. All right, keep you in argument mode. Keep your ego challenged without you knowing it. You pick a side. You ever notice this? Well, see, I notice it more because I'm not into any sports but boxing. But even still with boxing, it's happened. So if for whatever reason I'm caught and there's a football game on, I could just glance and just something about whatever team makes me say I'm rooting for them. Hate football, don't care. Basketball, I want the guys in the green shorts to win because I don't know details. I don't have favorites. I want just naturally. I want these guys to win. I don't like these guys. And then when I watch boxing, if I don't know the boxers, don't know who to root for, I'm like, I want to see that guy win. You pick sides naturally. And they know this. That's why they set up politics, Democrat, Republican. They give you choices. And I'm going to give you more. I usually have more examples there. Everything they do, you know, Fox or CNN, which is based upon Democrat, Republican. They need you to pick a side. Here's somebody who hasn't picked sides. When do you ever hear on CNN or Fox or any of these news shows we're following and monitoring the Chinese vote? Because they know the motherfuckers don't give a fuck about that. Your ass think that's the system of hope. And you have these CIA niggas from the civil rights movement sell that bullshit to you. That's why all of them niggas is well-to-do in Congress. Not because they fought for anything. White people knew. Listen, personally, there's a book, I'll get it. No, I remember it. The Kings River People. My father told me about this book. It was about my family lineage on my father's side in New Orleans. And Oprah did a story on these people. They were the richest niggas at the time. And in the book, which I read, which is of the Matoya name, my grandmother got remarried, and I have this last name, but my grandfather was a Matoya. And I could trace him all the way back to the slave lineage, which was my great, however many greats, grandmother, and her name was Coin. What up, Demon Nikki? Her name was Coin, an African woman. So, of course, she was enslaved, and she did, her master's wife was about to die. She gave her a remedy, fixed this white hoe, and got her freedom. She earns to freedom. And then she got land. Of course, they know how to work land. So her and her family worked the land. Soon they became the richest, and white people were borrowing from them for their land and their farms and blah, blah, blah. Just another one of those stories. And Oprah did this story. You know what I'm saying? Now, this phenomenon was happening in more than Rosewood and Black Wall Street in the cities you know. Once we were disenfranchised from white people, we didn't need them. We just went back to our business and was creating communities that worked because everyone had a skill. Everyone, or mostly everyone, had something to offer. So that's why this thing worked. Then you had niggas like Martin Luther King and the rest of them clown ass CIA niggas told you that the coffee at Woolworth is much better than the coffee that you make and sell and make profit off of. Now he's training you to make it a part of your rights and your ego and a slight to you that you're not able to pay for their services. Fuck them. You should have did your own shit. You were doing your own shit. You let them civil rights niggas drag your ass into a fight which they told you not even to fight back. Nigga, that's genius, nigga. This is CIA created and Jewish scripted events. It told you that the coffee at Woolworth is much better than the coffee that you make and sell and make profit off of. Now he's training you to make it a part of your rights. CIA had niggas, so that's why this thing worked. Then you had niggas like Martin Luther King and the rest of them clown ass CIA niggas told you that the coffee at Woolworth is much better than the coffee that you make and sell and make profit off of. Now he's training you. Listen, personally, there's a book, I'll get it. No, I remember it. The Kings River People. My father told me about this book. It was about my family lineage on my father's side in New Orleans. And Oprah did a story. The mother got a Matoya. She wore Rem. She earns to work land, so borrowing from them for their land and was happening in more than Rose and franchise from white people. We didn't need them. We just went back to our business and was creating communities that worked because everyone had a skill. Everyone, or mostly everyone, had something to offer. So that's why this thing worked. Then you had niggas like Martin Luther King and the rest of them clown ass CIA niggas told you that the coffee at Woolworth is much better than the coffee that you make and sell and make profit off of. Now he's training you to make it a part of your rights and your ego and a slight to you that you're not able to pay for their services. Fuck them. You should have did your own shit. You were doing your own shit. You let them civil rights niggas drag your ass into a fight which they told you not even to fight back. Nigga, that's genius, nigga. This is CIA created and Jewish scripted events. All made up, starting with, we know Rosa Parks works for the United Negro, whatever nigga, nigga shit. And was told to do that to set it off, to bring forth, welcome Desiree Bostic, to bring forth, yeah, what was I saying? Desiree, you threw me off, Desiree Bostic. What was I saying about Martin? So these CIA agent niggas, we know Martin Luther King's an agent. In the end, one of them poets, I don't know poets. You know, that shit never really, you know, as I go through the butterflies of my mind, I see flight, I see change, I see the divine. As I walk through the windows, I close all the doors. As I close all the doors, the windows open therefore. I am, that I wish would I go within. And then I'm going to give this bitch a Snicker bar later. Means my dick. And then as I flow through the floats, like, that shit has always been weird to me. But again, I joke on it. But if it's something like Jill Scott was a poet and she turned a long ass longevity career based upon her poetry and her writing, she did an excellent and is doing an excellent job. I don't know why she's in that Nationwide on My Side commercial. But then again, I didn't know why she was in that detective fucking show neither. But either way, she's angelic, divine, most beautiful, most fine, perfect skin, thick to a perfection. Jill Scott. And she was a poet. So I joke, but don't think it's a jab. I really think everyone is here to do what they're here to do. That's my core belief. So though we can have discussions in comparison, but at the end of the day, as long as someone's sincere, I really have no problem with them. The problem is these niggas ain't sincere out here. They here to manipulate you. Khadijah, where's Khadijah? She's sitting right downstairs, Prince Michael. But that's none of your goddamn concern, nigga. She's about to get a delicious dinner from the hub of grub, nigga. She's chilling watching the Batman trilogy. Khadijah is coming up with some good shit, y'all niggas. Y'all got to stay and pay attention to what she's got going on. So go to her website, somdireadings.com. You could get it through my website, Occult Lectures. Same thing as this YouTube channel.com, where you can get classes, the book, herbs, fuck up fluid, and the rose water. So all the other stuff took down. If you got a consultation directly from me, probably going to give you your money back or parlay it into something else. I just do not feel in talking direct. But the joint consultations that you find on Khadijah's page, I already took mine down, so there's no more confusion, that you find on Khadijah's page are joint consultations with me and her. Those are the hottest thing we got going now. I didn't realize at this point now, I see through niggas' minds. My shit is incredible based upon the calisthenics. It's years now of doing this. I see niggas, before they ask the question, I already know it. As soon as they're talking and trying to tell me background, which I never need. I never need any background. At this point, you can just ask your question. I know the subject. But, you know, people like to give background, and that's fine. And I could tell from their background what they're trying to hide, what's in their psyche, what they're trying to hide and what they're trying to present. And usually what they're trying to present is what they're trying, is how they present is what they're trying to hide. And I'll let them present and ask their question. Then I'll ask them, don't you really like, there was a brother, this is one I get often. Yeah, I had questions for y'all, but everything's straight. I listen to you, then they quote about 30 things I've ever said, and I just listen. Yeah, you know, Hotep and this and that, and when you said that, and I listened to this lecture. So they're trying to say they pay for a consultation because they need help, but they're embarrassed about the help they need. So I'm waiting for his subconscious mind to reveal, because it will, why he's really here. So yeah, this and that and everything, and I connect with you, and then he hit me with it. I had the same problem with my mother as you. And yeah, and I know you and this and that, and when he finished, I said, all right, now let's talk about what you really came here to talk about, your mother. That nigga's whole demeanor said, yeah. I said, let's go. And we got into it. And this is because I mean, there's many things. There's motherfuckers who don't stop talking. The motherfuckers who don't stop talking when they're in front of me, they're hiding shit. There was one dude that was so scary. I'm not even going to say the state. We did a consultation. This nigga wouldn't stop talking. Now, I know that's a nervous thing, but usually that happens because they don't know what to expect from me. And then they'll pause or I'll pause them. But this dude wouldn't stop. That means he's hiding something terrible. And some of them tried to sit in front of you to see if you could recognize it. And they said that shit on The Sopranos. The doctor was having a dinner and she said some of these psychopaths get therapy just to see if they could fool the doctor. So I could see he did something and he was hiding it and it was weird. I like tuned the fuck out. And Khadijah talked to him, and after he left, I said, that nigga did something. So you can see behind it, that's happening big time. So, because we was doing the consultations live after the next day at the lecture. Now they online. That's what you want to sign up for. The consultations at somdreadings.com with the joint consultations, me and her. Big deal. We do them on Sundays. All right, and my Cash App is $ Brother Pan. That's what I should actually put up, even though y'all figured it out. Let me put that up. Right, boing, 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 boing. Let me actually put that $ there. I appreciate all the donations, guys. All right, let me do this and let me do that and let me replace pin. There we go. So I appreciate, did it do it? Nigga, that shit ain't even do it. Let me do it again. Unless it's, oh, okay, it's going. All right. Maybe, yeah, it took a second. There we go. All right, so $ Brother Pan is the Cash App. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Keeps the light on and keeps that deliciousness going. All right, so what these shows ultimately do in the psyche, and we're only on the lineage of these shows and shows like this in this exploitative media, is it stimulates your human ego, which is the only thing that is human about you. The brain, I mean, that's the ego is the consciousness of humanity. It needs to be heard. It needs to exist because it is insecure because it doesn't exist. The ego is in constant survival mode. It is your subconscious mind dictates reality. Your subconscious mind is affected by trauma, symbols, and repetition. Mostly what's happening to us is trauma. If you're watching Love and Hip Hop, you're watching trauma. If you're watching Jerry Springer in a fight, you're watching trauma. You're watching Maury Springer, you're watching trauma. And what the fuck did I tell you? What did I tell you? Message. If your trauma affects your subconscious. So what are they doing, folks? Programming you. You think Wendy Williams is stupid and just a ghetto nigga, and that other chick, I want to say her by name, the one who created Love and Hip Hop. These are savages. Message. Somebody. New message. New message. All right, let me turn this down, guys. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the donations. What's her name? The one who created Love and Hip Hop. What's that motherfucker's name? Somebody might have wrote it by now. Yes, Mona Scott Young. These people are savages. They may be just that ignorant, but somehow I doubt it. Somehow I think they're plugged in. This trash talk was kind of always on the radio, but Wendy Williams was the goddess of it. It's almost like they gave her that way. Then these morning shows, them niggas is agents. What was them two? I don't even remember their names. But the morning shows where they just did this hard gossip, that Breakfast Club crap. You know what I'm saying? He said Mona Scott Harris is the devil. No, they just selling you out, dog. The devil's on your side, nigga. You better grow up, nigga. Mona Scott Harris is Jesus, nigga. if you want to be specific about shit. Know what I'm saying? Talk that trash, nigga. She Jesus, nigga. They giving you this idea of hope in the next season. So your ass, oh, they about to drop another season of these same old mindless ass niggas. Know what I'm saying? Same old mindless ass niggas. Wendy Williams, Mona Scott Harris, birds of a fucking feather, son. And if trauma, Wendy Williams is your ego. She's getting your mind fixated on emptiness. I think she talks about nothing. She's empty. And if she is, people actually go somewhere and travel somewhere to sit at her show. What the fuck? How sick do you have to be? How sick do you have to be?
New message.
Thank you, guys.
Message.
How sick do you have to be to go that far to hear nothing? To hear about Heath Ledger was on drugs, Tom Cruise got a new bitch, what Tyrese is doing or what Tyrese is not doing. How fucking empty are you? It's just as empty as people who come and fucking say dumb shit, trolls in a fucking room. That's not commentary on your wit. You're not witty, nigga. You're not slick. You're pathetic. You came all the way here to say some shit that's corny, nigga? Oh, 50 Cent in Power. Good one, pieces. That's another mind control one. This drug dealer life. Snowfall, nigga. Like, I'm not even going there. I'm just staying on this little path. All that shit, Snowfall. They love that black nigga, but he's brought all you communities and you shouldn't be for self. Do you watch that? Because that's a nigga who they're showing supply goddamn the whole America with drugs. The show is based upon Freeway Ricky Ross. But let's leave him out of it before they send someone to kill me. And that actor who plays on Snowfall, nigga, talk that sass. That actor who plays on Snowfall, I don't know if he got guns. I don't think so. He's kind of corny to me. But they're portraying drug dealers that brung crack to black folks. The community that you love. No, this is also a part of your mind control. There's those who are mind controlled into following money and those who mind control into trying to escape because they can't hack it. And they are married together, crackheads and fucking. He's the guy. All that shit is to program you because what it does, it keeps you in humanity. Somebody said 50 Cent is an evil genius. You must have been little when he became famous. Ain't nobody feeling that nigga. New York ain't feeling that nigga. Not real niggas in New York. In the club, trying to get off. I'm in the club. It's your birthday. That shit was garbage. Supreme garbage. The fucking he's garbage. He made it, had a mansion on MTV, and all of them niggas were living in his house. Them niggas are you can't see that them niggas is fucking down low. All them Lloyd Banks niggas. Fucking Vivica Fox been fucking telling y'all niggas that she was fucking with this nigga. Telling y'all niggas that. She did an interview where she held up the magazine of the Vibe, where he had on that mask and was behind that nigga Little Soldier or Soldier Boy. Like, back behind this, that's a jail thing, nigga. It's an inmate. Do you know in the movie, why? Listen, in the movie Get Rich or Die Trying, why the fuck are they fighting naked in the shower scene? That's disgusting. They didn't have to do that. He wanted to do that. Did you know 50 Cent convinced Terrence Howard to do it? He wanted to see his dingle. He wanted to see his pee-pee. Did you know that? Terrence Howard said, yo, I wasn't going to do that scene. I can 50 Cent convinced me. It's true to the artistic nature. I've seen many shower fights and jail scenes. All these, they want to see niggas nuts rolling around. Unwatchable ass shit. 50 Cent's the evil genius. No, 50 Cent is evil. 50 Cent is just another monkey. This nigga comes out complaining about, this is jail shit. Complaining about Ja Rule singing. That made a whole opera album next. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that nigga Ja Rule ain't real, he's singing. Ja Rule was just corny. They do that in jail. I was on the famed Rikers Island in 1986. And the weakest nigga in jail, when new niggas come in, boom, they just punch him in the face. Everybody say, oh, this is an ill nigga, but he really is a little trick. They punch a nerd or a nobody in the face. Ja Rule was a nobody. His time was limited. The way I feel about you. That shit was corny. But see, y'all niggas ain't as old as me. That niggas, what did I tell you niggas? And you can't apply it. What about repetition? What about when you was little and you had nothing but the radio and they played shit like Missy Elliott and Mace? I was already old. So this wasn't a part of my mind control. My mind control, Rakim, Kool G Rap, and all. And though we may say all of them are good, to somebody going, them niggas ain't shit. But it's a part of my mind control. I at least understand it to be that. You still trying to argue that Missy Elliott is some fucking talent. Holla with that balloon shit. Nigga, that shit was corny. Timberland was corny, nigga. If you don't think he was corny, remember the first group, Timberland and Magoo. Go listen to Magoo, nigga. What was he thinking? See, Aaliyah had talent and all of that shit. Not all of them had that. See, I remember my little nieces and nephews. Mace is the truth. You're just a hater. You're old and you're a hater, nigga. And you're talking sass. Mace is the shit. Then when Mace came back with that, welcome back. All my nieces and nephews going, what the fuck was happening? What the fuck is this? I said, it's the same shit. You just older now and you're not as influenced. If as conscious persons, these are the things you're trying to get past, or at least understand. I still can enjoy Rakim, but I understand I was mind controlled into loving him based upon my age, the time, what was going on, and what was happening, and the shit was what? It may be good. It may be bad. It doesn't matter. That's my time. But I will never champion Rakim as this and that unless I'm talking to other niggas who like Rakim. I'm not going to sell him to young kids. Oh, you little niggas need to know about Rakim. Me and B talked about it because that nigga's in the music. So history of music makes sense for me to talk about to him. I don't talk about that shit to nobody. I did that shit in a lecture and let it go. But there's a sister, Olivia. I got to shout her out. She said pretty much boule lifestyle. Rich in unniggery. She said when they gentrified Harlem, she moved there, and all the other rich niggas, they would be in the pool upstairs in the building in Harlem talking about all the crackheads and dumb niggas they walk past to get there. She woke herself up out of that. I told you, it's about good and bad hair. There's two niggas on this planet. I'm telling y'all niggas. And she said she woke herself up. She said she listened to a lot of my shit and a lot of conscious shit, but she listened to my old school hip hop, which she never heard anything about. She sent me an email list, Captain Rock, and all this shit she was listening. Everybody she fuck with. She's a DJ. She learned how to DJ and she cuts up number old school. She said she can't stop fucking with Guru. Shout out to Guru. That's the ritual. Fuck. That's the ritual. Guru came through. Nigga. I knew that nigga wasn't going to let me down. He's the pineal gland years ago. We talking over about 12 years ago. I did a lecture about Guru when he made the transition, who I knew personally and was good fucking peoples. Know what I'm saying? When he made the transition, I connected him to Ragnarok and connected him to Hemendall, which was going to be played by Idris Elba, a black man, which traditionally that mythology has been changed to nothing but white. That's why whites were complaining when it got a little bit niggery. And I connected him to the pineal. So what did he tell me to do for your pineal? You gotta, okay. He said, quite simply, just meditate and see him in your pineal. He is the pineal gland. I'm telling you, he is the pineal gland. He's one of the first monotone rappers. Everything's monotone. If you don't know what monotone is, yeah, nigga, when I see you, I'ma cut you. I'ma kill you when I do it, when I get you. And when I run up, you better run up because the gun's up and the thun's up. Monotone. Nas rap monotone. Mobb Deep killed monotone. Everything's monotone. They reading now. That you see niggas doing their rap. When I see you, I'ma kill you. And then I'ma run up and then I'ma kill you. Then I'm going to take some drugs. Then I'm going to show you a stack of money. Then I'm going to fuck for the rest of the night. What? Fuck for the rest of the night. What? They reading. So they sound like it. But Guru was the first monotone nigga to do that shit right. Bald-headed slick. He told us, did somebody just write that? Oh, I just said it and I just seen it at the same time. Shout out to Soul Sus. Bald-headed slick, I thought it was. Was it bold or bald-headed? Because you know he kept that baldy. He's a pineal gland, nigga. He can help you open your shit. Listen to his music. What song? Doesn't matter. You can listen to all, but I was listening to a particular when he came through. He said, nigga, I am chilling. Thank you for that lecture. Because nobody gave it, no BET didn't even honor this nigga that year he died. They didn't even mention it, and they had their award show. No one said, maybe somebody said it, but BET didn't say, drop some goddamn, put up some picture and say, Guru, Keith, whatever, you know, rest in peace, and we'll miss you, and thank you, and somebody play a song, or have Premier cut up a song, or whatever. Know what I'm saying? But he's the pioneer. That was the ritual. Damn, that shit came back hard. All right. So you listen to his music while your eyes are looking at the top of your head and you visualize Guru in your third eye. And he's going to do some work in there. He's Hemendall. Hemendall is what? The pineal gland. Y'all seen the movies. What's at the end of the Rainbow Bridge? Kundalini? Pineal, baby. Guru. And if there's any question, fuck that. We put him there. We put him there. Because we're more than gods, nigga. I'm a monster. I'm a great old one, nigga. I'm the unnameable, nigga. And so are you. You fucking stop. If you stop monkeying around, nigga. Stop monkeying around, nigga. Watching fucking 4 different versions of power. When's it gonna stop, nigga? When's it gonna stop? Oh, talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass. So this shit got you mind controlled, stuck on humanity. It's not like the Bifrost is your spine. It's not like a choice. That's your conscious mind is reacting to your subconscious reality. So we know they're using trauma. So they're not dealing with your conscious mind. That's programming. You've been told that over and over again. I've said it to you repetitiously. You've been told that over and over again. Repetition, symbols, trauma. Jerry Springer's trauma. You may be used to that trauma. Somebody smacking somebody in the face. It may now entertain, oh shit, you saying that, bitch? Still trauma and programming nonetheless, even though your conscious mind has a reaction. See, when you were 3 and you seen somebody get smacked for the first time, do shit in front of your baby, you know they absorb everything. And when their eyes will open up, when they see that trauma, crying and all of that, very young. So that's why you try to keep all of that shit off their plate, because it will program them. So your reaction to this trauma is now this. Oh shit, he smacked that bitch in the face. Doesn't mean you're still not being traumatized. Oh, y'all gonna get this shit today, nigga, because we gonna talk that sass. So it does not mean you're not being traumatized. So they're programming you. Love and Hip Hop is a program. And what it does to the subconscious mind, it keeps you locked into human arguments. If you don't argue with nothing, it doesn't exist. So there was a movie everyone must watch about the human ego called Revolver. I've said this a gazillion times, but it can never not be mentioned enough. There's a scene where Ray Liotta is trying to get not Jason Stamos or whatever his name is, the guy who played Crank. He's trying to get him to engage with him. See me, I'm here. And he was doing it with just drawers on. The emperor has no clothes. They're talking about your ego. And he pretty much said, I get it. You could do all of that shit because it's in your own head, this argument. Your argument about white people. You got these agents enhancing that. You got to let these arguments go to become spiritual. Your spirituality has nothing to do with earth arguments. The white man, we want to get him. Trump, we want to get him. We had Kamala Harris, my boss, this bitch who's acting up, this nigga who's acting up, my fucking family. You got to just say, you know something, y'all right. You're right. You know what I'm saying? You let them have it. Jada Pinkett said that shit in that old coon ass girls trip. She was arguing with the chick and she said, you know what? Have it. You have to incorporate that mentality in the argument. That's how you counteract, because all Jerry Springer was an argument. All Maury Povich was. All Donahue is an argument. All Love and Hip Hop is an argument. Watch, again, that movie Network. Faye Dunaway, as I was starting to say before, she explained how she's seen TV in the future. It will fuck you up because she named every fucking thing that's happening now. Go watch the movie Network. Old school 70 movie. Excellent. Excellent work. And it was a grand revealing.